I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk. Drive, motherfucker!
Big dog stepping, I'm on big dog status. 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 Yeah, know he got a baddie, huh? Told him turn the camera on. And if a nigga broke, then that nigga gotta go. Big dog stepping, yeah, I got him for the low. Say they don't want smoke, but I got some more. Bring it to your front door like a dominoes. Trapping, gotta make it happen. Do the dash when I'm sliding in the static. Hey, sticks and poles, I'm never lacking. Big dog stepping, I'm on big dog status. 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 Yeah, big dog, CEO, I'm the boss. Yeah, I paid the calls. Back in the mode, ran it up and I've been taking off. 20 on me, none less. I ain't talking Andrew Jackson. Spent the dub on promo, told smokes time to get active. Hustling that switch, yeah, I been grinding, been trapping. See how quickly I can get the racks and I'm stacking. Blow money like Nietzsche, I got them packs and I'm taxing. Walk in Louis V and spend a bag on some baggage. Big dog status, big dog stepping, I'm on big dog status. Big dog stepping, I'm on big dog status. Big dog stepping, I'm on big dog status, yeah. Big dog status, big dog status.
So speaking of people coming in and out your life, Sweet Poison, what's this dating life looking like? I don't see no ring on your finger.
No.
Is it a Mr. Sweet Poison out there right now?
Hell no.
You single?
Single like a man.
Like a
Having fun. Listen, I don't have time for that because I'm who I am and I'm a free spirit person, for
Okay.
one. So when people are trying to be controlling and possessive, I don't like that. And a lot of
Okay.
people are like that in
Most
relationships.
Yeah.
And
Are you saying a lot of men are like that?
men, women, whoever's really women, a lot of women, like women are more possessive in relationships. They be like, my man, my man, my man. Like, girl,
Yeah.
bye, that's not your man. Anyway.
He
But
for the streets.
yeah, and niggas too.
Not
Because like
everybody
if
for the
somebody
streets,
really
though.
like you, of course there's gonna be some type of sense of controlling, but it's like you can't be like that with me. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna be like that with you, and that don't mean I don't care or
I
nothing.
think it'd be difficult to date an artist.
Yeah.
Not me. I would.
Why do you say that, Leno?
Because you always tell me that you won't date an artist.
No,
I always say
we're not asking me. I'm asking you.
I know what I'm
brother.
saying. That's why I said it, because I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe it is hard to date an artist.
I
Me,
mean, what?
I say this.
Uh,
I ask men this: would you date a stripper?
mm,
Would you date a porno star?
mm.
Or would you date an artist? And they all three say, like, on those three different type of women, they say no.
I didn't
What?
say no to an
Okay.
artist. Of course, I said no. I said stripper. I don't know. I don't
Mhm.
know.
You say yes to a
But
porno star.
I didn't
You
know. I
said-
did not say yes to a porno star or stripper. Artists, you never asked me about. I don't know. I probably could date an artist though. I could date an artist.
All right, 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 all right. What's up, fam? Well, that's enough of that. What is up, people? What is up, people? It is your boy, Born Rich, and you are tuned in to another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. We are here. We are here. We are here. Let's move this out the way. Get out of the way. Yeah, man, y'all know what it is, man. It's FLEEstyle Friday. Yes, this is for the fleers. This show is for the fleers, man. All of y'all that fled, salute to y'all that fled your homeland, and now you in the next motherfucker's land, and you ain't never going home. You never going back to your home country, but salute to y'all. Y'all are still my niggas if you don't get no bigger. You understand me? So thank y'all for tuning in. What do y'all got going on this Friday night, man, or Saturday morning? Wherever the hell you are in the world, tell me what y'all got going on. I just rolled me up one. Got a couple bottles of small bottles of Jack Daniels. So yeah, now it might get wild tonight, but nevertheless, I'm here, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all, man. And shout out to the people from the UK. I see UK in the house. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So shout out to y'all. And I know the cocaine is good over there. If y'all still up. Y'all got that good cocaine over there. Y'all need to put me on. Put me on, man. Ship me some across that water. Cause y'all still up at 3 chatting on YouTube. Yeah, that's the coke is good over there, man. But yeah, man. Anyway, so I guess what I can talk about is I still keep my ears out and eyes out a little bit for the quote unquote conscious community. And the conscious community been getting pretty crazy lately, man. I am not lying. The fucking conscious community is looking like the streets out here, man. It's looking like the streets. These niggas is fighting and threatening to fight and trying to meet up to fight and dropping the address. And oh man, it's crazy. The conscious community done came a long way from uplifting the black man and uplifting the black woman. It's damn near pure debauchery going on in the conscious community, man. So let me see this first one, man. So this first one, this happened like, let me go find the video. Y'all be patient, be patient. I'm gonna go find it. I'll try to multitask as best I can. But so the first little clip I'm gonna show is I thought this was fucking hilarious. So it's the Hebrew Israelites, ISUPK brothers, and they have been on Clubhouse. I don't know if y'all be on Clubhouse. I don't really be on Clubhouse. A lot of debauchery on Clubhouse. So I don't really be on Clubhouse. But anyway, the Israelite brothers from the sorry about that. The Israelite brothers from the ISUPK, they was on Clubhouse. And if you know anything about Clubhouse, y'all know that's where WAC 100 is. WAC 100 is on Clubhouse, heavy on Clubhouse. And for a minute, the Israelite brothers was rocking with WAC 100 on Clubhouse. They was rocking, you know, they was doing like simulcast, and the Israelites was kind of in the room with the WAC, because WAC 100 is a blood from California. He's in the gang, the blood, the Pyrus. So I seen some of the Israelite brothers in the room, like mixing it up with the Bloods, you know, shooting the shit, talking about different shit. First off, a lot of the Bloods and a lot of like quote unquote street guys, they was real interested in what the Israelite brothers was saying. You know what I'm saying? They, you know, and if you know the Israelite brothers rhetoric, you know, if you're a black man and the first time you hear that shit, you will be like, oh shit, I got a few questions. You know what I mean? So anyway, so they was chopping it up, mixing it up. A lot of people said they knew that relationship really wasn't gonna last long. You know, it's just two polar opposites. And this shit hit the fan. And so I'm gonna play this clip. And it's funny because they was vibing, talking about hip hop. All right. Conversation started off about hip hop. You got WAC 100. And most of the people that was in the Clubhouse room with him, they're from California. Then you got Captain Katazah, which is an Israelite, and he's based in New York. So it's another East Coast, West Coast hip hop debate. And boy, when I tell you it goes left, fam, it goes left. I mean, like left. I mean, like left. But I'm gonna quit running my damn mouth and we'll play it. And I'll be stopping it, man, so we can chop it up. Hold on, let me get past this ad first. And I pinned the link, y'all. Y'all jump on. Don't keep me on here all night talking to my damn self, man. Y'all jump on. Robbie, I seen you in the chat, man. It's not 3 o'clock in the morning where you at, Robbie. Get your ass on here and chop it up with your brother, man. Yeah. And oh shit. Hold on. I better rewind it before I unmute it because I was listening to this earlier. What is wrong? I'm so afflicted. And my laptop screen went out, man. Yeah. And somebody who can hook me up, man. I need a big ass laptop screen for a Mac. This Mac came out in like 2015, so it's an older Mac, but the screen is fucked up. So I gotta hook the damn laptop up to my big screen TV just to control the mouse, man. So if y'all can, if y'all know some discounts on the screen, because everywhere I'm looking, they talking like $300-400 just for a fucking screen, and Bourne not paying that. Bourne is not paying it. I already paid $600 to replace this screen again. I'm not doing that. So yeah, man, y'all be on the lookout for Bourne a MacBook screen, man. I need you, family. I need you in the clutch. All right. Here we go. So this is WAC 100 and the Hebrew Israelites. And like I said, they're going to start off talking about music, hip hop. Then it's going to go left. So here we go.
Hey, yo, what up? In this video, we got WAC 100 Crash.
Now we don't.
He goes at it with
shout out to
Chatters up.
Yeah, shout out to Black Savage ENT. Black Savage. Shout out, brother. But I'm gonna fast forward past you real quick, brother. But shout out. Thanks for the content. But I'm gonna fast forward past you, brother. Y'all go subscribe to Black Savage ENT. You see that, Black Savage? I didn't hate on you, but I am finna fast forward you, brother. Keep grinding, homie.
And go listen to this content. Let me know.
Pac ain't West Coast. He from New York.
Yeah, MC New York just got like 1,000 songs.
New York. That's the West Coast
went to the origin.
Yo, I ain't never heard Pac on the East Side ever in my life.
Bro, the nigga. Hey, wait, hold on, slow down. How old are you, bro? You don't mind me asking.
Like, what?
How old are you?
I said what?
In my 30s.
You 30. Now, young niggas like you.
My bad. What's up? What up, Black Peace in the building, General RE. I already said what's up to Sosa and Robbie. Shout out. What's up, brother Kel?
What's up, brother boy, man? Big up, brother. Big up, man.
Yeah,
Big up.
is early or is late, one or the other over there where you are, brother. What you still doing up?
Yeah, I just come back in. Just you know what I mean? Out and out. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. So
when I'm
your Royal Oats all over Birmingham.
I don't know about doing the Royal Oats because man are married in it, but it's went to see some couple family members in it, and I can't do all that Royal Oats, brother. But I got, I'm with the black woman, brother. We gotta keep up the black family. You know what I mean?
Nah, I feel that, Kel. Give me some game, man. What's the deal? How can I be? Because I'll tell you this, Kel. I've cheated on every woman I've been in a committed relationship with, Kel. What is the secret, man? How do you fight that temptation?
Okay, so the way I do it, bro, I'll be honest with you, I kind of think about the collective first. You know what I mean? And just kind of, there will be ups and downs. Obviously, I'm in my 40s, and you know what I mean? So I would say a couple more years time, I'm going to be like 50 and that. So things change, but you just have to have that balance, man. As long as you got a woman that kind of understands your logic is not the same as hers, and you keep synchronized, and if you have any arguments, go for a walk, probably go downstairs, just find ways. And you know what I mean? If you can't do that, then you can get another woman if you're into polygyny. But other than that, bro, you have to just find a balance. because you know the black family is very important, bro. We're under attack, as you know.
I actually think polygamy is one thing that the black community actually needs. Is polygamy. It'll stop the single mothers epidemic that everybody speaks of.
Yeah. Truly. Yeah, man.
But yeah, man, these characters that's talking, man, like I said, this is some I'm calling it conscious community shenanigans because I guess you would consider these Hebrew Israelite brothers a part of the quote unquote conscious community.
Yeah.
You got the ISUPK brothers. So some people may not like the words that they use or their tactics or believe in the book that they subscribe to, but you got to admit, they love black people.
Of course.
Can't take that away from the brothers. Like y'all know, if y'all been rocking with me, y'all know I go sit down with the Israelite brothers of the ISUPK and do an interview with them 3 or 4 times a year. And I've seen it firsthand. They love black people.
They do. Yeah, man.
They have a different way of going about it or trying to get your attention. But at the end of the day, you can't say they don't love black people.
Of course. Just like the Nation of Islam, you can't attack them either. You know, they love black people. They've done so much work. The Nation of Islam, man. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen them firsthand. I've seen them. I always tell the story. I've seen them in the projects passing out air conditioning units in the summertime. I've seen that. I've seen that with my own 2 eyes. And them brothers didn't have to do that.
Of course.
They didn't have to do that.
Yeah, man.
They did. So yeah. Shout out to them brothers. And what I'm gonna say with this, Kel, with this video, I knew Black Peace was gonna. I forgot. That's right, Black Peace do not fuck with the NOI. Right. I rock with a Black Peace, but I forgot. Black Peace. Yeah, I fought with Black Peace be on social media. Just boy, he would go so hard on Farrakhan. He was not let up off of Farrakhan. Shout out to my brother Black Peace, man.
Yeah, man. Big up, man.
Don.
What up, my brother?
Shiffer Don. Yeah.
Big up, brother.
Yeah. Article Don. Yes, man. Big up, Shiffer.
Big up, brother. Appreciate you. I know I've been on fuckery this week, but you know what? The smoke, some of it was worth it, man. I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion. But yeah, big up yourself, bro.
I mean, you come up with, as I said, Shift, man, you come up with good stuff, man. It's just that's how it gets sometimes, and you're gonna roll some people. But like some of the things what you were saying, I have to agree with it. I had to agree with it, man. I believe that the creator, right, done that. You know what I mean? And I know you're a man that tries to follow the scriptures. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I agree with that, man. I totally agree with.
Brother, they tried to throw me off of my course. They tried to say, "Oh, what? So when your mum died, did the creator do that?" Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't
Yeah, man.
That's how low they will go out there. Certain people, though, brother. And this is why, like, you know what? Don't get me wrong. I don't like it. You know me, Kel. We've had this conversation. I don't hate other people, innit? But I'm gonna stick to my black people first, though.
Of course, man. Of course. Yeah, man.
That's the only way. And I gotta should give you a shout out, Schiffer, because earlier in the week, I think they was playing a video of the Germans that's been in Jamaica for all of this long time. And in the video, the brother was like, well, it's unclear how they got the land in the first place. And I mean, Schiffer was like, we know how they got the fucking land. Somebody colonized the Jamaicans and gave these Germans the land.
That's right. Give them our land. Yeah. It's ours. It's not theirs to even be given out like that. It's disrespect.
Exactly.
Yeah. I remember. I was at work and listening to that. I was at work. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah,
it was a bit shocking.
You know, it's funny, Ken. I couldn't jump on the panel either because I was working, man. But I wanted to jump on so bad because Khan was like, "It's not your land." Then Khan started like shitting on the slaves, like you got beat up and put in slavery, and your land got taken. And I'm just, I was steaming that day. But Schiffer, you held it down, though. Schiffer was holding it down.
Of course. Yeah.
And I'm playing a little bit more. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. Like I said, this is a Whack 100 arguing with one of the Israelite brothers. And
Right,
like I
right.
said, right now they're discussing hip hop, but this is gonna go left, fellas. Well, all right, let me play.
He was 7. Before he was Tupac, he was Mr. New York, nigga. That was his rap name. But you young niggas
and then
don't
what did
know
he
shit.
become?
He would, bro, ain't no coming off
What
of
does
that.
everybody know him for? It don't
That
matter.
is no, bro. How the fuck do you come off of Mr. New York from Harlem to he ain't from New York?
Like I never heard him play New York Love. He made California Love.
Bro, that's a song.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we even talking about here? Like, everything.
X-Clan ain't from Africa.
What did he
bro,
rap?
Hey, bro, the Crossroads is the motherland, right? X-Clan, right? Maybe I'm talking before your time.
Yeah, I think that's
he gonna play that card.
No, bro.
So here's what I'm saying.
Bro.
If we go and we play, are we gonna get him to represent New York, or we gonna get him to represent the West?
Okay, let me give you something. The Game, when he first hit, niggas thought he was from New York. He named his fucking son Harlem because of Harlem, New York. But that nigga from Compton. That's it, bro. That nigga is from Tupac is from Harlem, New York. His original rap name is New York.
And all I ever heard him yell was West
this
Side.
nigga, bro, you niggas is y'all niggas. That's why you niggas is
saying, like, is there no evidence of that? Am I lying?
I mean, what's your point though? You trying to say?
Bro, this is my point to that. The nigga only see what y'all don't understand is niggas was moving so hard and so dominant. That nigga from the time he walked out of Clinton to the time that nigga died in Las Vegas was only there 11 months, nigga. That's it. 11 months. So you that 11 months is superseding all that other time?
I mean,
and
all
on
right,
top
you know
of
what?
that, too, just to add to it,
if I say what I want to say, I'm gonna piss everybody off.
Hey,
No,
but
bro,
Cam
he's from New York. If you go pull his birth certificate, bro, it's gonna tell you New York.
All right, I'm gonna just say it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh shit!
Here we go.
Hold on to your arm.
I'm waking up, and I'm
hold on to your arm.
That's where he was coming back to.
Pac wasn't nice until he got out of jail.
Oh, this nigga's crazy.
Wait, what did he say?
He said he wasn't nice till he got out of jail.
Kick the fuck out of here.
You didn't listen to Me Against the World?
I'm out.
Dear Mama?
I can't agree.
Hold on.
Hey, real quick. If we talking about hip hop, that's not true. Tupac had a lot of good songs. Matter of fact, I got real familiar with Tupac's music before he went to jail.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Then he had Me Against the World.
Yeah.
Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Tupac had some bangers. Like they was naming the songs. Brenda Got a Baby. All of that shit is before. Before he got with Death Row. He only dropped 2 albums on Death Row.
Yeah, we definitely in UK. Yeah, man, we messed with Tupac. Man. I remember I was listening to what the brother was saying. In fact, the Me Against the World album, where Pac does big up New York actually, and that there's a tune in not unlike the old school. If you get a chance to listen to it, he brings up all the New York rappers, all of them, MC like all of them, and then afterwards we know he done California Love Soul. He was definitely for New York and California, man. And I rap with Pac, man, because I'm from that background of the revolutionary thing. So you know what I mean. We understood what he was trying to do, man. Big up to the Shakors.
I agree. It's only when people started to keep trying to kill him and stuff, then he went a bit south and he went a bit left, if as Born Rich likes to say. But before that, like you said, I think Tupac was kind of like, he was showing love to a lot of the industry, like regardless of where you was at.
Of course.
Things went a bit left.
Now I will say this though. Now a lot of Southern artists didn't collaborate with Tupac until he got to the West Coast.
Wow.
When he got to the West Coast, you had Master P going up there from New Orleans, and a lot of the Texas rappers was making their way to California to do music with Pac. So where I come from in the South, Yeah, the South artists didn't start collaborating with them. But like I said, I had an older sister, and she loved Tupac. And this is before. By the time Tupac went to jail and got out, I was old enough to buy my own music. I was pretty much, but I was, even if I wasn't buying it myself, I was buying CDs because I remember I had fucking All Eyes on Me CD.
Yeah, you had to have that. Anyone who didn't have that, you missed that.
Yeah. So I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Now, the music was really, really good when Pac got out of jail, but I can't underestimate the music he made before he went to jail. I cannot. I can't.
Real talk.
I think the productions got better though. That's what I feel like. I feel like when he went to Death Row, the productions are better. But then, like, come on, you had access to Dre, and you know, certain like people knew him now, wasn't it? He was more famous, so that
Yeah, you're right. And I think Whack 100 is kind of right, man. The Israelite brothers kind of showing his age when he makes a statement saying Pac wasn't nice until he got out of jail. It's like, yeah, brother, you're showing your age right there. You have to be young. You had to be little. I know your brother was probably young. Shit, I was, when Pac died, I was like 12, 13.
Yeah.
I was young as hell when Tupac died. So the Israelite brother was probably about 7 or 8 years old when Tupac died. But all right, I'll play a little bit more. Because like I said, it's on. You can hear Whack 100. He's heating up.
I admit some of my brothers can be ignorant born, but you know what? Like that's just a lack of education in this case, I think. But I want to hear the rest.
All right, here we go.
Me against the world?
Hey, bro.
Strictly for my niggas was
how old are you, bro? Exactly. How old are you?
You're a bozo for saying that shit.
Yo, how old are you, bro?
That's irrelevant.
No, it is. No, it ain't. Young
is.
punks say that when they scared to put it out there. Because you're probably 30. Pac been dead 20. Pac been dead 27 years. That means your opinion don't even count.
That's cool, but we talking about it now. It counts.
It don't
so
count.
much.
You don't know.
I'm gonna tell you how
That's
much.
like me talking to my daddy about BB.
Yo, my opinion counts so much that you riled up right now.
It don't even count.
That's how much it counts. It counts so much that you going back and forth with me. That's how much it matters.
Is this dude one of is you an Israelite group?
Am I an Israelite? Absolutely.
Man,
I'm Captain Katazaz. It's nice to meet you.
It's a bad representation, bro. I thought you niggas talk with something.
Because of hip hop? Nah, because I'm gonna tell you like this, right?
No, the fact that
I'll tell you
the fact that you just said you a
I'll tell
troll.
you
But look, I want to see who I'm talking to. No,
I didn't say I was a
the
troll,
fact
but
that you just said you're a troll.
I'm gonna say that I have an opinion, right? I have an opinion.
No, bro, but since
that'll
you trolling,
definitely piss people off, right?
okay, who was that I'm talking to?
And I'm telling you,
Who am I talking to?
I'm talking to Captain Katazaz.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. Captain, you the white boy?
The white boy? Are you crazy?
You the white boy?
You are big white boy. I'm trying to tell you what, you crazy.
This is the white boy. You the white boy, nigga.
Oh, I got you.
I see the picture of your cracker. You the white boy.
That's a play.
You are not
and
black.
You know what? And
And
that don't change the fact.
You're a white boy, bro.
Nobody.
You're a white boy. I don't even know how they accept you. You must be paying. You are white.
They accept me because I'm on Puerto Rican.
You are
they accept me because I go hard for my people.
You are fake ass. You not black, nigga. You're not black. You're Edomite.
What's the matter with you? Ain't taking medicine today?
No, it's real shit.
You
I've
ain't
been
taking
waiting to
medicine?
run on you. Niggas sent me a picture of you.
That boy
I said,
off
this
his
is the white boy.
That's hilarious.
No, you white.
But you know what's man funny? You love white people.
Hold on, send me that. I love all.
You exactly. Bless your Christian heart.
How you hate your?
Now, Wax called him a white boy. No disrespect to my Israelite brothers or the ISUPK brothers, but I thought he was a white guy when I first saw him too. Freaked me out. You see this? I thought he was white.
What is it?
The Israelite brother. So on the screen, he's the guy with the blue hat on.
Yeah, he looks mixed to me. I'll be honest. I got a bunch of looks like that, and he's got the blackest of the legs.
You know, they believe you come from the seed of your father. His father is Puerto Rican and his mother is white.
Oh, that nigga white.
So he's saying he's an Israelite because his father would be considered an Israelite.
A Spanish and a white person. That's two white people that that had a kid. That nigga white.
Yeah, but the
Like
Israelites
Cardi
say
B. Like Cardi B, she white.
the Israelites says who is it? The blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are
And them
Israelites.
niggas don't know what they talking about, man.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that, man.
Do you believe that,
Niggas,
Kel?
man, them niggas just as
Um,
lost as them niggas just
I
as
do
lost them bean
believe
pie eating niggas, man.
I do believe some of us, right, are Israelites. I do believe in that. But the problem is when when people want to separate themselves from the continent, you know what I mean? This is where it gets problematic. But I mean, you know, we as a people, we come in all different skin textures, don't we? Phenotypes.
Yeah.
So I understand that the Afro Puerto Ricans, they're our brothers and sisters.
I ain't never
The
heard of no
ones who
shit
are
like
not
that.
African, because they're very they're very unsynchronized, aren't they? You know, the Afro Latinos towards the Latinos towards the Afro Latinos.
Yeah.
We in the UK, we've seen it. You know, it's very unethical. So I can understand there has to be a line drawn between Afro Latino and Latinos. And so if he's saying he's a Puerto Rican, you know, and he's Israelite and he's on code, and according to the scriptures that he's, you know, on code, then what can we say?
Shit.
He's West
I
Indian,
don't
man.
trust no nigga like that.
Right.
And nigga, I don't trust no niggas. I don't trust that little group of them niggas. No way. Any nigga running around here in this country, talking about he don't carry no heat around with him. He a goddamn fool. I can't listen to him. Them niggas run around here. They want to be disarmed. Run around here with shields and shit, man. They like it ain't 2023. Man, they ain't. You can't
Man,
trust
Black
niggas
Peace,
like
you
that,
better
man.
not play. You better not play with them brothers, man. Them brothers is
Man, what they gonna do? Throw a shield at me? Man, they'll get gunned down. Come on, man. Everybody studying no niggas who living
You
in the
know, we see
19th
them
century.
brothers on them
Come on,
street corners, man. They
yeah,
not gonna play
yelling.
with you.
They yelling. Get what they do when the white boy pull up. They get. Man, I ain't trying to hear nothing.
They do what, Black
Them
Peace? You
niggas
breaking
ain't
up.
talking about nothing. They ain't got no. They don't got no arms, man. They ain't got no arms, man. They standing out there with a book. That ain't gonna help you when it crack off, man.
Black Peace. I can't vouch for that. I can't.
can't-
brother.
Tell me how
I've
that's
been
gonna
with
help
them.
you when the war crack off. A book.
Yeah, I've been with them before, not on the corners, but you know, I go and interview them, and yeah, man, they certified, bro. They got the license. They got the proper licensing.
Yo, my brother,
I just say
BPM.
that, Black Peace.
You sound like you trying to be me.
I don't know what that means.
I'm a straight up genius.
Yeah, man. Big up, man. Big up. Big up,
I
man.
don't fuck with them. They can have maybe one or two of them might got a license, but we talking about the group as a whole. Them niggas ain't. That's just like them Islam, the nation. Them niggas suicidal running around here with no gun. At this particular time in history,
Do you
them
think
niggas
any
crazy.
of what they're doing is necessary?
Say what?
Do you think any of what these Israelite brothers is doing is necessary?
No.
Because I think there's a necessity for black people to have an uprising in the sense of, you know, being beaten down in society for generations upon generations. I think there is definitely a necessity for an uprising and for us to take some pride in who we are, in ourselves. I think maybe some of the Israelite brothers take it a step beyond that. I'm not going to lie for them. I'm not going to, you know, sit here and defend the indefensible. But I think there may be a necessity for these movements.
When it's wartime and you teaching people not to have what you need to go to war, how the uprising gonna happen?
Well, this is the thing. When you say that now, yeah, you have to understand there's many denominations.
To go to war, right?
No, but brother, 1 second. There are many different denominations of Israelites. Yeah. So the one you're listening to may have a different standpoint to the one that is more like yourself. Does that make sense?
But I'll say this, yeah, Black Peace. I'll say this, especially these brothers, the Israelite brothers we listening to on this recording, the ISUPK. I don't think they speak against guns. I don't.
Which
like
ones
I said,
is
bro.
these them New York niggas?
Yeah, but you know they got a branch here. The brothers that I go sit with and chop it up with, and yeah, man, they don't speak against guns.
The ones from down south, they gonna be different.
Yeah.
It is a bit
we grew
strange
up
because
different
when
down.
you read because when you read the scriptures, right, when you talk like when you're referring to Joshua, Moses, and David and Solomon, they understood military science when they were going against like the Amalekites and the Canaanites and that. So to not believe in military science, even though historically their ancestors practiced that, I would question that. And say to myself, what is the government trying to push them away from? Because it is part of their nation to have military science, man.
Yeah. And it's our right. It's our Second Amendment right to you can legally have a firearm. And
even if it wasn't, it's in your best interest. It's in your best interest. If it wasn't, it's still in your best interest to do something like that.
I agree with that. I definitely agree.
You really
with
don't
that.
need. You don't really need somebody to
that.
tell you whether or not you can protect your own life. That's crazy. You should do that anyway.
I'm inclined to agree with you, brother, because I think even in language is a way of waging war. So even in language, even when we get to certain parts and orifices of language, like when we get to law, now we fight in a war. Now you pointing fingers and I'm pointing fingers back, and our fingers become like cannons. They become like guns. And if I'm aiming too many guns back at you, that's the point where maybe you won't back down. Because if I got too many guns over here, you might end up dead, and your guns might not have no effect.
That's true, man. Because
if you got a bomb, it will.
Verbal political science is important, man. Knowing how to dialogue, knowing how to dominate the conversation.
That's
right. And then afterwards, man, it's important. Yeah, man.
I don't trust. Me personally, I don't trust them niggas at all. I just don't trust niggas. I say this, I don't trust whatever group who claim to be representing them. How about
you breaking up, Black Peace? You don't trust what? Damn, I think the brother.
I was saying I don't really trust the ones. Whichever I done heard a little group of them say some weird shit, and that's who I'm talking about. Then how about that? I don't know nothing about them New York niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about the New York niggas.
You see what you said there, brother, yeah? I think there was a guy earlier, Black Jesus Minister, I don't know if you heard of him, but we was talking with him earlier on a different channel, but I think this brother's kind of got it. He's hit the nail on the head. There are parts of what they're doing that is not accurate. They're not being accurate with their Bible. And to that effect, I'd agree with you and say, you know what, some of that, it turns into nonsense then. If you're not going to adhere to the very thing that you're making everyone else have to take notice of, then it doesn't really make sense. But for the ones who do adhere, there's going to have to be some change to some of that rhetoric, because the Bible don't promote racism, for one. It don't do that. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But what the Bible does do, it makes it clear who people are and what different people, sets and groups of people stand for. So in that regard, I think that, we as Black people, we have to take more credence from, what it's telling us about ourselves. That's what I believe we have to do.
Now, well, I don't know if the Bible promotes racism or not, but we know that hate is spoken about in the scriptures.
100%. Like he said, God hated Esau and all of that.
If we say Jacob I have loved and Esau I have hated, and then we say Esau is the white people, is that
but that would be wrong. No, that would be wrong. You see, this is another thing now where we're just being silly. Brother, if you and your brother come from the same mother and father, is it possible your brother can be a white man? Is that even possible?
Hell no, that ain't possible.
Yeah, I don't believe that Esau was white. I believe he was more of I would say, a light-skinned black man.
Possibly.
You know what I mean?
Possibly,
but not white. Yeah,
not white, bro. That don't make no sense.
Hey, when I hear that right there, when I hear them niggas say that, I immediately think of that Yakub bullshit. Them bean pie eating niggas would be talking about.
But remember, the Bible tells us who the white people are. Yeah, when it speaks about Romans, when it speaks about the Gentile Jews, when it speaks about Gentiles in general, because there are many Gentile peoples. Yeah, like the Edomite, X, Y, Z. So if you want to go into that and say, you know what, that seems to be white people, or the descendants of Japhet, I'd always agree with you. But when we get to Esau, it's like, we got to adhere to our Bible. I can't just listen to what you're saying no more. We've got to adhere to the Bible. And the Bible says Esau and Jacob are brothers from the same mother, same father. Yeah. It wasn't like with Noah, where the Most High said that Noah's seed will be, split into different, like they were literally split into different nations. If you look at it like that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Shiffer, real quick, Shiffer. So you remember the Israelite brother that I called on the phone the last time that you was on the panel, Shiffer? He's been calling me and he wants to do something, a little bit more structured. So what would you like for him to break down for the next time I can get him to join the panel?
I tell you what, if he thinks he could prove me wrong on this Jacob and Esau thing, I'd be happy to have the debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But I will warn the brother, like, we can do the bloodlines, we can do the family tree. All of this information is out there, it's widely known. Like this scholarship is widely known. So when I'm talking about people like Japhet and I'm talking about the descendants of Japhet, these are things that are provable. Even the names that certain
I want them
nations,
niggas to
certain
break
people
down
are
why they be
saying.
yelling.
What, when they say that's
I've
right?
I've heard them speak about that. The scripture says something loud as a trumpet or something, Shiffer. Am I right?
Yeah.
But I want to know why them niggas yelling. We ain't talking.
But they're gonna go to the Bible, Black Peace. Any question you ask them, they're gonna go to the Bible, and that's gonna say that's why they yell.
It means they don't know the answer for themselves. Then we asking them. They talking about everything.
I don't know, brother. You'll have to.
Your brother Black. Your brother, was it Black? What's his name?
Black Peace.
Black Peace. I'm gonna say this, brother. Within every establishment, within every religion, within every nation of people on this planet, you're gonna find good and bad. So if you telling me you see some bad in some of the Israelite community, I'd say to you, I ain't surprised, because you're gonna find that everywhere. Remember, we was the man that was talking about Nation of Islam earlier. Let me get this right. Yeah. But the Nation of Islam could still have their name tarnished with the murder of Malcolm X. And I can't say I definitely know that they did it, but there were definitely assassination attempts plotted from within the Nation of Islam. So once we can get into that, then there's no organization on planet Earth. There is no establishment. There's no group. There's nothing that is perfect, bro. So we shouldn't expect our Israelite brothers to be perfect neither.
Black Peace, he's on to something, Black Peace. Is that the reason you hate the NOI? You still ain't forgave them for Malcolm?
Nah. Them niggas just some hoe ass niggas. That's simple.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It's just a whole lot of hoe ass activities that went on throughout history. It ain't no one particular event. It's a whole series of events that went on with different people, even people who unnamed, small names that was inside their circle. You know what I'm saying? Inside they major circles back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just the Malcolm
Brother,
thing.
did any good?
Hell, I wouldn't even, shit. I wouldn't even
Do you
thought
see
of.
any good that came from the Nation of Islam? Though?
Nah,
Did
ain't
they
shit
do any
good came from them niggas, man. Nothing. Not one
So
thing.
you
I
don't
can't
see
think of
Malcolm X as being good.
one thing, man.
You don't see Malcolm as something good coming from the
He
nation.
didn't come from them. He came from his mama. Hell, you talking about?
But he got a lot of his morals from the nation.
Nope. Wrong. Because if he did, they wouldn't have put him out for them same morals.
If he didn't go to the Nation of Islam, would his name be Malcolm X or would his name be something else?
His name probably be whatever his mama named him.
Thank you. So he did come out of the Nation of Islam, brother. Something good came out
So
of
if
it.
they did, then when he said what they taught him, why they put him out?
No, the only reason
if they believed and they stood on what they stood on.
Yeah.
According to what Elijah Poole was teaching them, right?
Yeah, brother. I'll be honest with you.
According to what Elijah Poole was teaching them.
Can I say one thing, brother, quickly?
If he was reading off,
brother, I believe more good.
Hold on. Shit, for real quick, shit. Black P, come on, bro. That's Elijah Muhammad, man. Why you come on?
Elijah Poole.
Let's not play games with names, brother. Listen, I believe more good has come out of the Nation of Islam than just Malcolm
if they
X.
stood on business about what they believed in, what they believed in,
Yeah.
we wouldn't even have this conversation. But them
No,
niggas
brother.
don't stand on business
Brother,
because they
100.
didn't
I
only
can hear
turn
your
on
anger.
him,
Brother, I can hear
turned
your
on
anger.
a
But
whole
this is
lot of their
why,
members.
brother, this is why I'm trying to reason with you on a level that I know you understand. Because from what Bourne Richard said,
Man, it ain't gonna never be no reason with them bust
listen, hear
ass.
me out, hear me out.
Man. It ain't
Malcolm
gonna
X
never
is
happen.
something that you see Malcolm X as someone and something good for this world, right?
Nah, I heard some good messages come from him. That's what I heard.
So you heard
That's it.
something good come from Malcolm X. So
I
either
like
way, you
messages,
see
yeah.
some good
Some of
coming
the
from
messages, yeah. That's it.
some good coming from Malcolm Little or Malcolm X, whatever name you want to go by. Yeah. Now the fact of the matter is this,
Yeah, whatever
brother.
you want to call it.
The moment you can see some good coming out of that brother, the goodness that you saw coming out of him, he was gathering and garnishing from the Nation of Islam. So to some extent, you're seeing some good come out of it, but
If that
it's
was
like
the
you're
case,
failing to be able to admit it.
but if that was true, then he wouldn't have been. If that was based off of what they taught, they wouldn't even have parted ways with each other, right? Because based off of what they taught, because that's what he was teaching, right? According to what you just
Well,
said,
he
right?
tried to
You
expand. He
saying
tried to
everything he said
expand on what they
came from
taught.
them, right?
Well, what
And you
he
saying
said
that?
did
You
come
saying
from them,
everything he came from them? So
brother.
if that's
Listen,
the
what
case,
he
then
said came from
what
them, and
happened
he
wouldn't have
tried
happened.
to
That means that he
expand
didn't
his
even stand on
horizons.
their own word, right?
No, brother, listen. He tried to expand
Say
his
what?
horizons. And this is what Malcolm Little did. He tried to expand his horizons and he tried to make additions. It's almost like it's almost like what Black Jesus Minister was saying earlier with Jesus with the Bible. People are saying, well, can Jesus make additions to the Bible? Can he change the law? And he said, yeah, he can. He can make additions. He can change the law. With Malcolm Little, he weren't given that same authority. So, some people frowned against what he was doing, which I would say is inevitable. It's not even something I turn up my nose against because I know people are going to do that. If we're all part of a
That's
group
like
and
saying
we've all made a
that's like saying
decision
they'll
and
be
an
mad
agreement
at
on
Eugene
something.
Wilcott then.
Yeah, but brother, if we made an agreement on something, yeah, let's say we agreed that I'm going to buy the house that you're going to live in, yeah, and you need this house, you need somewhere to live. Then I tried to renegotiate and say, no, I can't pay for it no more. You got to find half the money. But I knew you never had half the money to begin with. Now we might have a problem. And this is what I'm saying to you. Like, I'm not surprised when a man tries to renegotiate the deal that people got angry. I'm not surprised at that. But the thing that I would definitely say about Malcolm X is that the way he was trying to expand, I didn't see the problem myself. But for the people who he was renegotiating the deal with, I can't speak for them. I can only speak for myself. I'm not part of the Nation of Islam. So who am I to
Let
really
me ask you a question.
tell
If
them?
somebody if the whole teaching was the white man the devil, and then he spoke against the devil, and then the nigga turned on him for the devil, what's honorable about that? I want to know. I still haven't got an answer to that question from none of these niggas.
I'll be honest with you.
If they taught that day in and day out, that the white man the devil, right?
You
and
say
when
they
he got
turned
up
on
there
him
and
for the
spoke
devil.
that same truth that they taught him, that he
Yeah.
needed to spread across the country, right? That's what
Yeah.
they told him, right?
That's not what they told
And
him,
then
no.
when that's what Elijah taught. That's what his
No.
book say. I done read it.
No. That's not
Yep.
what they told him. What they told Malcolm, yeah,
And
is
then
that
when the
they
white
wanted
man
him.
died, Kennedy, what happened?
Yeah, they wanted Malcolm to slow down. They didn't necessarily want Malcolm to not be teaching what he's teaching, but he wasn't supposed to be sharing
Them
this
niggas vicious,
information with
man.
the world yet. That's what it was more about. It was more about him sharing the information outside of the nation more than it was what he was
They
doing.
did a documentary before Kennedy died with a white man. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, they did want him in the public eye.
They did a
didn't want it.
documentary that hate.
They tried
With
to
that
stop it
white
from
man
speaking publicly. That's what they tried to do,
from
bro.
ABC. They did that. They had the white in there with cameras before Kennedy
Exactly.
died. What you talking about?
Exactly.
That was before the world.
Exactly.
That was on prime time television.
And I'm agreeing with you, brother, but that's the whole point I'm making. They didn't want him on primetime
Well, you
television
saying
speaking.
they didn't want it out, but they put it on primetime TV. And then when he said it, what happened? What happened? That's what I'm saying. See, them niggas ain't
You
who they
said,
say they
brother,
was. That's the only problem I got with them niggas, really. They didn't stand on their business. I can respect a nigga whether I believe they wrong or right if they stand on their business. It don't matter if I think it's right or wrong. That's their opinion. I ain't tripping. My thing is stand on it. That's it.
I don't know why.
Stand
Yeah,
on
I
that
like
shit, man.
everything
If you
you're
say
saying
what you
because
you saying, stand on that. That same thing with Eugene Wilcott. That
look,
nigga, Mark, man, he done went back on every piece of teaching that Elijah Poole done taught him.
I
That
hear you.
nigga's a buster.
I hear you.
You can't stand up here for 40, 50 years and say all this same shit that you say you believe in, then you get on TV and you standing in here with some Scientology niggas. Come on, man. I can't respect that.
Brother, I hear you, and you know what? I like what you're saying even more because you got that accent. I don't know, it might be a Charleston way, but brother, like you seeing us having opposing opinions, it doesn't make either one of us right. It just means there's a middle ground to find here, and there's information to be absolutely revealed and shared. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And once that information is revealed and shared, then we'll know the true situation and the true position that Malcolm X was taking.
What's them 3 letters mean on the back of your name?
Say that again.
Yes. Peace,
what
love,
them 3
and
letters
cosmic
mean
darkness.
on the back of your name?
Yo, excuse me.
The
Peace,
3
love,
letters on the back of
cosmic
my
darkness.
Yeah,
To the
them 3
family
letters.
inside the building.
Oh, the 3 letters. That means bars like me, man. That means bars like me.
I thought that was something else.
I knew that was gonna get someone's attention. That's why I put it there.
I thought that was something else. I thought you was one of them
Oh no, check me out on the Instagram. I got a new single. It's gonna be launching on the 24th of this month. It's called Bars Like Me. You know, we hijacking this BLM
What, you a rapper?
acronym. Yeah, I'm a rapper still, and I'm hijacking this BLM acronym because they don't stand for
Where
nothing.
you from?
I'm from London, brother.
Oh man.
Oh, but you're hijacking something that saw us, mate. Yeah.
Brother, I'm hijacking that acronym. Yeah, those 3 letters to give it something with meaning. Bars like me, brother. Because if you got bars like me, that means you got real bars. Like you on Nas levels if you barring like me. I'm gonna give you all the ratings. You like that one,
yeah, no. But yeah, anyway, but look, on that subject, that's just my opinion about them, man. Everybody can have their own. I know I don't fuck with them though, but it is what it is. People can do what they want. I just know they can't be nowhere near me, in no capacity. I don't share my space with them kind of people. But that's that's just me though.
So what do you adhere to? Do you follow anything? Do you adhere to
I follow
nothing?
me and what my family supposed to be doing and taking care of my family. That's it. I don't give a fuck about none of that other shit.
Do you read the Bible? Talk to me.
I read what I need to read to teach me how to make money at work. That's what I do.
I hear you.
So the instructions on the goddamn paper to teach me how to put shit
big
together.
up, man.
What
Big
I
up.
read.
Wait 1 second. Just give me a second, please, brother. I'm saying, who's DC Birdman?
Brother, are you gonna do this now? Really? You gonna do this now?
No, I'm saying, are you connect? Do you know someone called Birdman? You know what I'm saying? Because he sounds a little bit like Birdman, but
never heard of him.
Yeah, you know, because
we
when I
never
find
heard of him.
Yeah, we don't know what you're talking about, man. We confused.
What the fuck of a bird, man?
Okay, now do you know have you seen Breakfast?
Like a comic book.
You know
I
the
know
Breakfast
about
Club.
Dogman. I don't know about Birdman.
He's like, put some
That's a bit
respect on
fruity.
my name. You better respect my name.
But Kingo, let's try to keep the conversation where it was at, Kingo. Don't really
Yeah,
want
big up Kingo.
No,
big
I'm
up
just
Kingo,
saying.
though.
I'm
Oh,
just
you
sorry.
talking about the rapper Bird, man?
Yeah, that's right. You know when he went to Breakfast Club.
Born, right?
He went to
I was gonna say Brother Born.
What's up,
What I got from the video, is that how do we stay on code when it comes to debating? For example, the Hebrew Israelite brother, he said some comments, because there are going to be times where we're going to say things or we're going to disagree with our debate, but it's how do we stick without being personal? Is that what I'm getting from the show, brother?
Yeah,
or
let
is
me
it
play a little bit more. Let me play a little bit
that.
more. And I guess when it reaches the crescendo, then I'll pause it and then we will break that down, Kel. Because I got something I want to say about that too. Something that our brother Neely Fuller teaches us too. So I want to play some of this.
There's only one way to find common ground, guys. We gotta just find it. We gotta seek it first. So I definitely agree with what Brother Kel said. It's about the delivery and it's about the way we interact with each other. Because like the way I interact with you brothers might be different to how I interact with other brothers or sisters or nations or different people groups, X, Y, Z. So it's all about that interaction.
I hear you, King, man. That's why, for example, when you look at Solomon, David, You know what I mean? They were taught the wisdom. You understand? So the wisdom is what putting things in its place. And I believe as a people, we're not gonna like things said about us, but we have to focus our dopamines on the goal, getting the message. It's not nice being attacked, your character. It's not nice people saying certain things, but is your ego or your feelings more important than the message?
That's right.
And we have to focus on that there. You know what I mean? We have to focus.
Brother,
And this
you
is
see
where I
what you
believe,
said there?
yeah.
Oh my gosh. You see earlier on there, people were telling me I'm caping for Black Jesus, but Black Jesus talks that shit. And it's like it's like when someone took the words out of your mouth. Because brother, not being funny, like but for the longest time, I hear people talking about this Abrahamic, this Abrahamic, that. What Black Jesus today did, what he did, he woke up the minds of certain people. Because what we're talking about is Melchizedek. We ain't talking about Abraham. Because Abraham's the lesser. Huh. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I'm being
It's
honest
the way
with
you
brother,
learn something. It's not just what you're learning. It's the delivery. It's the way you're taught it.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
The way the inception of that information into your mind. It's all of that.
And that's why I understand when it comes to the brother Black Peace, he seems to, all due respect to him, not understand that Malcolm X, brilliant man, but his delivery sometimes in certain situation, why I understand why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad advised him, there's a man that's passed away. We understand the word the devil, but to say things that are not synchronized with the message may cause problems for our message. You understand? So I get why he was you know, censored, etc. But you know, we have to give props to those who know how to articulate in times where they need to without causing confusion and
Can I be honest?
misconception.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
Can I be honest? I heard. Listen, I want to be honest with you. Earlier on, when I heard honorable minister, I forgot his name now, Black Jesus. He
You forgot that name, yeah. Really? Get out of here, Kingo, man.
Listen, family. It was like he was doing a sermon, and Jupiter was playing solitaire while she was half drunk and half naked on a bed. And I was like, why are you giving a sermon to a woman who's not even listening to you? And it's not, you know, that was the only thing that I thought, all right, that's a bit out of place. It's a bit corny. You know, he looked stupid for doing it, but like, give him his due. No, well, not. I don't think like give him his due. Yeah, like, he's gonna spit with passion wherever he is, isn't it? But man, I just think, yeah, I don't know, man. He was getting very irate. I think they all get like that, man. I don't know if that's.
I don't think he was getting irate at all. I think Black Jesus handled that whole situation today quite well. Because when someone's just saying ridiculous things and you're actually trying to have a serious conversation, I know exactly how frustrating that can be. I've been there many times, and I ain't got that kind of cool. I'm gonna tell them about themselves. You know me. So I think Black Jesus did it impeccably. And, you know,
no, he was good, man. He was entertaining, bro. Like, I'm not
he was very good, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take anything away from that.
Yeah, no, it was funny. It was funny. It was actually good, and every time he comes on, I get the same vibe about him. Like I want to listen for some reason, but
but he got that trophy for a reason. He didn't play that video with that trophy for no reason.
Hey, that person got a channel or something. Who is the person y'all talking about?
Minister Black Jesus.
He got a channel or something.
Yeah, look him up, man. Black Jesus Minister, look him up, man.
I'm gonna look that shit up when I get up off here.
He's good stuff.
Check that out.
Yeah, he's good. You know what I got from him though, a Kingo, speaking through Jupiter to the public.
Who the hell is Jupiter?
It's basically we're speaking about the way Hebrew Israelites just basically preach to anybody, right? They preach to white people, they preach anywhere, and we can understand. Like you can only pay homage to like their energy, right? Because you know they're at least they're on code, you know, and we're talking about people being on code. And in the UK, I don't think we have the same problems that the US face. You know what I mean? But BPS, you'd probably agree with that, right? That it's a different type of setting. So
a different type of what?
It's a different type of system, right? Like the system out there is the police and all the rest of it. So
Well, it's both the system of
I mean, I guess I don't know. I ain't never been where you at.
Hold on, Kingo. We got your question. We heard it. Let us answer. We both are under the system of white supremacy.
That's right.
So now, what do you want? I guess, do you guys want light white supremacy or heavy white supremacy? I guess that's like the only way to compare it. I guess you're trying to say like the UK has light white supremacy.
How about none of the above?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The
So
white,
I don't know.
listen, the white supremacy
this
in
is-
America is retarded. It's just like on.
I think y'all might got a little worse.
Yeah, but a Kingo, remember the police, what they do, you know, especially in the police.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. That's debatable.
Police tweet and that they strangle us, you know, Kingo. Trust me, man. You know what I mean? The police out over here. I mean,
y'all niggas unarmed.
Take for me, for example, in that, right? Growing up, there's loads of gun ranges in the UK. For example, in Birmingham, you got one in Saltley, right? And you got other ones. Now, if we was allowed to bear arms in the UK,
got one in the whole damn place, just one.
No, not just one. I said we got many, but I was just using the one that I used to go to. But what I was saying is that if we were allowed to bear arms in UK, I would definitely strap myself up because I don't trust the police or nobody.
You can, though,
like that
if you
anyway.
want to.
So yeah, but in the UK you have to be licensed and you can use it when you go into certain gun ranges. That's cool. But if I was in America and I would definitely strap myself up. Definitely, I'll be strapping myself up.
Come down south, man. That's what we roam. Wild.
You know the thing is though.
Wild west.
And you know what's funny, real quick, Shifo, and then I got you. You know what I think? Like, because I know the UK brothers tell me that London, and you know, is like similar to New York. But I think, like, from talking to my UK brothers, Black Peace, I think they would do well in the South. I think they would actually like the South. I mean,
I'm saying that's why I told them to come here.
So right now they probably think it's just a bunch of hillbillies in the South, but
it sounds like there's money out there to make, bro. It sounds like there's money. There's money to be made out there, bro.
Some of the most gangsters part of motherfucking US is in the South. Ain't nowhere else got shit on us, man.
And like Schiffer, and they say you Schiffer, like you live in the country, like you perfect for down south. You come chill, you know what I mean? Live in the country, you can travel to the city if you want a little faster pace. But
we take guns everywhere we go down this motherfucker. Everywhere.
We respect the South because a lot of revolutionary things happen down there, you know, and we forget that a lot of you know, I mean, Martin Luther King, Alabama, I love his political science. People don't understand. He's very aggressive in Alabama. So he had to use, and this speaks to what we're going through, Brother Born, on this show. He had to use a different way of political science.
Yeah, he was smart till he got to that point.
Too aggressive, right? Because the ICE people around there, the lynching was severe. Whereas, Malcolm, he could talk that talk. So learning the strategies I had to dialogue with one another is very important, man. Very, very important.
You hey, let me give you a reference point. Then you should go look up a guy named Robert Williams then, because he was down south in Alabama and Mississippi and he was shooting at people while Martin Luther King then was getting their ass whooped. So
oh man, then
I can imagine he was.
And you know, Black Peace, you know, don't sleep on the deacons of defense.
That's right. Who he is.
All of that. Yeah.
That's who he is. That's who he is. He founded that.
He founded the Deacons of Defense.
Yeah, he one of the founders. He one of the top leaders. Yeah, he's one of the
founders. Where you man are taking it to, yeah. Can I say something deep? I want to say something real deep, yeah, but I'm gonna be careful as well at the same time because I know I'm on your channel and like. So what I'm saying is, like, let's say hypothetically, yeah, someone like Malcolm Little or, you know, the Deacons of Defense or certain particular people who had to be assassinated, they had to go. Maybe they just got their hands on the wrong information. Because let's say, hypothetically, all the things we think we can't do, we can do. Yeah. And we could lawfully do it too. Yeah. Where we would be untouchable. Let's say, hypothetically, that's a thing, that's an option. If someone was able to enact, you know, that type of mindset within our people group, that would be a dangerous and like, oh my God. I don't.
Yeah, that would be. But getting your ass whooped don't end the equation, though.
When you say that, though, this is the thing now, yeah? Not so much. Yeah, because we have to look at history, and history has a tendency to repeat itself. And this is why certain people, what they do is they live their lives in fear. Yeah, certain people literally live their lives in fear. Why do you think they're surrounded by guards and surrounded by gunmen, security, X, Y, Z? Because they live their life in fear, because history has a habit of
Wait,
repeating
can I just
itself.
say something? Just
That's
quickly,
right.
but Chi Town and at that and places like Georgia is like, wouldn't you live in fear if you live in places like that?
But I don't think you know what I'm talking about. But for those that
What do you
know,
say?
either
What do you
chat
say
this
about
where
Chi-Town? What?
Like Chi-Town, like places like in America, yeah, like Chi-Town, Georgia. I've heard Georgia's bad, yeah. And if you think about it, like you talk about these rappers getting top.
You said you heard Georgia was bad. You must ain't never been to Tennessee.
Tennessee, Tennessee. I've heard about Tennessee. So if you see me talking about these rappers getting topped and assassinated, no, I put that down to the lay of the land and how people.
I'm not talking about rappers, Kingo. Kingo. We're not talking about rappers.
Yeah, fuck them silly ass rappers, man.
So I'm saying that
brother, no one's talking about rappers.
So people from like the age of.
No, we're talking about people like Malcolm X.
People from that age of 14 to anywhere up to 40 again. Like it's lucky if you make it past that time, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe what you're talking about, Shiva, about like political like people.
Yeah, I think that even what you're saying there, yeah, you'd be more lucky. You'd be more likely to get murdered before a certain age if you live in Venezuela than if you live in America or where, I don't know, man. There's worse countries in it. That's what I'm gonna say. But the point we're trying to make it can go is
we were initially comparing. No, we were initially comparing the UK to America. So that's why
no. We're not comparing. We weren't doing that. What we're doing is
you're doing what about it. You're doing what about it.
We're talking about Malcolm X, yeah? We're talking about Malcolm X. And, you know, people like, I was just referencing people like Malcolm X, you know, these guys who end up getting assassinated. Maybe they got their hands on the wrong information. And maybe with that wrong information, people can become too powerful. Because, like, sometimes, when I was growing up here, I used to take words for granted. But the older I've got, the more wiser I've got with my words, because I understand the power of words and the power and how much power they garnish. And once I started to understand it, what I believe to be fully, I believe them to be the most powerful weapon on the planet, the most powerful tool in anybody's box. Yeah. Now, once I understood that, it's almost like people have been herded like sheep into thinking certain ways, talking certain ways, using certain types of wording. When a person steps outside of that box, we tend to start saying they're being political, but maybe they're just being a real person. Maybe they're just being a whole person. Maybe we ain't whole people until we get like that. Who knows? But I'm gonna leave it there.
Do you ever want that
because I don't want to go too deep. Like I said, like, I'm gonna keep it there.
Want that burden of power, Shifa?
So you said when people start thinking outside the box, you said what?
That's when you truly become powerful. That's when you truly become the full person that you're supposed to be. Because we're just a citizen, remember? You're just a citizen. You're supposed to think how you think. You're supposed to follow certain rules and regulations. That don't mean that is that's not God's law. That's not God's rules. That's not God's regulations.
You better stop studying Atlantis then, bro. You might come across something that.
Where I'm coming from. So what you're following is just what someone wants you to follow. This is where someone's pushing you. This is where they're herding you to. Who? That's the question.
Ain't everything that somebody following what somebody wants to follow because you got taught it, right?
Well, I'd say that there's certain families.
And everybody get taught something, right?
Listen, there's certain families on this planet who control the planet by means of certain jobs, certain information, certain titles, roles, X, Y, Z.
What's their name?
I said families. There's more than one name. So you know, I'm not going to sit here and name out all the names.
Right?
I ain't gonna name out all the names, but I'm gonna say to you, certain particular families.
You can name out 2 of them. Give me 2 of them.
Listen. I'll go better than that. I'll go better than naming 2 of them. I won't give you some information that's gonna be better than me just naming some of them. Yeah, and this is what I'm gonna give you.
You can give me the name, and then I can go find out the rest of the information.
No, hear me out. This is what I'm gonna say to you. I'm gonna say within certain industries, if you could be quiet for a second, Kingo. Respectfully, within certain industries, like the law industry.
Naming them, but
Brother,
you
brother,
heard me naming them.
respectfully.
You just
I know,
carried on speaking.
respectfully, please, respectfully.
But he asked
1 second,
everybody a
brother.
question,
Please,
and
brother, respectfully.
I answered the question, my bro.
What's
My
going
bro.
on there?
Left hand cold from there. Left hand cold from there.
This brother's natural. Yeah, so brother, respectfully, let me just finish and you can
All right,
go.
go ahead, man. Go ahead. I know you want the floor. Go on. If you got something static.
I don't know if you're trying to confuse my conversation, but it won't work. So what I was saying to you, brother, if you look into certain fields, like for instance, I'll give you one for free. This one is law. Yeah. So if you look into certain things like law, you'll start to realize that certain particular families, it's almost like they own these industries, bro. That's why they've always been at the top of it. And once you start to understand things in that particular way, then you can start to see the manipulation. You can start to see how thinking outside of the box might get a motherfucker killed at you. You feel where I'm going with this now?
Yeah. Because a lot of the time we forget that Malcolm X has always been watched. Malcolm X, his parents, the Littles, were part of the Garvey movement. And unfortunately in the South, they killed his father. So he has always had those political views. When you understand...
they ain't kill his father in the South. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, brother. When you understand Elijah Poole, which is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was taught by Bishop Miller McTurner, sorry. And he was a Pan-Africanist.
You said he was taught by who?
Bishop Miller McTurner. Bishop Henry Miller McTurner, sorry. He was taught
who was taught by him?
Yeah, Elijah Muhammad was taught by him. Yeah, and he was
by
the
that white
first.
boy.
No, he wasn't a white man. He was biracial.
Yep, that's what he wrote.
African.
That's what he wrote.
Well, due to the fact
what's
of
that white boy name? Farad, whatever that nigga name is, the white boy from the Arab white boy. Him.
Yeah, Farad's different than
was his teacher.
Elijah Muhammad, though, isn't he? He's completely different. It's just that his teacher.
Elijah said that's who taught him, though. He said that's his teacher. He even called him God.
But I'm referring to before he formulated the Nation of Islam. His teacher was Bishop Henry Miller McTurner, and he was a minister.
He never gave credence to that man. And all the writings that I done read from Elijah, he never gave no type of credence to that man at all. He only gave credence to one person.
Typifies. Hold on, brother. Before he came to the Nation of Islam, this is way before it. He gives homage to Bishop Henry Miller McTurner. This is well documented, so you can research that before Nation of Islam. The point is, brother, is that Malcolm X, what he was trying to do was to unite the Africans on the continent, and the government was tracking down on that, and they were trying to get the Nation of Islam to calm him down and to more swing towards the religious part. But Malcolm, having the revolutionary mindset, and he did the right thing. He wanted to build bridges to go against the United States, so that's why he was assassinated. So we have to always remember that sometimes. No, I've got the books. If you read the books,
you want to quit watching them documentaries, man.
What documentaries are?
Yeah, that them documentaries, man. The documentaries gonna have you going in circles, man. Them niggas, that shit went that deep.
It was very deep.
It was very deep at all. Some old ragged ass niggas who was scared. It was some ragged niggas who was scared of order. And they took upon themselves to do some goof ass shit. That was that simple.
Nah,
it ain't that deep. Because
even
them African niggas wasn't really. He only got one African head of state to even sit down and take that shit serious. The rest of them dismissed him when he went over there. So
we didn't, because he was making.
They were so influenced by over here already. They dismissed him. So that.
What, the Africans on the continent? No, they didn't.
That wasn't gonna happen at
Not
that
on the
particular
continent.
time.
On the continent,
on the
Malcolm
continent.
X was making ties. That's what we're referring to. And the what?
Some of the African heads of dismissed that man when he came. They sat down with him and it was like, this nigga crazy. That's what they were saying in so many words. There's only one or two. I think one from Algeria that said that really took him in and took him serious. Them motherfuckers wasn't taking him serious.
Yeah,
They
what
just
you're
didn't.
saying
They
is
didn't
not wrong
agree.
though. It's not.
They was
It's
too
not wrong.
scared.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong to say what you're saying, but it is wrong to not acknowledge what all the Africans did. If we're just going to acknowledge what a few Africans did, then that doesn't really
Well, he didn't
equate
go
to
to all
Africans.
of them though. He only went to a few heads of state. He didn't get to go everywhere. He
Yeah,
only went to a few
in
heads of
union,
state. He
brother.
couldn't go
There you
everywhere.
go. There you go.
Union, brother.
But he only
And
went
the
to
thing
a
is
few
as
of them.
well,
Only a few of them showed
brother,
up.
brother, all
He
due
wrote
respect,
this down. This
brother,
is
and this is
documented.
hold on, brother, and he was making connection with what's his name again now? Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Egyptian president, right? But the
That's a
problem is,
goddamn Arab. We talking about
yeah, I know
African
that,
people.
bro. If you let me, but when he went to the Middle East, they poisoned him. You see? You understand
Well,
what I'm
they
saying?
attempted to. You got to read the rest of the words in the book, man. They
Brother,
attempted to.
there was an assassination on his life, right? The
That's what
point
they
is,
got down, man. I know.
but the point is, right? He understood that in order to get the grassroots, he's going to have to remove away from certain types of rhetoric, which the Nation of Islam was promoting. And we give him, I'm interested at Malcolm X because, revolution never came easy. You know what I mean?
Hey,
You
let me
have
ask
to
you a question. Did
nationalize.
he become when he was talking that when he moved over to that lane right there? Was that before or after he was preaching what Elijah and them told him? Was that before or after that?
Well, as I said to you, he's always had that in his mindset. But when they
Let
were
me ask you
trying
one
to
more
stop
time.
him,
Was that before or after that?
after when he left the Nation of Islam, obviously he went
Exactly.
back into
We're gonna
Pan-Africanism.
close the case right there.
Well,
Case closed.
we can close it, open it. The point is that you have to have a
Case
code of
closed.
conduct
Cause
when
the
you
point
are
is that when them
articulating
niggas
certain
turned
things.
on him for teaching what they told him to teach, what they told him to teach, like they did Khalid Muhammad, like they did him when they tried to gun him down too. I guess he was trying to
Yeah,
connect
but
the Africans too.
but revolution never came easy though, and they understood that this is the point. And a lot of us want to talk for our people and fail to realize there's
You
consequences.
remember Eugene got on TV and talked on Khalid Muhammad. You remember that?
Yeah,
in the early
but
90s. I mean the late
but
90s when Eugene
Khalid
Wilcox got
Abdul
TV and
Muhammad.
made an ass out of himself.
Yeah, but Khalid Abdul Muhammad
You
understood
remember
the
that?
role though. He knew that. He understood.
Can I ask you
Revolution
both
never
a
came easy.
question? Can I ask
Yes.
you both a question?
Yeah.
What do you think the end game is for a group like the Nation or the Israelites? Or what is the end game? And why is religion such a pivotal factor in it?
Niggas ain't got no end game. I don't know
Wow.
Israelites, but I know for a fact the NOI ain't got no end game. I don't know
That
about
was
the
funny. That
Israelite
was
niggas,
very
but I know for a fact that NOI, them niggas ain't got no end game. It might be some of them, it might be some individuals in that group that got an end game plan or something, but as a group they don't got one.
I think the end game
I
for all
disagree
the
with that.
you see, for me, brother, yeah, I like what you said, but I think that it's a little bit ignorant for this reason, and it's not an insult. It's just my personal opinion. I think that any group, yeah, that's under any kind of religion, especially, yeah, there's a reason why you'd want to implement that. There's a direct reason. And I think whatever the reason is for one group is probably the same for the other that's got a religious kind of tone to it, if that makes sense.
I wouldn't say that. I would say I just really started hearing about them Israelite niggas like in the last probably 8 years. I hadn't heard about them like that much as I heard about the other group. So I'm still kind of, figuring out. I really don't get too into them type of niggas. You know what I'm saying? I just don't.
But what is the end game of
Of course, you
religion?
knew about the NOI because they was everywhere at one point in time, and you
Yeah.
thought they was who you thought they was somebody, on the surface anyway. So
Yeah, but what is the end game of religion? What is the end game? What is the point in having a religion?
I think that's whatever one person want to determine that to be. You can't really say what that could be for a whole group of people.
Can
I
I
think
tell you
the
what
NOI
I
ain't
think
a
it is?
religion either. That's a
One second.
game.
Can I tell you what I think it is? And then you tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think a religion is about adhering to or enacting the law.
Right.
I think that's the ultimate message within it. What do you think, brother? Do you think I'm right or do you think I'm wrong? What's your opinion on that?
That could be right, but if we looking at it in the context of them, that means they ain't right then.
Boy, why is it not right?
I
agree with you. I do agree with it
they ain't
because
adhering to law because in their teachings they say when you look at their teachers and they ask you, can you reform devil? And then you look at one of Farrakhan's son married to a goddamn devil, married to him, nigga. And then you ask yourself what law he adhering to that his own goddamn son don't even listen to him. But you got this son bitch in the mosque with you standing up front, man. A nigga can't tell me that them type of niggas honorable when they going against everything that they never taught.
Yeah and no, because this is what I'm going to say to you. Yeah, either way, if you pick up a Quran doesn't promote racism. It doesn't promote. It doesn't promote saying that you can't date outside of you. You don't promote any of those things. So
we
if that
talking
happens,
about what they taught. We ain't talking about the Quran.
I get you, but
they
even
taught.
but
Not.
no, but listen.
I ain't even talking about the Quran. We some
But
strictly
this
what
is
they taught, what they wrote
all
up,
right.
what they
All
designed.
right. There you go. And this is where I'm getting to, where it's like, you know what? The end game of the religion will override whatever's going on in the organization to some extent. So sometimes as an organization, you know, if they're trying to go in a different direction, maybe to an extent they were hindered by the religion then even. I can't really say that for sure, but I just say it's a possibility. And I'd say that, you know, looking at a group like the NOI, if you're trying to go down a road and you're saying, you know what, we don't take left turns. We never take left turns because the Most High only goes right. And then all of a sudden you come to a left turn and there's a bridge that's out and there's a moat with alligators and hippos and dangerous creatures. You ain't just going to walk into the moat. No one's that stupid. You know what I'm trying to say? So now we're at a conundrum. You know where I'm coming from? So I think that's where Brother Kel was coming from when he was saying, you know, if we don't use the narrative properly and stick to the narrative, then, you know, we tread a dangerous path, you know, a treacherous one where it's like, you know, we're putting ourselves in danger, but we're just not seeing it yet.
Because what I get from religion, Brother Shif, is that what you were saying in regards to following the law to see the creator in the afterlife. I've noticed when you study the religion, it always leads towards an afterlife of being with the creator.
That's right.
So that is what I'm seeing, like the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam, and all the rest of the religious people, is that they're seeking for the hereafter. The problem is, can you have the hereafter and this life without people bothering you?
Yes. And why is this possible? I'm going to break it down to you. Like I said, religion isn't just about living by the law or adhering to the law. It's also about enacting the law. And whoever knows the law becomes powerful to that effect. Yeah. And whoever is in accordance with the law becomes the supreme power to that effect. And that don't matter who that is. That could be anyone. That could be you. It could be any guy walking down the street. We don't know who that is. But once we know who that is, that guy is all powerful. He's supreme. Yeah, because he not only knows the law, but he can adhere to the law in his natural state. That's just what he does naturally. That's just his norm. Yeah, so this guy now becomes the law, he, in the sense of not even being the law maker, but because he becomes the best example. So we now got to live it that way. Otherwise, you're wrong. And if you're wrong, then there's punishment for whoever's wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
So check this out then, Brother Shif, right? There's so many different religions and us as a people are in there. So Brother Bond put that video on, right? So we need to find a way of, if you say something about Christianity or Islam, right, is that we don't personally attack each other. Do you understand? We have to kind of find that balance because go on.
Makes sense. Brother Jesus Minister, you know, I respect him earlier. He even made me have to question my own humility earlier because you know what? Like I said, I ain't the most humble. I ain't Jesus. You know, like that. So all I can do is follow the example. And sometimes I'm going to get caught in myself and then I'm going to have to find myself back with Jesus, you know, following the good way. But unfortunately, you know, we live in a world where, how can I explain this? We live in a world where most people don't actually want to adhere to the law. They want to adhere to the law and they want to follow the law when it suits them, because it's about what's beneficial to the person and beneficial to their family and beneficial to their environment. It becomes a very selfish world in the sense of, like, everything we're talking about, like in society, as law, as flipping, you know, this is right and this is wrong. A lot of it is backwards. A lot of it's outdated, redundant, and backwards. And that's the fact. Then, like, that's all provable. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You know, in to the extent of, you know, illegal governments. And I'll say no more. I'll leave it at that.
Robbie, brother Robbie, let me see if I can bring Robbie in. Robbie, you here, bro?
Oh yeah, can you hear me? I'm listening to the build. I know it's been a minute. I know it's about to say happy belated New Year to everybody, and it's good to see that brother Kel, Sugar, all you guys are doing good. So I'm listening to the build. It's a powerful build.
Yeah, now hold on, just for clearance though, are you consider yourself an Israelite?
By default, if we're going by the Old Testament, I think all melanated people are the Israelites, right? If we're talking about the New Covenant, then I guess you could say somebody may classify my belief system as Christian, just in the sense that I believe Schiffer was saying it earlier, and I agree that, you know, when it comes to religion, even in the Quran, they don't specify color. So, in other words, just your color or just your bloodline alone doesn't mean that you have allegiance to the Most High. You know, you have to put your faith in action. It's about having a personal spiritual relationship that helps you discipline yourself. That's my personal belief. But that's what I'm saying. I'm listening and I'm building, because there's some things that I used to give Brother Kel pushback on that now I have to say that I agree more with him with, just because of the behavior that our European counterparts have shown. Like, some of them have shown that they are committed to celebrating injustice, getting a dopamine fix off of mistreating us, and there's no conviction, or they don't seem to have the desire to want to have justice and equality. So if that pattern persists, then I think, like, maybe the final solution sometimes that Kel has spoke about, that I'm like, hey bro, we don't need to go off on that deep end. It's like they may push us into that space for our own survival, not because we're psychopathic or we're bloodthirsty, but because we have a right to live and exist on this planet, right? And
That's
I'm
right.
there.
That's right.
You know Melchizedek, yeah? Melchizedek?
Yeah.
He appointed, and he's a Canaanite. He appointed Abraham, right?
Yeah.
As leader or forefather of the children of the Most High, right? And even then, it could have gone to Ishmael, right? Because he was the first son,
Right.
Right, and then it could have gone to Isaac, right? Right, and Ishmael is son of the Arabs, right? So this is quite interesting, yeah. That like, how I thought the Canaanites were the enemy, right, or something. Like, so how does that work out?
Are you sure Isaac was Abraham's brother? Are you sure about that one?
No, son.
Oh,
what?
yeah,
Abraham.
So, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just making sure you know what you're talking about, but well, I don't understand the relevance.
No, I'm saying that he was appointed, so they, you know, the Canaanite were quite prominent people, but why they sneered at, or why they, you know what I mean, not rated, basically. In the Bible.
Israel was part of the Canaanite people, because that's a fact. Like, you can look that up; it's historical fact. In fact, what Brother Black Jesus was actually pointing to earlier was that he was the king of a place called Salem, and Salem is the first Israel, the first. That's what it is. You know, like that. So it's like I believe you were listening. But it's like you're listening and trying to think of arguments more than actually taking in the information. I think that maybe just try listening next time.
Well, clearly I listened, because I've just Like,
no, but try just listening. Don't think of rebuttal straight away.
I'll chime in
well,
on this.
that depends if I've got a bias or not, and if I've got a point to
No,
make.
I'll chime in on this with something that Schiffer kind of suggested to earlier. You know, it's one thing to believe in the Most High, but it's another thing to serve the Most High and be obedient. And when you're being obedient to the Most High, you can't give into your opinion or alternative facts, because then you'll filter the truth, right? So especially back in their time, when it comes to having a connection with the Most High, what made Abraham different from everyone else was his faith and his belief system in the Most High. I mean, if he's the only one who really truly believes in the Most High, and he's not trying to make himself a god or worship false gods, fallen aliens, demons, whatever you want to say, that's the difference. And then when it comes to Ishmael, if I'm not mistaken, he went and had a son with his maid or helpmate. It wasn't his wife, and he didn't have faith. He lacked the faith at the time. He jumped the gun, before God's will, and said, you know what? I want to have a son, right? Because my wife can't bear children. Which, when you do something in your own power, it doesn't require faith. But when something happens that almost borderlines a miracle, that everything in your factual mind and all your data suggests it shouldn't happen, that's when God is showing out and letting you know that he's supernatural. So, being that he made a promise to Abram, guess what? Ishmael was still blessed and still became a mighty nation. But in terms of his covenant plan, right, for salvation, right, he still had to be obedient to God, and that's why,
Wait, let me ask some questions. Dude, I'm so cryptic. I'm so sorry to cut you, brother, because it seems like you're going a bit off track, right? And what the point I made originally was like, what might, look, there's been so much war from these so-called children of God, right? And it was so up in the air about who would have been the children of God. Is it even really important? And to be critical, right? To be critical as well, right? Is
when it comes to
can you really say that that's the doctrine that you really want to adopt?
Listen,
that it's full of demonic wars and killings and this and that and backstabbing.
You don't need religion
to kill and murder. You don't need religion to cheat on your wife. You don't need religion to give into greed. Those are flaws in human nature, right? And here's the thing. We have our permissive will because we're not robots. We don't function like an algorithm. We're not artificial intelligence. We are, sons of God. So that means that we can co-create with him through our imagination, getting information through him through light and sound, right? It's not about, how articulate you are, how many books you read, or how good and pious you are. It's literally about your relationship, right? So when you have a relationship with God, you're going to want to govern yourself. And I think that's the problem. That's the difference between people who are true believers and people who are sincere and people who are religious. Religious people want everybody else to obey the law, but they break the law.
That's right.
Religious people have all kind of, that's the problem. Wars have been fought over religion because people use religion as politics, and it's basically biased by their own, like you say, objectives. So somebody may want to take somebody's oil or water, and they'll just galvanize their troops under a religious trope. The worst thing that could have ever happened to the world was when they baked racism with religion. That is what the white man did. That is not what God did, right? So once they put an image on Jesus, that's how they were able to galvanize all of the Europeans, and they stopped having the tribal wars that they were having. Because when the Romans were there, and even with the Greeks, you had tribal fighting between them. But once they start conquering and making everybody Christians and making everybody Roman Catholics, you could be a poor white man, but you thought if you were losing your life in the Middle East that you were doing something for God. And then subconsciously you felt like God looked like you. And furthermore, then you get these cargo cults. If you Google it on YouTube, you can see it in modern day history. You had U.S. troops go to some island in the South Pacific, and you got people there now that have formed a cult where they worship America, and they're waiting for a fictitious white man to come back and save them. Literally, this is not hyperbole. Google this on YouTube when you have time in your spare time. I was looking at it earlier. Somebody was speaking on it, and it's called cargo cults. So if you can see evidence of that from, say, 50 years ago, it's not far-fetched to believe that there was a lot of indoctrination with religion. Think about it. They didn't allow people to read and have Bibles and have access to text. They had to go by what their pastor say or the Pope says, right? So men were illiterate, and they were beating themselves up to follow laws, right? Instead of them being liberated by the Spirit of God, they were oppressed by religion, and they were kept ignorant, and they were manipulated with their emotions to carry out wars for political reasons. Now, if you
Yeah,
want to talk about
boy.
the Old Testament, that just goes back to people clear hating on God's people. They're like, man, how can these people claim that they are the true children of God and they don't even have an army? But then when they went up against the Ark of the Covenant, it was like a weapon of mass destruction. You know what I'm saying?
What he said, everything he said, Kingo, everything he said. Sorry, Born Rich, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say Kingo. Everything he said, Kingo, and Born Rich, you heard what the man said, and he started off. It ain't about how many fish you caught or how many fannies you eating. Pause.
Hey, listen, I tell you what, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, the fact that there's so much emphasis on righteousness and evil, yeah, right, in the Bible is what creates fucking evil. I mean, but look, there's so much deeper science to it. But I'm not gonna question. Like it seems like when you question things, especially with you, Shift, like you pretty much ends up in an argument, right? Or like
No. I don't end up in an argument. I enforce things. And you see why I enforce is because that's what I learned from the Bible. The Bible enforces the law. It doesn't just teach the law, Kingo. It enforces the law. And that's why I said what I said about the agendas of groups that have religious, orientation in it. Like these people are looking to enforce the law. And if one of these people's attempts to, make an addition or change something in the law, then that's almost like playing God. And once we get into that realm now, brother, that's why I said it's a dangerous conversation we're having, really, but I'm trying to tiptoe around it the best way I can. I hope I'm not.
Because
can I respond to
Napoleon Bonaparte does say that religion is a great way of the rich stealing from the poor without the poor killing them. So there's definitely some hidden agenda how religions sorry. I just wanted to go by what Kingo was saying. You said something before, brother. Are you referring to the bloodlines between Ishmael and Isaac? Is that what you were speaking about, or
Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob? Yeah, like you see all
that
these
bloodline,
like it pretty much being like a throw between who's
that beef and that kind of right. We do need to speak about that. We do need to speak about that.
I wanted to address something that he said about evil, right? And the emphasis of evil and righteousness. And I'll take religion off the table, and then we'll just focus on biochemistry and just human nature. And let's bring up the word shame. You don't have to teach anybody about good or evil, right? Unless somebody's a psychopath, and even then with psychopaths, right? Human beings, after a certain amount of engaging in behavior, right? That's not only not socially acceptable, just not morally acceptable. People get baggage. People get psychological baggage. So you could take a woman who sells her body voluntarily, involuntarily. She could just be going to the club often. After about the 20th or 30 guys sleeping with her, she'll have some bit of shame on herself, not from any outside sources of society. It's just she devalues herself. That's one thing about human beings. We always analyze ourselves, and unless we have a high opinion of ourselves and self-identity, we have low self-esteem. That's why advertising companies are able to make millions and millions of dollars because they want everybody's self-image to be fluctuating. So we don't have to sit here and hammer down a bunch of laws and say this is good, this is evil. Everybody came to a conclusion that, you know what, sleeping with an infant is not right. Not only can it give you guilt and shame, it's like that's not even about sex or procreation. That's about power, right? If you rape a woman and you take something from her, if you're not a total psychopath, you're going to have some bit of shame after you do it a few times. And keep it honest, truth be told, white supremacists are ashamed of what they did to us in history. That's why they're trying to do everything they can to cover up. Somehow, we don't want CRT. We don't want Black History Talk. We don't want white children to feel guilty, to feel ashamed. Why would you feel ashamed? Because it's not so much of what they did. It's when they look at the truth. There's this thing called conviction. And that thing that gives you conviction, that's the Holy Spirit. That's the Spirit of God trying to get you back in alignment. Like GPS to say, look, man, my original design and blueprint for man was not this. But you have your own individual will to do what you want to do. I can tell you it's not a good idea to cheat on your wife, but you could. I could tell you it's not a good idea to kill and murder and steal and rob from your neighbor, but that's where a lot of greedy men, so they can share the guilt and the blame, they convince other men less educated or less emotionally intelligent to fight their wars, to be a hitman in the mob. You know what I mean? To be a bucket for their sin, right? So then when people have guilt and they have shame, if they don't get mental health treatment, if they don't get some type of spiritual alignment, that's how you have people committing suicide. That's how you have some of these young guys doing all these mass shootings, and then they leave these big long Bibles that are just manifestos, and they're pouring all their emotions out there, and you'll find a lot of guilt and shame. And that's the thing that the devil, not talking about the physical devil in terms of the European, I'm talking about in spirituality. That's how we can define what evil is. Because you don't have to teach, you don't have to have classes online. By age 3, a child will lie to you. You'd be like, why do you have cookie crumbs around your mouth? Did you eat a cookie? I didn't. You know what I mean? Did you do your homework? Yeah, I did my homework. We don't have to get classes online. Some of those things come instinctively because it's been passed down in our DNA. Some things are to survive, but there's also you could say spiritual contamination. And that's when we have to be honest that we have a spirit, that we're just not meat puppets functioning off of biochemical processes, that we have the ability to have intelligence, right? To have self-accusation and to create. And if we keep digging, even in physics, right, we'll find out that vibrations and energy cause particles and elements to process and work the way they work. Basically, electrons are magnets, right? And because of their magnetic properties, it creates this physical world that we have. But we'd be foolish to think if man, who is a creation, right, of the creator, can create little devices that we're using right now, right, that are programmable, right? Because somebody had the conscious mind to program it and set parameters. It would be foolish to think that this world is just all an accident and there's not a conscious intelligence, right, that put all this in order. So if we finally admit that there's a conscious intelligence, then that puts to rest these arguments about righteousness and unrighteousness. It's not about God being on our side. It's about us being on God's side. And most people forget about God from the moment they wake up to the time they go to sleep. They only call on God when they're in an emergency situation, and they expect him to be a 911 operator. And God is kind of like your girl when you haven't spoken to her for 2 or 3 months. Like, nigga, I don't even recognize you.
And okay, so wait. You talk about God. You talk about God as if can you put God down to 6 words? Or you say God, or the expression of you coming to God, because don't forget you got to live by certain tenets.
Are you converting?
So you got to live. 1 second, bro. Let me speak, man.
You sound like you're about to convert, brother. Like, what's going on there? What's happening?
But listen, I studied loads of different types of religions, different ideologies.
Did the Holy Spirit get hold of you?
What do you know about? Do you know about the Medunetta, my friend? Can you tell us about?
I do know about the Medunetta, actually. Okay. But did the Holy Spirit take hold of you? Honestly, be honest with yourself.
So do you know what the main principles are of the Medunetta? And
isn't it like about 20-something of them that's been from Egypt, right? This is the thing that I'm saying. I would be foolish, just to hear me out for a second. Let's just use our man logic. It would be foolish for me to try to put God within 6 sentences or to put God in a box, because that would mean he's not God. If I can totally quantify God's value, he's not all-knowing. He's not the beginning and the end. I think that's something that's hard for us to understand. And this is the flaw of the Big Bang. They always say that particles have to be acted on by force, right? So if there was an explosion, how could you get something from nothing? That means there had to be some force. What was that force that caused the explosion? It's not like it just was like, oh, well, we can't explain it. It just happened. See, that's my whole point. And that's being intellectually dishonest with everything that we understand, even in physics, and how in the material world that we understand on a subatomic level in terms of how force acts on objects. Right?
Do we know the understanding of the beginning of the world at existence and being when it comes to the Bible, when it says the first thing that was said was word, the word, well, you got physicists and astronomers, people who know about these topics, right, and they can tell you what a black dot is, or black hole, right? And
But here's the deep thing, brother.
I can
That black
literally
hole
tell
that
you.
they're seeing, even with the instruments that they're using, it's limited to the spectrum, the light spectrum, and their interpretation of the light spectrum with the eyes that we're using. We're limited a lot. And I guess that's one of the things about being humble when it comes to getting knowledge. I will never know it all. I will never experience it all. But one thing I know that answers some mysteries in life, which is why we do have a life, is to experience. Life is just a series of experiences. So when it comes to you developing a relationship with God or a higher being, that's going to come from your life experiences and your own personal reaching out, meditating, and studying. So in addition to collecting data, you're also going to be collecting data through your life, through your experiences, right? And I think that on a personal level, that's why things will vary, because everybody's purpose on earth is different. Everybody's experiences are different. So when it comes to time to grow spiritually, it requires humility. That's why Christ even used the metaphor about, it's easy for a man, it's easier for, in other words, what is it? It's easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than for a rich man to go to heaven. The eye of the needle required a camel to basically stoop down almost on his knees to crawl through the tunnel for almost a mile to get into Jerusalem. That was like a security protocol they have. So that metaphor about stooping, that's to be a metaphor about humility, right? Now think about your phone or whatever device you use. It has a limited number of gigabytes, right, to process data. When you've reached that limit, right, you have to humble yourself and say, you know what, I need a cloud. I need a bigger source. I need access to something beyond myself for the process. And your phone, if it's not connected to a network, it's just a body with whatever understanding it has and limited understanding it has. It's not getting updates, right? It's not connected to a network to reach its full potential. So when it comes to spirituality, that's what I'm saying. That's the difference between religion and having a relationship with the creator. Because when you get a better understanding, it's not going to be so much about what you see different. It's about everything. It's about you recognizing and seeing how all things are connected, and everything that we interpret in this world, even sometimes of good and evil, it's all about God's will, because some things are based on people's choices. So my choice to do good or evil is not because God was supposed to control me like a robot. It's about my willingness to submit, right? To be like that camel, stooping. You could be an astrophysicist, but still stoop and say, you know what? With all that I know, there's still a lot that I don't know. And if I have my mind open enough, I can see parallels, right? Between parables that are written in a religious text, and they can be true, right? They can mirror something that you find in the natural world, right? But we still know no one knows when they die exactly what's going to happen, exactly what to expect, right? So at best, all we can do is infer from our life experiences and the people who've lived before us and the handful of people that we respect, that for whatever reason, for our experience, we're like, man, I think that person had a divine experience. That person, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's their meditation, is their level of spiritual maturity. This person has a better cell phone connection than I do. They're using 5G. I'm still on 3G. So you know what? The spirit of truth in me is going to submit to this person, and I'm going to learn. And then you search within your own life to verify within your own spirit if what they're saying is true, not based on your opinion, not based on your bias, right? So I think if we do a good job of uh, looking at our own flaws, looking at our own bias, looking at our own closed-mindedness, I think the world would be a better place, because then we would be open to spiritual growth and not get into like debates and arguments and, like you say, wars. That's why I want to make that distinction. There's a difference between religiosity, because in religiosity you have a lot of hypocrites.
But listen, there's a difference between um, talking about information, having your opinion, getting knowledge, right, and having your and compare and contrast, right. So this is always going to have an element of, all right, well, this one's truthful, this one's not, this one's clearly not like true, right, or this one's. So at this stage, you're I would say sold on your particular ideology, because you're like you preach it well, bro, as well. You're pretty good with that. I'll give you people like you and Schiffer, like you're pretty much sold. But people like me, I'm on the fence for quite a lot of things. You know what I mean? I haven't really committed myself to a lot of these type, especially spiritual beliefs, right? So people are at different levels with it. So when you come into this sort of platform and this arena, what I've noticed is that there's people who are just hell bent, and no matter what you say, they're gonna like shift with your above. I'm gonna use you as another example.
Hey, King, can I ask you one question real quick as we build?
Yes.
How old are you? And this is the reason why I'm asking.
I'm 37 years old.
You said 37?
Yeah.
Okay. Me, I'm 45. Let me tell you something. At 20, I thought a lot different than I do now at 45, and I'm pretty sure at 65, I'm going to think a lot different. And when I say different, it doesn't mean that my ideology may change. It just means that when you go through life, you're going to get greater understanding, and in some areas, you're going to have greater conviction. So it's not so much about being sold. Would you agree that maybe 10 years from now, through your journey of studying and going through trial and error, and actually even speaking to God, even if you don't necessarily believe in one creator, just actually saying, God, you know what? Show me what's real. Show me what's true. Actually speak to him. Don't think that you're having a psychotic trip. Just recognize that there's a consciousness, collective consciousness and intelligence, right, that runs this whole universe. Everything that we can see in this dimension and everything that we can't interpret in this light spectrum, right? In this just limited material aquarium that we're in that we call Earth, right? If you develop that as your basis, right, and you keep living, I'm telling you, man, think about it. There's been human beings who lived on this earth for thousands, if not millions of years. People have come to set conclusions based on experiences. Even in the Bible, Moses didn't, not Moses. Yeah, no, yeah, it was Moses. Moses and Noah. They didn't really get the conviction, as you say, to preach and have the message that they had to fulfill their mission. So they were late in their life, like around 70 or 80. And back then, that wasn't considered old because people could live to like 200, 150. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of like middle age, right? And you still had men in those age at that age still producing offspring. So I'm saying that to say, just trust yourself with your journey. I understand. Trust me, man. I was somebody who studied different religions. I was somebody who lost my faith. There's been times I've lost faith in God because of certain things that happen, going through a divorce, or you lose a friend, or just things that you see even going around the world. And that's what I have to understand, like how the Bible says, it rains on the house of the just and the unjust. Like when it rains, it rains. When there's a tornado, it's a tornado. It doesn't matter who was a believer, who wasn't, who was educated, who wasn't. You know, life happens, nature happens, right? But everything that we're doing on this plane is limited. Eternity is a whole lot better and a whole lot deeper than this brief time of existence that we have on this planet. But I think that's where the conflict comes, is because most of us innately and instinctively don't want to die. And we invest so much into this material world and what we think we understand. And even their understanding of the world, I mean, the universe is based on our perception. In other words, them centering the earth around everything they use as a measuring stick, right? What we interpret as 365 days a year has to do with the relative distance of our planet from the sun. But you would measure time a whole lot differently if you lived on Mars, or you know what I'm saying, or you live somewhere else. So that's what I mean. Even our understanding of the of the world rudimentally here, a lot of it comes from a Eurocentric standpoint. Like when they say they used to say India was the crown jewel of the British Empire. So when they call things East, when they talk about, oh, he's from the East, that means east of the British Empire. That's what that meant. So when they talk about Southeast Asia and all that, that's how powerful some of those things have stood, right? And what we understand. So I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. I just felt compelled to share that, just to say, continue on your journey, man, because I'm telling you from experience. 10 years from now, you may even have a deeper understanding about some things, or your mind will be completely blown and you'll say, wow. You know what I mean? I made something very simple complex because I was focused on a lot of things that in the bigger scheme of things, it really doesn't matter.
So, a King Gold, due to your journey, right, of discovering, which religion would you say is more inclined to your consciousness to make you understand who the creator is and what you want from the creator?
Boy, is there a collective truth to this? I don't know if there's in my opinion, I don't know. I mean, it
I
depends
think
which way you've done it.
Islam for you, Kingo.
I think depending, what? Yeah, maybe you've got a point. I mean,
just from listening to
depends.
you,
There's so many ways to look at this. There's so many ways to look at this question because it's like, what's the truth? What's the best way to live by? So you can answer this in many ways, right? But I think it's the way it's been so complex, which everything's been so. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to say about these religions. All these belief systems. Anything outside what I can see as nature and synchronicity to nature is too complex and it's not really needed. In terms of you have justice, righteousness, equality, balance, all the rest of that. Yeah. These ways of living is quite important, but yeah, Islam seems to be like the one that I would say is the best. It brings out the best in people today, right? Because a lot of these religions, it seems like they're a bit weird. Some of them a bit like, okay, is that what they used to do back then? And then the only thing you can really say that the way people are living is when they're marrying children from young, right? And that gets a bit technical. But apart from that, the way they live today, is there a better religion than Islam? What religion? What group of people, apart from the wars, have you met? Be honest, day to day, that have been more engaging and part of somewhat like helpful or something? Because let's be honest, we've been around the Asians, we've been around our own blacks sometimes, most of the time, right? Okay, we've been around whites. I'm not gonna lie, it for me, Islam has stuck out as being at least I can say the least like fucking barbaric historically and today. I can give them that honestly. Even with all the history I know about with whose son who released that information online, YouTube. I forgot his name now. Quite a prominent person. He's part of the Pan-African movement as well, and he spoke about Muslim, the trans-Saharan slavery, and he goes quite deep. You see about Zanzibar, you see about the Islamics.
Are you on about Dr. Quick? You on about Dr. Quick from
No,
Canada?
it was I think it was Messiah Garvey's son. I think, yeah, who did that presentation? Remember, Mr. Garvey?
Oh, yeah,
remember?
I know you on about. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So he did that, and as well as the caliphates, all of that included.
Yeah.
Even then, there's like, look at the Mongols. They were torching people alive. We had this debate, and they kind of got off the debate, and it was interesting. We never got back onto it. But when we compare and contrast, Islam kind of doesn't, because all they do is chop your head off. If you look at because I don't forget, I watch history. You look at the Vikings when they caught the king, right? That was trying to hold up the England when the Vikings came. When they caught him finally, they tortured him and they chopped his back open, threw him in a pit of snakes. That's what their torture thing was. They take snakes and put them in a floor. Yeah, put you in a hole. Cut after cutting you all your just torture and nail you to doors and Vikings when they pillage a bit historically when they pillage somewhere they would nail everybody to the front of the doors. Yeah, and put like all different types of signs on them. And sacrificing to Odin and all. So when I compare and contrast, I've looked at all of these different types of methods of the way like war and looked, I don't really like to. It's not something I even get to talk about. But with Islam, it seems like okay, there was a balance of there was like some sort of mercifulness in there when you talk about, because what I do with when I mix race, I like to compare blacks and whites, even, and I don't like to do it openly because obviously it's usually a winner and a loser, obviously. So it brings naturally that brings like a sort of divisionary tactics, but that's why I don't ever do it. But when you can see historically, black people have, when they kill animals, they have to do a prayer before they kill the animal, right? Historically, they eat everything, right? You never really see them having land where it's you can't you know what I mean, agriculture, harvest it. What's it called? Harvest it, right? Can't know agriculture. They always got something popping. And I think that's obviously the age of them, but you know, I'm kind of, you know, I'm still sticking on the point of just what type of religion I you know, I feel is the best one, but I kind of try to look at the whole scope, because religion, don't forget, I get blamed for something, but it's usually people that just use it and abuse it. And sometimes I like to look at religions that have in particular cultures. Obviously, there's this pattern where certain cultures have a particular religion. They usually have you in war a lot, right? Right, and then there's people
they usually have more of a what?
They're more inclined to have war. So I noticed there was Muslims, but particularly they're quite. They usually have a lot of war, but it's because where they're based, they're in the middle. They're always in the middle. They're always pretty much landlocked, right? And like they're always coming out of a desert into somewhere which is luscious. So they've always had to have a war. And the whites, we know the whites, they're just Europeans love to war. But yeah, I don't know. I think that was really not really that.
Yeah, no problem.
That interesting to have these days. Religion is not important, I don't think. Because
you said it's not important.
Not. I mean, learning about it is, but go into religion, I don't think it's. I think it's.
How do you think we got here? That's a good question. You want something, Kingo? How did we get here? Because, like, I would say of course, my great grandmother, my grandmother, my grandfather, all of them was really, really religious. Now, my mom was less, right? Like my mom really didn't go to church. My pops, he was in and out of church. I could see the decline. And then you're right, Kingo. It's at the point now to, like, I don't even subscribe to a religion. How did we get here to where now I don't subscribe to a religion, but my ancestors really rocked with religion? How did we get to this point, Kingo?
Well, don't forget, we're in capitalist society as well. So the job and your family and household and your material things are more important than the spiritual, right? This is the contrast.
So you're saying it ain't no money? You can't make money in religion?
It's more money. It's more money and materialism as opposed to spiritualism that these days. That's why I think it's sad, and that's why we've come away from nature and the understanding of nature. And once you understand nature, it becomes you become spiritual, way more inclined than just learning about the periodic table. And learning how to fuse. And
I want to ask you the same thing, Kel, because now that I'm speaking about this, I did read an article maybe 5 years ago that said it was specifically for Black people. It said Black, whatever generation, Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y, whatever we're at now, they said we're turning away from religion in mass numbers. Why are we turning away from that, Kel?
I would say it's because we have a very unrealistic view of the creator and what he wants us to do, as well as what you can do, you know, and because of this there now, it kind of tampers with the consciousness. Like, for example, you know, we've all been raised in religion or ideologies or etc.
Yeah.
The way I was raised, right, especially coming from a Pan-Africanist background, as well as Abrahamic due to family members, is that you ask the Creator for things that you can't control, and the things that you can control, you do it. You see? So if I'm going to go out and work, like the Honorable Frederick Douglass says in his autobiography, you know, he was praying to get out of enslavement, right? And the Lord didn't answer him. But then he said, as soon as he started to pray with his feet, man, you understand? In the sense that I've got to met the intention to get out of here. He understood. He asked the Lord, I need to get out of slavery. You understand? And then while he asked the Lord, he put the intention of, well, I'm going to try and use this tactic. When they're not looking, I'm going to escape, duck under this, and I'm going to go for the valley. That makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? And that, like going through different trials, it makes sense that the Creator is going to put you through hardship to see if you're going to recognize Him. It makes sense He's going to put you through ease to see if you're going to recognize. That makes sense. But then when you get in people now, it's like they're making it upside down, brother Born, and it's like they're making the Creator as some form of like a phantom of this thing where, you know, He's got to do everything for you. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
And when you're going through problems, you know, it's because He's evil, etc. And we associate that with, well, because we haven't defeated white supremacy, even though it's not the Creator while we're in this situation, it's our fault. People are going to lose hope in the Creator. So
listen, they say this is God's will. God is if there is a God up there, He's fuming. He's saying, what the fuck are these guys doing? All right, destroying the planet. Because what they say is, well, like what happens to black people is God's will. This is God's will, and this is this is literally the crescendo, which was a good word that Paul used earlier on, when it comes to these religions, right? And if you do look at nature, right? If you're living by nature, you're not going to be creating tanks and killing people, like and trying to create borders and all the rest of these things, and deception and all these other different corruption in governments. Yeah. So this is what it is, man.
Yeah.
I think people are lost when they say this is God's will. What they should be saying is, no, God's very fucking pissed off. I mean, to change our ways now.
But I do understand that though, a King Gold, like, because how you doing, Elder? How you doing? You see, it's like what Yuzak was saying, right? I do believe that the Creator, I believe he controls everything, but He allows you to put the work in. So, for example, when it comes to our situation here and that, right, I believe, right, that the Creator was giving us signs, letting us know, right, that there's going to be a group of people, and you cannot be naive, you cannot assume that they are like you. And I believe these signs were given to us, and then we ignored them. You understand? And then because we ignored them, we're in this situation. He has given us so much things, brothers, to get out of situation. Look at Black Wall Street. Look what the economics with the black people in the UK, on the African continent. We know what we need to do. You know what I mean? We are a resilient, brave people, as what Dr. Claude Anderson said. We're exceptional people. You understand? People need us, right, in order to make their economics flourish. All the armies, you understand? Black people fought it. The religion was spread by black people. You understand? So if we're these super humans that the Creator's given us, then why is it that we like to blame Him when He's given us the tools to get out of the situation? You understand? He don't want you to kind of...
Kel, if He's giving us the tools, why are we not using the tools that He gave us to get out of the situation we're in? Are we ignorant? Like what is it? Why are we
like
using
the daughters of men?
You know what it is, brother Born, right? Some of us, right, have different viewpoints on life. Me personally, brother, right, it's no secret. I understand when I listen to the religious people is that you have to separate from non-African people. I know people don't like it, they get angry, etc. and that, right? Because when we're around non-African people, whether you have them in your family or not, we're not disciplined to say to ourselves, that's your mindset, this is mindset. We're not disciplined, you see? And because we're not disciplined, we can get sidetracked, manipulated by our own imagination of them, and then we get lost. You understand? So for example in that, right? When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, right, that the white man is an entity of the devil, you see, we as a person who understands political science, right, we understand what that means. It's meaning that keep away from them when it comes to your economics and breeding with them, because they do not have a family unification to accept you. This makes sense. It doesn't mean that they're not from us. We're from the human family. Black, white, brown, yellow, red. We understand that. But because of the mindset, right, he articulated, whether you're academic or not, keep away from these people. What we like to do, Brother Born, we want to make excuses. Oh, we can be around them. Oh, and when you do that, right, we're gonna end up at the bottom, and then we start hating the creator, and then we say, I don't want to believe in the creator no more. There's no such thing as God. But he's giving you the tools. Keep away from certain people. You understand? If we do that, Brother Born, right, then we can get back on our feet. But because we make excuses and overlook and say, no, they're all right, you know, have a personal relationship with them, etc., we're always going to get burned, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Okay. I see 3. I mean, I guess I'll ask you the same thing, man. Why are we not using the tools that God gave us to get out of our situation as Black people?
The scripture says the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. You remember that scripture?
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
Well, I was just listening to you talking, and that just came to my mind. You know, it just came to my mind that, and it's the same kind of thing that happened to Samson, isn't it? You have everything you need, but you just see something. The eye, you know, the eyes, the eye can just, you say, oh, I just want that. And all your power is then taken off the focus, or it's a distraction. I remember the teachers, the school teachers used to say that to me, like he's very easily distracted. He's not getting on with his work because he's easily distracted. So even though you have the ability, if you're distracted, your abilities and your forces and your powers can be shifted.
Exactly. Now, can I just quickly say this? Say for to kill. When a black man goes out in the world, yeah, he's gonna go around and see some women. And if he decides to go with a white woman, yeah, he's not thinking, oh well, I need to be part of this whole black struggle, especially at the age that women go with men now, 16, 17, 18. You've got to at least get to about 25 to even see a Sarah SETI video flying around in the community, right? This is what my experience was, and that's what we love. They're on making money. They're on. So you have got to go up against literally 90% of the community and try and convince them that having sex with human beings that just as equally as plump. Let's be honest, some of them. I think they're even taking ham and chicken. Listen, they even want ham. Uncle, I say it because Uncle's it. So Uncle, obviously, so more plump and like they've been eating more chicken and clearly do more twerking because that must is, I don't know, evolution. But so he's not gonna be thinking, oh my god, I need to stick to the for lack of a better word, code. Yeah. He, and that's what you're facing up against and
Yeah.
when it says we've been given the tools, I think then you think, what are the tools? Now the tools I believe is your fast twitch muscles, your ability to use your brain. And if everybody got their money up and we got into a network, who you're fucking, what your ideology is, where you want to go to sleep, in a rich hood, in a broke hood, yeah, it's not important at this stage. It's just you not gathering the police and all this system fucking taking your money off of you and us being on the bottom in socio economically and thingy. And I think one of the things that stop us getting there is the people focusing on these things, which is what keeps up the division and the goal being able to get to get to where it needs to get to.
Focus on what things can
on
go
on all the things that I said that are relevant, like mixed relationships, what religion you are. Oh well, because you're that religion. Da 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 da. And then what happens is you narrow yourself down to such a small percentage that you realize now there's more white people that want to help black people than there are black people that want to help black people in the UK, not in America, because there's more black people there. Right?
You know what?
But this was an interesting thing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Right? You see, this is what I was saying when it comes to this code, right? Now I hear where you're coming from. Because
there'd be more Asians, there'd be more Arabs actually equally as wanting to help black people.
I know, but
you've noticed that as well, haven't you?
I know, but I can go right. Your situation, right, and my situation, it's no different. You do know that, don't you? And that the only thing is that it's more, it's kind of similar. But the thing is that we have to understand, brother, although there are those who are closer to us in family, you have to draw the line when it comes to picking a side. You understand? And I think that's where a lot of people misunderstood a lot of things. For example, Malcolm X, right? He's coming from a biracial background. You do understand that, don't you? And that, right? Elijah Muhammad's coming from a biracial background. Bishop Henry Miller Turner came from a biracial background. Akala, Akala, you know Akala, don't you? Right? Yeah. He's coming from a biracial background. But the thing is with these men, brother, is that they understand. I love my other ancestry, but I'm not going to love them when they are collectively not helping my other ancestry. This is where we mess up. You see, I understand over King Gold. There are Europeans, Asians, Middle Easterns, right, that have helped us out in our life. You understand? They've done little things, you know, whether it's at school or helping out with some money. We understand this, right? This is not the issue. The issue is, brother, it's not right that collectively, right, you are benefiting off of people who has built countries, built your economics, right? And you're not dismantling that benefit to distribute it back. This is wrong, King Gold. You understand? Regardless if it's your family members that look like them, it's wrong, brother. You understand? You cannot live life and say to yourself, well, I didn't enslave these people. I'm with a black man, you know what I mean? Or I'm with this and stuff. And then comfortable to not dismantle what you're benefiting off, brother. That's wickedness. You understand? Because if it was the other way around, which it has been the other way around, Europeans were enslaved. Who rescued them, brother? The Africans. When Hitler subjugated, right, the the Ashkenazis, right? It was we, brother. You understand? Which people have forgotten. The Africans rescued the Ashkenazis as well, brother Akingo. Yes, you understand, right? So they know this, but are still subjugating African people in apartheid. You understand what I'm saying in that, right? Where the Dutch were benefiting a lot. The Ashkenazis helped out, brother. They were funding the Dutch and America against our South African brother. This is wrong, brother. You understand what I'm saying? So
Well,
I
you
hear
can
where you're
see.
coming from. I
Listen,
do
you can
understand where you're coming
see.
from. Go
You
on,
can
brother.
see that even within the
Right.
mixed race, quote unquote, mixed race black
Right.
sphere or,
Right.
or system, there's
Right.
this divide between, oh well, this one's got Ashkenazi in him, or he's gone and spoke to the police, or that.
Right.
See, now this is how much of an uphill battle it is that people from other parts of the country, or I mean, sorry, the county, city, sorry, London, yeah,
Right.
will see their postcode as more of importance, way more of important than your link in terms of the black struggle, you could say, or oppression, activism, or whatever you want to call it. Even if you're both, that is like something that, okay, yeah, well, this interests me, but the divide can be there. So when you're talking about this, this sort of this I don't know, conglomerate of just sort of random people, that's gonna be nearly impossible, bro. And I swear, I don't like I noticed this quite a long time ago. It's a very, very hard thing to do, but I suppose if even if you have 30, 40, 50 people, that's nothing. That's good. Sorry. So I mean, what I'm, and I don't think 50 people is enough to do big. You can make a business out of it. Yeah, 50 people. You could create some stuff out of that, but you're not gonna change the lay of of race system and the system they've got in place now.
Yeah.
It's
Let
not
me
gonna
address
do
that.
even
Let me address that,
nothing
Kingo.
to it. So what you're doing, you're just lining yourself up to be the next, possibly one on chopping block. So go on.
Yeah.
This is what
this
is what the owners are saying.
Yeah, I see. Kingo's making a strong point there. You see, it's actually the word impossible comes in. You see, yeah, but you have to understand impossible. You see, you have to understand that there are people that you try and get on with, yeah, but there's you need a different world view. It's different world view completely. Yeah. So there's this world, this construct. So it goes right the way back to the time where black people was trying to say, look, I'm a man. I'm a man. Take me as a human being. Yeah. Yeah. Why were they struggling so hard and fighting and saying, I'm a man? Why?
Yeah.
Why were black people struggling to be accepted as human? Why?
We weren't classed as human being. That's right.
Yes. Yeah. So, but here's the underlying thing. In this world, or in the world, black people were not classed as human. So you're not accepted as part of the white world and its business and its judicial system. You are an animal. Yeah, you were stock. You're outside of the world. So you're thinking, well, the way I'm being treated outside of this world, I'm treated like an animal, like stock. If they can accept me as human, as part of their world, then I can get involved in that world. And if I'm involved in that world, then I can do business, I can make money, I can own things. Yeah. I can receive justice. See, there's no justice outside of the world. Outside of the white world, there's no justice. As far as from their perspective.
That's right, yeah. According to them, yeah.
So you have to construct your own world, or use your energies to construct your world that may have been destroyed or attacked, or you have to use your energies to try and get on within their world. So in other words, you got to try and make money. You got to try and be acceptable. You got to try and get qualifications. You got to try and get receive justice. So if you're done wrong, you can get some justice and stuff. So it's all about world view. So when people say, "Oh, we're not part of this world," yes, the world, the white supremacist, racist world, is a financial ecosystem. Everything is related.
It's related. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So my angle. That's why I'm wearing this. You see, what I've realized is that's why I wear this and this. What I've realized is, you know what? I'm going back to stock. The way out of this is to go back to stock. You got to come out of the world.
Yeah.
Come out of the world. Yeah, I'm going back to stock, and I'm going to construct. I'm using my energy to construct an alternative world, a black nation, a black bank, a black entity. So I become a person in this world, because they're not going to accept me in that world. But I can imagine, I can understand why people see the benefits of, because what they're saying is, look, we don't accept you in our white world. Then they say, okay, we'll accept you at this run. We've created a little place for you. You can call yourself black, people, human, okay, and we've created a little place there for you, a little box you can there, but you can't go any further. And you can work hard, and we'll reward you. But you can't go. It's only so far. We're in complete control because this is our world. This world is white supremacist. And you've been begging and crying and saying, please, we're human. Oh, I'm a man. So okay. We'll build a little doghouse. Yeah, you got a house now. You wanted a house? Yeah. There's a house. Yes, I'm going opposite. Sovereign. When I started to think about, wait a minute, what is this reparations? Get reparations? Okay. Let's get reparations. All right. Get reparations. Then where are you going to put the reparations? Where are you going to put them? Back in the same banks that are run by the same people that insure the same ships to go and protect you? No. You have to construct from ground. You have to go back to basics. Go back. The way back. The way out is the way back.
You have to abstain away from what he's right. He's right. And the thing is as well, King Golden, that is that I understand where you're coming from, bro, man. Like, I've been observing a lot of things, innit? So I do get where you're coming from. And the elder's absolutely right. With you, brother, is that you have to have you're a very intelligent guy. You have to understand that black people, dark skin and light skin, we have been played off against each other. And when you are in a particular class, as what we've been classed as, right, is that it will be used not because you are evil, but because the fear that you will be used, right, to cause problems again. You understand what I mean? So when we're talking about, for example, people referring to you, and I get it myself, that you're not full black and all this rubbish there, right?
Yeah.
There's an experience, brother, that you see, black people of the darker hue, they have, brother, helped out, resilient towards the lighter hue. Nobody can deny this. In enslavement, brother, when the black woman, right, not just in Europe, you understand, also in Northeast Africa, the Middle East, also in Asia, when she was raped and also had to comply, the African children that came from her, brother, she was always look after them. You understand? Right?
Right.
She would never, ever, ever go to the power structure in those times and go and say, this is a really an African You know what I mean? She would hide them. You see, this is why if you are of a biracial and heritage or of light skin heritage, you must use this unjust privilege to help the darker hue. You see, you understand what I'm saying, bro? Because of their achievement of showing that code of conduct. And go on, it was.
Yeah, so that statement there is a very serious statement. Let's dig really deep now.
Go on.
If you repeat what you said,
Mm-hmm.
if you are a person of lighter hue,
Mm-hmm.
you must use that advantage to help those of the darker hue. That's your statement.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Most
Okay.
definitely. Right.
Right. So let's examine that. Why should you use your advantage as a person of lighter hue to help those of a darker hue? Why? Precisely.
If you listen to what I said, Alda, I've said to you that the darker hue, their loyalty of helping the lighter hue in enslavement, and before that, is impeccable. Do you understand?
Okay.
So what
that's
you're doing
sufficient.
Is that what could be more than that?
Let's examine that now. So you think that's
than that?
sufficient reason to be helping the darkies?
Most definitely.
Because historically the darkies looked after the lighties, and that's good enough reason to be helping them.
Most definitely. Their loyalty.
No, it's not good enough.
Why do you disagree with that?
I understand where you're going from, but it's not good enough reason, because when a person is now at the crossroads and they say, right, if I go left and help the darkies, I'm going to have that quality of life. So the darkies, they did good things for me, and so I'm looking at them, I'm looking at how they're living. Okay. And then on the other side, I say, look, okay, if I look towards and aspire towards whiteness, look at the quality of life. Yep. So I'll look at the darkest and say, well, thank you very much for all that you've done. Thank you. I pay my respects to the darkies for what you've done and what you've done historically and to what you're doing. But now I now have to make progress. Yeah. I don't want to end up living like that. I thank you for helping me to get out of that situation, but I've got a life to live. I've got to make progress. Can you see the reasoning?
No, because when there was an enslavement, as I said to you already, is that sometimes when you call someone a friend, right, you cannot just say, I'm helping you because you're my friend. It's not good enough. They will betray you. Do you understand? You need to have tangible solutions on why you class someone as a friend. And it's always the advices, the help, what they did. Do you understand?
Tangible solutions. Listen to your words.
Hold on, Alda. With due respect, yeah.
Go on.
Now, there was a biracial African by the name of Walter White. And Walter White was... he was more of the vanilla complexion, much lighter than a King Gold, right? And myself, much lighter, right? But here's the thing, though. Because he was able to impersonate as a European, he was able to stop the lynching of his fellow darker hue brother and sisters. And the reason why I did this, and when you read up on Walter White's autobiography, he was an African American, is that he made it perfectly clear the loyalty of what the darker hue did historically and enslavement helped him to understand, right, that I must return back that loyalty back. You see, and that was going on in enslavement, believe it or not, which helped out with the Garvey movement, right? It may seem bizarre, but those who have been given a certain privilege, unjust privilege, they must help those who have not been given the privilege. They must do it.
Okay, hold on there. All right.
Go on.
I got the point. Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate for this conversation, and people can come in. Okay. But fundamentally, what you're talking about is the word altruism. I think it's altruism. Yeah. So when you're those who are making lots of money and have done well, and they're multimillionaires, billionaires, they always feel responsible or a duty to give some money to charity.
Nope.
It's their duty.
This is different.
Yeah, all multimillionaires, all the rich people, all the people that make it good, they always give something back. Always. They invest in some foundation, some charitable foundation, or right. So that's the principle of pronounce it reciprocity or something.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, reciprocity. Yeah, that's right. So that principle, so that's the thing, that's the underlying argument of everything you just said.
Nope, it's not, and I'll tell you why. The difference between the millionaire, right? He's giving charity because he's been told, right, that you have to give charity to whoever and whomsoever. With this situation, right, the lighter skinned African, right, wouldn't have been in that position had it not been for the darker skinned African. You see? Because
that's the same thing with business. To become a multimillionaire, you've got to have friends who help you along the way and investors.
But you said that the multimillionaire has to give money to charity. But what has that charity done for the multimillionaire? You see? Nothing. It's just that he's been told you have to.
No. That is correct in some instances, but that's official charity, maybe for tax saving or something like that. But you ask anybody, or you just listen to anybody who's got money, and when they're talking, they always help. They're always helping out. They always mention people that help them. They always do. They always do. Always do.
We're not.
They say, we never forget where we came from.
Yeah,
we never forget where we came from. They always say that.
But we're not referring to charity, though. We're referring to loyalty of those who helped you to get into that position. This is the difference. Not every charity organization helped a millionaire to get in that position. But when we're dealing with us as a people, because I'm trying to explain to a King Gold, right, is that it goes hand in hand, is that unfortunately, because of white supremacy, right, they have deemed closer to whiteness is when you are a lighter hue than dark skin. So to combat that, you must use what they say, because it's foolishness. There's always been light-skinned Africans on the continent. You don't have to be mixed with any form of European or Asian to be light-skinned. We've had that on the continent from way back, way before European, Asian, and Middle Eastern. You understand? But to combat that, you must reverse it by saying to yourself, I'm going to use this unjust privilege and help the darker hue to build them up, so the darker hue and the lighter hue Africans can unite together based upon unity.
Okay, hold that point there. Let's look at this. No, it doesn't. No, Kel, brother. It doesn't make sense. I understand what you're saying. I do understand. Yeah, but it doesn't make business sense. It doesn't make logical sense. Think about it. that's why I talk about the world view. If you are in a world and you understand the world, the construct of the world, that's the big picture. The big picture does not make sense if the world is constructed on whiteness as a value. If you're inside that world, that is the way of the world, right? So it's to try and help the dark skin in a white world. It doesn't make sense. It can't work. It's impossible because it's a white world. You can't help dark-skinned people in a white world. You have to construct another entity completely.
Do you reckon in this black world there could be white people inside it?
Okay.
So that's another conversation. But we're talking. That's another conversation. We can talk about another alternative world, but let's examine the world that we're in at the moment.
Right.
Let's take it to pieces.
One second.
Go on, bro.
One second. Because okay, we're looking at present, but can we look at the future? Because this is why the present. See, don't forget the future, the present. Wait. What happens in the near future is based on the plans you make far down the line, right?
Okay.
Right, and that's what okay, and that's your eventual goal.
Yeah.
And then you work along your strategy, right?
Yeah.
And because you say that people like pick the black option because, I mean, the white option because the black ones is just doesn't look that attractive. It's too many.
It's not attractive. It's not.
It's too many ways of getting burnt. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Right. But let's really be honest. I don't think. I personally don't think that anybody's really looking at that. I think they're looking at, all right, if I go with this white woman, is my kids being a little bit whiter, parents being a bit pissed off about it possibly, and not having such a functioning household, is it going to be worth it? I mean, you go, this white woman, and actually, wait, she got a bit of money, so that helps with it.
Of course.
Right? So they're not going to think, oh well, the black struggle is way more important, because even if there was a track record or a roadmap, right? Clear, demonstrable results at the end of it, yeah. Like you could say, okay, well, we can look at this blueprint and then it's worked to this structure, and then we'll get our goal achieved. I personally, bro, I don't think that's. Yeah, it's definitely doable, but I just feel like they're not going to really.
What you talk? I've lost you. Clarify. Who's the they you're talking about?
Sorry.
I've lost it.
Black
what you talking about?
Are not going to. I kind of lost myself a little bit.
I know this is a serious topic, man. It's serious. It's a serious topic.
Let me get us back up. Let me get us back on board. I'm saying black people are not going to stick to the code when they've got other races in front of them in foreign territory. It's going to be very hard to convince them that, okay, well, by sticking to black people and building up your own in the face of an uncertain fucking nutcase that has nuclear weapons,
right?
It's gonna be worth it. It's just literally not. It's like
exactly.
You've got to use your logic and your common sense and realize that the path you're going down will happen naturally without you creating this whole fucking, excuse my language, sorry. You can go with a black person and not really have the whole ethos behind you, but okay, it's not that's important, but I'm saying.
Hold it, Kel.
Look, bro,
Kingo, whose side are you on in this particular conversation? Are you saying Kaylee's right or I'm right?
There's no
which
side.
Which side you talking?
That's the whole thing. And once you lot start to realize there's no side in this, yeah, there's no side in this. And the thing is, and
no side in this.
and I tell you what, let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you what. Mordor. Listen, I'll tell you what. Yeah, you see, who's that thing with the eye? Sauron.
Oh
Sauron
yeah. Lord of the Rings.
Sauron
Mordor.
Sauron's going in power, and I suggest my brothers that we join the darkness, and Sauron.
Is that what you're suggesting?
I think you should give up this plan of being able to defeat the powers.
Exactly. Okay. So you see? Did you hear that, Bull Rich? See? So King Gold is you tell that to Brother Kel. Brother Kel, address that point. Do you hear what he's telling you? What I just said. He's putting in his own words.
Are we not in the same position?
But he's trying to soften it. He's trying to soften it out. But he's basically saying what I just said. But makes it nice. He's trying to be nice about it.
Listen, and there's no mithrane fucking Kevlar armor that's gonna and ring that you can throw.
Yeah, we got the point, right? Man. We got the point.
There's no fucking ring.
I want to hear Brother Kale address that now. No, brother, you just said what I just said.
Yeah. Can't get Mr. Kale thinks he's fucking the Black Frodo Baggins. 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, go on, brother. Go on, brother. Go on.
Nah, I'm only joking. Nah, Kale, you know I'm just joking.
Yeah, let's let Kale. Yo, let's let Kale respond.
Yeah, I want to hear Brother Kale do with this.
But here's the thing, though. It returns back to why black people don't believe in the Creator. You see, He's give us the tools to sort our situation. Now, when a Pan-Africanist, right, is laying down a tangible solution, it gave you the historical evidence that the darker hue, right, looked after the lighter hue. You understand? You see? And the lighter hue, because they've been pushed into a high position due to white supremacy, that the treaty solution should be they should use that particular privilege to help the darker hue. Both brothers says it's never going to work out because we're in a world where it's just white supremacy. So it can never work out. Now these types of mindset, no disrespect, brothers, is why black people don't believe in God. You see, because the Creator, right, has made it perfectly clear. You know the difference between right and wrong, oppression, right, and what is not oppressed. If there is a collective of people that are basing their code of conduct upon color, and that color means that money should belong to that color, power should belong to that color, land should be belonging to that color, and you're doing this, we need to invent a black world without no code of conduct and without no unity. Brother, this, I cannot be on the board with that. That makes no sense. That's going to make me not believe in God more and more. Go on. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You got to take off the mute. All right.
The way you described, Brother Kel, your understanding of my description of the alternative world is not correct. But I don't want to go there yet, yeah, because I want us to examine the current world thoroughly before we talk about how to construct a new world, a world of justice. Okay, so let's really dig into the world that we're in. So you mentioned terms like right and wrong.
Right.
Right and wrong. Okay. The world that you are in has a view of what is right and wrong. The world that you are in has courts, has justice systems that decide what is right and what is wrong and what is moral. They have media, they have newspapers, they have schools teaching the children what is right and wrong. Right and wrong is an aspect, it needs to be clarified in order for a world to exist. So if you are a dog, or you are a horse, or you are an animal outside of this world, right and wrong is obviously not going to suit you. A horse is going to have a different view of what right and wrong is. A dog is going to have a different view of what. So a slave or enslaved African has a different view of what is right and wrong, in contrast to the white world. So if you say that is wrong, but the white people say it is right, then you'll get kicked out of the world, or you'll be deleted within the world, because right and what is right and what is wrong is an aspect of a construct of a world. Does that make sense to you? What you get what I'm saying? You can't talk about right and wrong and justice.
I get where you're saying, but you're not looking at it from our plight. The right and wrong, what I'm referring to, it's right for African descendants to formulate a code of conduct, to build with each other, to fight against the system. That's right. Because if we're going to go into the Bible and the Quran, all those prophets went against the system. All of them did. They understood, okay, this system goes against what the Most High wants. We're going against it. Followers, either you follow me or you reject me, but I'm going to go against the system. That is right. Why? Because it's oppressive to the soul, oppressive to your existence. You see, this is what I'm saying. The Europeans, the Middle East and the Asia, they have a right of, we believe that our race should survive, and by any means necessary, even if it means oppressing African people. So we must have our own right. That's what I'm trying to explain to Brother Akingold, right? Which I understand very well, right? And you understand, and vice versa, is that in order to make things right, we need to formulate a unity to allow one another to understand that I have your back. It cannot be based upon silly or meaningless types of contract with one another. It has to be based on solidness. I'm saying use the privilege that has been put on us to help the darker hue who did it without being forced to do it. That's loyalty.
Well,
Yeah, I got that point. That's clear, brother Kale. That's very clear.
One second. Let me just snap the reality stick in your face. Now, historically, sorry to say it so bluntly like that, and it sounds quite like I was taking a piss, but I'm not. Honestly, it sounds.
Go on, brother. Go on, brother.
But look, so if you look historically, they have taken advantage of black people and groups of black people, and I would say that if that could have been helped, it would have by other black people, but they didn't want to come together. So then we start to see that actually this is more political, right? So of a thing of, this isn't about, oh, because you're black. They, okay, now if you want to go up against the system or try to make out that you've got any chance of going against an oppressor that has historically done what they've done to black people, I think you're like, a lot of black people just want to fit in and be as good as they can, so they aren't detected underneath the radar of white supremacy. Yeah. So that will judge by what you being smart, cutting your emotions off, right, and just go and just fucking pretty much turning into robot mode, seeing what you're seeing, not jumping on the bandwagon with the other chimps complaining, throwing bananas at the cage owners. Yeah, right. So that's what it is. It's the ones that want to be silent or outspoken about it, right? Now, the interesting thing about it is you can everybody, no one ever like look like sometimes I see people who look like they're real activists and call them, I think they're sellouts, right?
Mm.
And so we're always going to be in this perpetual state of what is to sell out, what isn't. You know,
Yeah.
how
So let's
you have
clarify
to,
that.
yeah,
What does it mean to sell out? So
right.
I like the term you used. Let's explore that. Fit in. You see, to fit in. Very, very serious statement. You see, the way Brother Kale is talking, right, and the way you're talking, and this fitting in. You see, to fit in to what? See, to fit in, people are making efforts, and there are activists that that they're active to try and make life better for black people in the world, in the current world. So they're activists, yes, and they're trying to make life better for black people, trying to get justice, yes. They're trying to get justice. But in that effort to try and get justice for black people, the attempt to get justice is the attempt to get justice in the white world. It's an attempt to fit in. It's an attempt to improve living conditions in the world. And I'm saying all of that is a waste of time. When I say total, it's not a total waste of time, but the direction, the effort of trying to fit in, to trying to get justice, it doesn't work in that white supremacist racist world. That energy should be used to construct a new world with a new concept of justice, a new concept of morality, a new concept of what is right and wrong. And that world will clash with the current world. So you got a choice. Which way we're gonna focus your energies? Are you gonna focus your energies to try and fit in, to try and get justice, to try and get fair pay, to try and get better living conditions within the current system? Or do you want to focus your mind, your power, your forces, your spiritual forces to get out? I mean, you already know this from the story of Moses. That's all this stuff has happened before. It's the same thing. It's extraction. You're not going to get on in Egypt. You have to get out and construct a whole new. It's no point. Egypt is Egypt. You can try and get better working conditions. Oh, Pharaoh, can you try and not make life so hard for us? Let me have a chat with. Let me have a chat with this person. Let me have a chat with. Trying to improve. Be an activist.
Well, some people say that some people's trying to fit in with the white supremacy is I'm happy to fit in this white world because the black fucking chaos in corrupt black countries is worse. So really,
Right.
they're not seeing it as white supremacy. They're actually just seeing it as white civilization.
Yes. And black
um,
chaos.
and excellence, you could say. This is like,
Yes.
oh well, if we've got NHS free, police trying to fucking beat the shit out of you. Because if you look at the Indians, they can't wait to fucking beat you up with a stick, you know.
Yeah.
Just for looking at them beating someone else up on the street. It's like,
Yeah.
wait, can I even look at you beating someone else up on the street without you beating me up? Then you got black people, Jamaica, that's self-explanatory. America's getting retarded. Look what happened with this young guy, by these black guys. I mean, so that's what it boils down to. I think some people's shit is some people's gold. And
Yeah, oh,
the
hold
more
that
I
point
start to
there.
look at it, actually, you're kind of looking at a fine balance between but honestly, bro, just looking at it properly, let's be honest, you're in a minority being an activist against in the UK. It's pretty like
Okay,
this is
hold
what
it, keep going, hold it there, hold it there.
no. Before let me just say this. Let me just say this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Before I got disabled and in a position I got into, I couldn't imagine me sitting down. And this is what differentiates me from someone like me and Shaka, me, someone like yourself. And I don't want to say that you're going through hard times at the moment, KL, the reason why you got your type of your stance. And if you are, brother, I do honestly hope you prosper. And but generally, I and I'm not ashamed of saying this, that I wouldn't be here, or I wouldn't be in the things with the type of sort of Afrocentric type of viewpoint I have on the world, and that's just the way things have gone, right?
Yeah.
But like I said before, then I wouldn't have been as a mixed race male, even though blackness is so great. I wouldn't have been this way inclined to be on a platform thinking about start my own type of I've really kind of I wouldn't have been. I could have most likely been with a Mediterranean girl having kids on it, because that's what I kind of not that I preferred. I just found myself going with these particular type of girls more often than anybody else. So that's what it would have most likely been for me. So it's quite interesting that I can't really see the fascination. And this is what, as I said, difference between me and Shakira. And then man there, and I've just got to give them like mad homage and praise, and even yourself, brother. Being a mixed race person, don't ever look that as a slight. That's even more kudos in your corner, especially from black people. Yeah, they're gonna look at that and cherish the fact they've got with all the cards against them. There's people that are willing to put their neck on the line. You know what I mean? Be like Spartacus. Yeah, I'm Spartacus. Well, I'm Spartacus. I know it sounds kind of corny, but the way I'm kind of trying to compare like our positions in this, and it's kind of like that, and for a black brother that is down for the cause from the start, I've got to pay homage to you, brother, and it's it was what I ideally would have liked to have done, but I know that I would have had the gumption and you know what I mean, the fortitude and passion and all the rest of it to carry that out. Women and having children more important to me, yeah, and money.
Okay, hold it. Brother Kingo, don't make too many points because there's so many points you're making. Yeah, it's hard to address each one. Go on, Brother Kel. I think you're going to say something. Then I want to say something. Go on.
I get where you're coming from. Had it not happened, your circumstance, would you have been, into, trying to find liberation for our people? I get it. The thing with me, brother, is that growing up in the 80s, because I'm a 70s child, right, and seeing the way how black people has been treated, and going out of the UK and seeing the same thing and realizing that there's no form of security or protection. I can't live that way. I've always growing up had my family, but going to an area, if there's any problems, I'm going to phone my family. You understand?
Right.
And what I've noticed, brother, it's very, very frightening that the fact that we can be in a place and there's no protection for us. Now, a person who understands political military science knows that one must join and formulate allies and protection against enemies. This is logical. If you look at the gang members, brother, right? And a lot of us have that in our family. They make sure that the other side does not go into that area. They use certain tactics. They use enforcement. They will use certain propaganda to make people know if I see this guy or these brothers here, whatever, and that this is what's going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to us as a people applying that, you hear all these excuses. How can you be, as a melanated person, comfortable to be in areas or country where non-African people have the ability to destroy you, wipe you out, and take everything, and you're not willing to fight for that? Something's not right. And that's the difference between those, brother, whether it's our elders who were born in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. You see what I'm saying? And that we understand it's not normal to not feel safe and not try and do anything to secure the flock, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, these points are clear. I don't think anybody would disagree with you. You know, there's solid points, and I think, yes, to protect yourself, you'd be stupid not to. So that point is very clear, and the point of Brother King Goal was making is, as I understand it, he's saying if certain things hadn't happened to him, maybe his focus in life would have been different, which goes back to what we were saying earlier, that in this world you obviously aspire to whiteness because it's a white world. You don't have to make an effort to do so. You'll just flow. It's the tide, the river will take you that way, because that's the way the water's flowing, because that's the world you're in. You don't have to think about it. You'll look behind you and say, oh, black people are having it hard. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but I got to try and do the best I can, and go with the flow, with the flow of the world, which is normal.
Listen, if you can have a venture as well on the side, but even if you're like promoting your your culture, or starting a little like you did, like a little bank reparations thing, that's ideal, and I probably would have done that, but I wouldn't have had the
A little thing on the side.
No, I mean, look, I would, because personally, I can see like black people who go with white women and have all mixed race kids and all the rest. Yeah, I think they can support in their way, and that can be just even more powerful than someone supporting. So I feel like I still would have done something in the long run, but it wouldn't have been as the way I am inclined now, and like that's why people have bias, right? They have experience, and then they, and then they yeah.
But
So,
King Gold, here's the thing with this blending in, bro, because this is another illusion thing. When we're saying that we just want to blend in, as human beings, hold on, Aldo, all due respect, as human beings, you still want to compete to get to the top. So when you're in a company and you're blending in, you are appearing as though you are harmless, right? When you have that mindset of, okay, so I can become manager position, right? And those who have power say to themselves, wait there a minute, we've built a system to make sure you're put in your place and we exceed you, and you got to this position, even though the system has been put you in your place. That means we failed. We must do something. You see?
Yes.
Blending in.
The fact that people can make today hundreds of thousands of pounds, right? Especially with the internet the way it is, all the rest of it, and you can buy your own house. You're not going to be in a top 5% or 20%. No, top 5, 10, 20%. You can get into the the upper class, right? You can get into the upper class or middle class, so you can reach these certain levels of today. bro.
Brother, Kingo, all due respect to you, brother. All due respect to you. When you do buy a house, you do understand it's blending in. They have a rule. You buying a house in a non-African area, they'll allow one, but if there's 5, 6, 7, they move out. You see, the thing is with us as a people, brother, you can never blend in. First of all, you are melanated. You understand what that means?
So,
That
my
means,
brother,
brother, whether you are dark,
none of you have answered the question though. Would you
brother,
have white people in your black world?
brother, white
Yeah,
people
that's a
are always
no.
going to be there. That the
I'll
issue is.
answer
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
no.
hold on.
Matthew, you ain't answered the question.
The issue is right. You see, when we're talking about things for ourselves, we want to find out how non-African people will live and how they're going to be all right. You notice what we do? We should be focused on how we're going to be all right, because they don't focus how we're going to be all right. If they
No,
did,
but really, no, Kel. I'm asking you
go
an
on, brother.
honest question, bro. Would you like? Because don't forget, ancient Egypt had certain things where they wouldn't let groups of people in.
Right.
Certain groups of people, yeah. So like, it's not like, oh, that's not happened. But I mean, if you're doing that,
right,
you know, that's not many people have done that. I can't really find a group of people that have literally locked off access from just because you're from a different race.
That's
Here's the
right.
thing,
You
brother.
name me a place that's
Right.
done that. No.
That's right. They don't. Foreign office.
Here's the thing, brother.
So, bro,
Right.
that's like taking it next. That's like, you see, trust me, bro. You've
Right.
got to gauge what you're actually like. I don't know. I don't really want to, because you're a very smart guy, and sometimes I can come across condescending. And Schiffer tried to make me aware of it. I don't just feel like he doesn't want to be challenged on anything. But I'm being honest with you, brother. I'm not. This ain't coming out of a. I'm not trying to give you I'm not trying to like belittle what you're saying, but or what you think. But if you would, because don't forget because look, I'm looking at it like I've heard some serious brothers, Black Power brothers speaking. I'm not going to mention any names, but they're saying if you're mixed race, you're Arab, you're white, your crack ass ain't coming nowhere near my God. Damn.
Yeah.
You know, them
That's
sort
right.
of vibes, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, that I haven't seen that anywhere, bro. Where is that?
Now, here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing, right?
Unless it, no, bro, unless it was when
Yeah.
Hitler was going crazy, or some places like Mussolini was going nuts, yeah, or Hamburg, or certain places in Berlin, in certain parts of here, where you just couldn't be black, you'd be dead.
All right, y'all. I'm back. What's the conversation? Where we at in the conversation, y'all? My bad. Somebody catch me up.
So
Let me give it. Let me give
Hold
Bowman
on, Kingo. Can Kingo not? Kingo, I don't think Kingo can hear me. Hello? Yeah.
Go on. What do you want?
So
Yeah.
there's 3 positions we got here. Yeah.
All right.
Let me see if I can do a summary, and then right. So, Brother Kel's position is that mixed race people or those of a lighter hue should respect the fact that those of a darker hue, the dark-skinned people, looked after them in the past, have never been against them, and therefore they should remember that and work with the dark-skinned people to bring justice in this world. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard something like that. Because what I took from what Kel was saying is they should maybe infiltrate. You know, maybe if we have some of our lighter hue brothers who could pass white, maybe some of those brothers and sisters could infiltrate and get into some of these meetings and places that us darker hue brothers can't get into. So I definitely agree with that. It's kind of hard to say that they're obligated, because we know they're not obligated, but it would help.
It would help
black liberation. It would help immensely, and we know we have examples of this, you know, in America and other places around the world where, you know, lighter hue black people were infiltrating these groups. I don't know why we're
Yeah,
not
but
really
listen.
doing that anymore. I don't know why we're
No.
not doing that anymore.
Listen, Born, if you got president, if you got
Not
a
liberation.
position as mayor or president right now, and you said you had your idea, you still get heckled, what's it called? Heckled and mocked. Yeah. So this is the way, like, I swear, you lot, trust me, need to meditate and properly meditate, because I've got the time to do it. Yeah, I ain't got a job. I've been doing this for a long time. Trust me,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, when you start to look at if you get power, you're gonna regret having the power.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
but bro,
regret having power once you get it.
yeah.
Trust me.
Kingo, how
Yeah.
can you say that, Kingo? How can you say that? You've never had power. What the
No,
fuck?
but
We've never
listen.
experienced power. We've
What
never
do you mean?
experienced power. We've always been fucking subjugated and second-class citizens and the
That's
bottom of
right.
the social economic ladder. We don't know what power even smells like, looks like, feels like,
That's right.
tastes like.
That's right.
We don't know
That's
what
right.
the fuck power is.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we know? I don't know. I would be afraid. What did Kingo say? I wouldn't want it. I would be afraid of it. I don't know. No,
You
I
wouldn't know
want it,
what to
Kingo.
do with it.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
experience
I tell
power.
you what, when you get into a powerful position, you're gonna be as heartless as what they need to be. Because I tell you what,
Now,
you're
I
gonna be
can go,
saying is,
brother. But brother, all due
what you're
respect,
gonna be
this is
saying
yeah,
is,
yeah.
oh, we need to protect our black people and our
Right.
position, and there's too many of these guys breeding like rats. Right,
I
this
don't
is
like
our
that.
land.
Let's address your original question,
Hold on,
Kingo.
brother. Now, brother, can I just say one thing?
Go ahead,
This is
Kel.
why, brother. This is why black people are not believing in God. You see what I'm saying, brother? And I'm not attacking you. I'm going to explain it now. Here's what you got to understand, brother. We're talking about black people. You see, this is the focus. You see what I mean? Now, you just said, brother, I'm not being disrespectful. If we get power, we're going to be like them. You see, you, brother, are son. I'm son. IC3 and brother, we're son people. The temperament's different. Now, here's what you got to understand, brother. When I'm saying that regulating a town, we have a restaurant, brother. White people can come into the restaurant, they can eat, sit down. You see what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
But they're not to control it. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, Kel, you
Not
go
to
and
have.
buy
Hold
land.
on, brother. Let me finish,
Go and
brother.
buy land in
Let
Ghana.
him finish.
And
Let
then
him finish,
Brother, hold on,
Kingo.
brother.
Kingo,
Brother,
let
you
him
gotta
land.
let me
Let him
finish,
land.
brother. You gotta let me finish, brother,
Go
right?
on.
There's nothing wrong with them coming into the restaurant. There's nothing wrong with them, brother, if they want to learn how to write a letter, for example, if we have them organization. There's nothing wrong, but they're not to control it, brother. You see, this is the difference. You can learn from us, but not control it. You see, we can be your driving instructors. There's no more driving instructors. Oh, there's a black one. Yeah, we'll teach you. You see, but you're not to control it. This is the difference, brother. You see, I don't want to harm them, but they're not to control what we're doing. You
That's
see,
sovereign.
and we can regulate that, brother, by letting them know when we get our power that if you try to control this, there's going to be repercussions. First of all, the community are going to stick together. We're going to activism boycott and also use some form of military power just in case you don't listen. You see, that makes sense, brother. You see, that makes perfect sense. You see, because if you don't do these things, brother, what's going to happen is, because remember, why we don't believe in the creator. This is what's going to happen. Okay, I got this restaurant now. You know what? But what about the non-Africans? Are they working? Are they getting money? Let's let them in. And instead of them seeing that good nature, son nature, guess what they want to do? They're going to learn the ingredients and then they're going to make their own restaurant and then get everyone in that restaurant and push you out till you have nothing. You see the difference, brother? That's why it has to be regulated of you can come in our restaurant but not work in there, if that makes any sense.
Listen, if you go and buy some land in Ghana, right? And try and mess around with the little structure they've got there, where their families are mixing, and there's a whole 2,000 group of individuals in a network that's keeping the economy up in that particular location.
What
You've only
community
got
is
about
this you speaking about?
just
In
in
Ghana,
most
in
countries
Ghana, in
in
Ghana.
Ghana. So you have about
Mm,
2,000 people running the
mm,
government, and they all
mm.
have their family states. They all have their people working in
Right.
their places, in their districts or parts of the land. Yeah. Now, if you try and set up your shit and go there with any type of um um ideology that questions or challenges what already sort of fabric they've built, right? They'll put some what's it called? Extra chlorophyll, or they'll put some extra thingy killer, insect killer in your land. They say, yeah, put extra one in this one because he's a problem. So you'll be gone in about 6 months. Hold on a second. Let me just hit him with the stick, because they'll say, yes, this one is where's he from? Okay, well, he's from is he
It's
from
foreigner.
a Ghanaian mother? Is he from a Ghanaian woman? Has he got any lands from what name is he from?
That's right.
What is it? Williams or something like Williams. He's from that. He's from this. No, get rid of this one. We don't need this
That's
one.
right.
We like the Arabs, okay, the Nigerians, the this, the that, all the ones that they're heartless. They'll listen, and if you got animals, they put rot. If you got dogs, they put rot poison chicken. Listen, hold on, hold on. They'll drive past your house and put listen, they'll put rotten chicken.
What are we talking about now?
He's saying that if you that all those Pan Africans, if they end up going back to Africa, what'll happen? They'll find out that they'll be treated a lot
What
less than
Matthew's
they.
been telling him.
Yeah,
This is
they'll
what
be
Matthew's
messed up.
been saying the whole time.
No, but brother, now here's the thing of King Gold, right? Remember the conversation was, why doesn't black people believe in God? You see, so we want to help them, not blame everything on God, and do things for themselves. You see, because if you don't separate, you're gonna blame God. Now, what I'm saying is, brother, first of all, in Ghana and those places, they are requesting African descendants to go back and build up the land.
Yes,
That's a
but
fact.
that means that you're going to
Hold
be
on,
coming
brother. You gotta
underneath
let me
the
finish,
system.
brother. Brother, you gotta let me finish, brother. Right?
All
What I'm
right.
saying is, brother, is that we start small. So, for example, if we have a code of conduct, as I always say, right? The problem is we don't want to hurt non-African people. We just need to let we as black people understand it's okay to do for yourself. Whether
My
you
brother,
hear negative speech, whether
my
they
brother.
want to try and hold on, brother, they want to try and fight you. It's okay to defend yourself and tell them, you know what, non-black people, because of the state that you've left us in, we want to do for ourselves. Now, you may want to attack us
I'm
for it,
sorry to say
but
that,
we're going to
brother.
defend ourselves and still build for our people. This is
No, but listen,
logical.
hold on.
Hold on,
I'm going
brother.
to
Let
do
me finish, brother. If you let me finish, brother. I said to you
it.
already, you know, brother, right?
Sorry,
Animals do
excuse
it.
me. Go on.
Animals understand. The spider will never go to the lion and say this, lion, can you build a web for me? You understand? The spider never does that. Because the spider knows if I ever ask the lion to do that, the lion is going to kill me or do. No, the spider wants to build for its own spider family. You see, it can live in the jungle, but it goes in a corner and builds its own web. We as a people can be in an environment until we get our power back and build with each other, find solutions to get our power back. You see, we don't need non-African people, brother, to help us with that. You don't need to blame God. God's give you the tools, find solutions, go away, whether it's in a corner, whether you need to build. It's simple. It's really
Okay,
simple.
no,
It's not that
okay.
simple,
So
man.
listen,
Otherwise, you would have done
listen. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, yeah, you was killing it, Kale, but then you said it's that simple. Yeah, yes, hypothetically, yes, it is that simple, but we ain't been able to figure that out, brother Kale.
Exactly. So it can't be
We
simple.
haven't,
That's why we would have done it.
Yes,
You see, brother Bond, the reason why, right, it hasn't been done yet is because we want to overcomplicate things. You see, when you complicate something that doesn't need to be, you're not going to believe in the creator. You see, when the creator sent the laws down to the prophets, why did he send the prophets to go and deal with the animals first, the flock? You know why? Why he made the prophets and messengers deal with the sheep and the cows first before he dealt with the people? Do you know why?
Talk to me. I don't. Talk to me.
Because if you can deal with the animals and have patience, the human beings will be no problem. You see? Now, when it comes to these solutions, brother, you see, the moment you start doing this, but white supremacy is going to kill us, right? You're complicating things. They are supposed to try and kill you. You understand? They're supposed to, because they understand we've benefited from your civilization. So you must say to yourself, if you're trying to kill me, I must try and outdo you to push you back or kill you. We don't have that mindset. What we
Okay,
want
hold
to
that
do
point
is
there,
this.
brother.
Go on.
Yeah, brother.
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay.
Go on.
So right. So the point is very clear what you're making. I'm not going to disagree with you, but here's a challenge: how to do it. Yes, it has to be done. Yes, it should be done. Yes, it needs to be done. And yes, there's going to be those that disagree with that being done. So now we have to talk about strategy and method. This is where the conversation you have to use
One
your
second,
head.
1 second. No, 1 second. He's gone too far. You're going too far, IC3. Just pull him up on this. Just quickly hold your thought, IC3. But look at this. When you go over to Ghana, there's going to be turf war between the Rastas and the government already. Landowners are coming hard down on these Rastas because it's hard to adapt. The Rastas are screaming up about it a little bit, right? And people are mentioning it on their lives. People like Pharaoh and all these elders in the community. There are people who brought this up. There's like a couple of people from Sugar. You've got people, known podcast speakers from the conscious community have spoken about the problems that people are facing going to Ghana. Now if you're coming from here, say like you're someone like Shakara, right, and you're part of that Pan-African thing, and he's well respected actually.
Yeah, he is.
That's something that now. Yeah, I respect what he's doing, but this is something that maybe I could see has something, but they're still operating in that system. Now that's still within a system. Yeah, okay. So then you have someone push back and say, well, we're still within the system, right? Which is still backed ultimately and controlled by the great big pound, which is the top of that system, which is a monetary system.
That's right.
Now, if you want to actually be genuine with being out of the system, out of the government, creating your own nation from the grassroots, now we're talking what Jed's has spoken about. And I hate to mention names, but I can only use their ideologies because we know them. We all know their stance, and that's why I'm using them. Now that's going to be an uphill battle, right? And I expect that coming from the brain of someone who's like a kind of alpha. You know what I mean? It's, probably the government don't like someone like that. You know what I mean? Especially when they've got a mouthpiece. So, and so that's what it is, brother. It's a case of it's a case of you can't what a lot of people have the idea is that you're going to break out and go and create your own type of system like the beach with Leonardo DiCaprio, where you've got your own secluded island and that's you're not going to last long there. You can fall in line with these little movements we've got within these countries, but if you want to go really try and help,
let me ask you
if
something.
you really want to try and help black people, you need to go on the grassroots where these Rastas have got a little bit of political problems with Ghana right now. That's the true That's the true.
Let me ask this then. Listen, if it's impossible, if this is impossible, how do the Taliban gain power in certain areas? How do they come in and say, you know what? Yeah. And I'm just saying because you're making it seem like it's just so impossible that the government is going to have a hold. But I watched these Taliban just roll into cities and countries and say, "Fuck your government. This is the new government of this land."
That's right. Rolling.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sure they organize. They do all the shit that Kel's saying. They go get in a little corner. They organize. They come up with a plan, a code of conduct, a strategy, and then they go out and execute. And complete the objective. How do they do it? But then when we speak about it, Kingo saying, "Hey man, that's impossible. That's impossible." Right. But we've seen it in our lifetime. It's not impossible.
That's right.
It's not impossible, Kingo. You've seen the Taliban in your lifetime roll into a country and take it over.
That's it.
Yeah, you've seen it in your lifetime, Kingo. So
we're not going to sit there
act like that's just so far-fetched. It's inconceivable. It's not. We've seen it in real time.
Don't forget. The main goal and goods are black people. They'll arm everybody else up, nowhere near as powerful like the devil to God, but they'll allow them to have something. So they can create the powers that be, which are the elite. And they'll have everybody, all these other neighboring countries, Pakistan, Asia, in it with even low grade nuclear weaponry, so they can be part of the orchestrated event of world domination. So you need to
hold it there.
Problem.
King goes, right?
You make lots of points there.
I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing, right? Here's the thing, King Gold. There was an Israelite in America, right? Amin bin Israel. He came up with a powerful Hebrew Israelite movement. Him and the Hebrew Israelite African Americans left America, brother, right? Went into Israel, right, in the 60s, brother, and built a community, self-sufficient, not relying on the government. If he can do that, you mean to tell me that we can't do the same thing?
Privilege, leeway, leniency. They give an Asian man all the weapon elements, and they'll let him stay there for a year. Would you think he'd allow you as a black man with the ability and with do you think he'd allow you the same ability?
Well, this was a black man from the line.
Is he still there?
He's passed away now, but his descendants and people are still there though. They left America when in the 60s. So since 1960s, until now, they're still there now. They built a community. You see? Why can't we do the same thing, brother? And all I'm saying is history, this. Hold on, brother. All I'm saying is this: before we even build a community, start small. You see, you're talking about Ghana. All right, they're not allowing certain lands. Get what you need to by making a treaty connections, right? And then build small from the economics. You build on that. Get something else. Build on that, and then enlarge. This is hustling, brother. This is how everyone does it. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to get the biggest thing straight away? Oh, we need the big land. Oh, you can't get that land and then give up. Sometimes you have to start small, brother.
Yeah, but brother Kel, what you're saying, I've been hearing that for about 20, 25 years. The exact same arguments that you're making. And nobody's going to disagree. But the point is, when it comes to the application, nobody yet has been able to do it good enough on a large enough scale to deliver those people classified as black, non-white, from the system of white supremacy. So they all do. For years, I've been hearing the exact same thing you're saying. And there are lots of little communities, little pockets here and there. But none of them are big enough to deal with the problem of the global financial system of white supremacy. So that's why I keep trying to bring the conversation into, let's talk about practical, how to actually do it, what actually works. Not that it needs to be done, not that certain people have done bits pocket, but it's almost let's talk about doing it on a global scale. I don't want to go in some little community, live in some half corner of a forest somewhere.
Sure. I got a lot.
But remember what you said, Alda. Remember what you said,
Hold
Alda.
on.
You said,
Hey, Kel, my bad. I'm sorry, Kel. I got you, Kel.
True.
Kel, I got you.
It's
I know
true
Kel's
though. He's
gonna
got a point.
respond.
He's actually got
Hold
a
on,
point.
Kingo. Hold on, Kingo. Kel, I know you want to respond, but IC3, I missed that last point you said, brother.
Yes.
What was the last point
the last point is this. Brother Kale has described the desire of many people. I've heard that desire for
25
30
years. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, of people building their own little community somewhere on this planet. Yeah, I'm not interested in building any little community in any little corner of the globe. Because the system of white supremacy is a global economic financial system. And they can roll over your little community in any little corner of the globe whenever they choose to, unless your organization is of a global level and can match theirs and hold them, regulate them. You have to have an organization, an operation that is global.
That's kind of all right. Okay, I see three.
Yes.
Well, go ahead, Gail, because I interrupted you, brother. Go ahead, Gail.
okay, respect, brother. Well, first of all, Alda, you when you came on the show, you demonstrated symbolically what we have to do. You've got some shackles around your wrist.
Yes.
You see? And that shackles typifies what? That you have to abstain and become the what? The enslaved. You remember you saying that?
Yeah. Good.
Okay. So
yes.
In order to become the enslaved again, you're going to have to go to a corner with those who are on board with that. Build small, you see, and then get everybody else globally on that movement. You see, the reason why the little communities don't work out, that is the same reason why when our brothers and sisters in Haiti and the African Americans, when they went war with the white supremacy many times, and that is that they were sanctioned, nobody came to help them. You see, Haiti defeated white supremacy, but then nobody came to help them.
That's
you
right.
see?
Yeah.
So when nobody comes to help you, right, we understand allies. But in order for the allies to help you, they must see you saying to yourself, well, I'm wearing the shackles to get away and abstaining from white supremacy. This is our movement. Help us out. And that's where your shackles comes involved. You cannot help your people unless you abstain away from white supremacy. The more you involve your white supremacy in their ideology and their tactics, the more you cannot help your people. And this is why we're in the same situation. And then that's why we blame God and say there's no such thing as God, when God's giving you the tools to get out of your situation. All due respect to it.
Very good. That's good. That's good. So how to organize? What is the best model? That's another discussion.
Let me say this. Good shit. This is kind of perfect, Lady Spade. Thank you for dropping that link. Let me play a video. Mikhail is saying, hey, we need to get our land, right? Mikhail is saying we need to build our community. Building a community, you're going to need land, right? On top of a code of conduct, on top of people, all the shit you're going to need, but you're also going to need land. Now, how can we push back against this, Brother Kale? In the global system of white supremacy, we get our land, and then shit like this happens, brother. Let me play this video.
Black ranchers in Colorado are being treated unfairly, harassed, and this. Here it is.
I'd like to say thank you, world, you know, for sticking in there with me. The fight is not over. I've been informed this morning by a fellow service member that the police were called on us 5 times this past weekend for doing work on our land and performing while black. That's not a crime. You know, Elijah McClain would still be alive to this day if it wasn't for somebody calling and saying that a black man is walking down the street. That's not a crime. None of that is a crime. Farming while on your own land is not a crime. The people that were out here this past weekend didn't deserve to be tormented and harassed by Gerhardt's goons. I guess I'm finna be facing charges. New charges are finna be coming down the pipeline on me for being on my own land. World, I'm asking that y'all come out in full force on 2/17/23 to the Denver Capitol. You know, and we state our claim that the Karen Act be passed and put into law that make it a crime, a hate crime, to weaponize the police against people of color.
That is Mr. Mallory. Mr. Mallory was arrested for felony stalking. All right? He was arrested on Monday, February 6th. And the bond was set at $6,000. Let's go to the next video.
Please make the call. Gerhardt's goons are at it again. Gerhardt's goons are at it again. Farming while black in America. There's Deputy Hancock there with El Paso County Sheriff's Department. That's the vehicle 8306. He has not provided any information as to whether there's anyone else in the vehicle at this time. State Patrol appears to be. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We're still live here, world. Yeah. We're still live. Flood the lines of the Sheriff's Department. Gerhardt and his goons must be fired. He needs a lie detector test.
All right. So.
See?
Now, pretty much what I'm gathering is you can see all of these comments. This is pretty much what I surmise from it too, Lady Spade. Thank you for this because I did glance over this story earlier. So, yeah, what I'm hearing is these black farmers, they have, I guess, neighboring property with white farmers. And the white farmers are pretty much trying to take their land. They're trying to, you know, redo the property lines and tell these black people, hey, yeah, I know what you paid for, but the real property lines are this. So,
that's right.
And then it's become a tit. No, I ain't gonna say a tit for tat. It's just become bullying. Now they're bullying the black farmers because from what I heard, Lady Spade, did they say a few months or maybe a year? Like they fairly recently just purchased this land. And they said, yeah, it's just been a lot of harassments. Like they said, I read that the dogs have been poisoned and killed. They're stealing some of his cattle. They trespass on the lawn and start doing construction on his property and calling the cops. It's restraining orders also, Lady Spade. I read that. So the black farmers and the white farmers, that's the neighbors, they have restraining orders on each other. One of the white neighbors actually was arrested or violated something pertaining to the restraining orders maybe a month or two ago. But yeah, I did run across this story. But why it's important here, Kel, is how do we stop this stuff from happening? Now we got our land, we got our community. We're building every day. We're not bothering anybody. We're building on our land, building our compounds, our businesses and everything. And now all of a sudden, Kel, you're in the back of this police cruiser.
Right.
Because they said you were stalking the white neighbors, Kel. How do we get around this type of bullshit, brother?
Yeah.
No, brother, I said to you before in that, right? You see, the Europeans, brother, You know why they can behave a certain way, brother? You see, they can walk on your land and, you know, pretend that we're going to share power. And you know why they can do it, brother Born?
Yeah.
The reason why they can do it, brother, because they are backed by Europe. You see, brother, when you are in a situation where you can walk into different areas, right? And those people in the area say to you, like, what are you doing here? And you say to them, well, I'm looking to chill here. And they're like, no, you're not. And you're like, okay, if you don't let me chill here, I'm going to contact my affiliation. Those people in the areas, they're going to allow you to chill. We as a people, brother, we don't have any allies, brother. And it's very strange because when Robert Mugabe, right, took the lands away from, right, in Zimbabwe, right, how did they get the land back, brother? Because they understood we whites are backed up by other whites. You can say we don't belong here, but our law and power tells us we're going to take what belongs here. We don't have any allies, brother. And in order for us to control things, you need to have there's more black people on the planet. I've said this before, and other people said it. You have to always form treaties. You know, we've got WhatsApp groups. You know, we're traveling. We have to get connected with our people, whether it's in the Americans, etc., so we can find out what is economical. How do we extract the resources under? Hold on, all due respect to how do we extract the resources for us to create our own weapons? Because you do understand North Africa, East Africa, and I believe, and the Congo supplies military weapons from that land to help out with the Europeans' military artillery weapon. You see these things there, brother. You have to have allies.
Okay, how do you get allies? How do you get allies? No, you said what we need. We need allies. You have to have allies. So let's talk about now how does a people get, or how does an individual get allies, and how would black people get allies? Let's talk about solutions now, methods. Anybody got any ideas?
Good question.
That we're in the social media, so we have WhatsApp groups, we're traveling on the continent, we're traveling in America, etc. These are times to formulate treaties, right, and conversations of we need to stick together and formulate a military army. For example, a military army in the sense of let's protect each other.
Okay, who's the we then? Who's the we that needs to formulate the treaties?
Those who are subjugated, which are black people only, by white supremacy.
Okay, hold it. So who? So let's talk about this organization now. Let's build it together. Whilst we're talking, just in theory. So, this group, who is in and who is out? Because this group is going to be the core group that you're talking about for this model, and then this group is going to be seeking allies. So, who's in this group and who is out, in your opinion? Let's follow your model for a while. Go on.
The ones who are in the group. So let's say, for example, let's use the African Americans land, right? So we know in order for the African Americans to protect themselves in the land, they're gonna have to have allies with the Caribbean and those on the continent, right? So if we have a treaty, as I said to you, that we go over there, for example, right, and then we formulate weapons on the continent due to the fact.
Hold it. Before we go there, let's go basic. Okay, so African Americans. Okay, so African Americans as we'll stay with the context of the American situation. So the African Americans as a core group. Okay, so what is an African American, and who would not qualify to be an African American? What would be your definition of an African American? We've got to clarify the core group first. What is an African American by your view?
What, the black people who are in America?
Hold it there. The black people who are in America. So there's
Yeah.
so that issue now. I want to see how you're going to address the ADOS and the Foundational Black America. So there's black people in America from the Caribbean who are living. There's black people in America from Africa. There's black people in America from Europe, and there's black people in America who have been there for generations. Right. So all of those are classified as African American.
I think he means. I don't want to speak for Brother Kale, but I think, come on, I think I see through. I honestly think he means, American descendants of
no. Let's not guess. Let's go through it.
Exactly what
he's not talking about the Nigerian that lives in America now. I don't think. Go ahead, Kale.
I'm more, and the thing is exactly what he said there, right? Those who are on the continent, not the ones who's migrated there.
Yeah,
but how about the children? Those children that were born of African parentage, so they're not foundational Black Americans, and they're not ADOS.
The one that's migrated there.
Yeah. So what are that? And they have African American American citizenship. Are they African American?
Well, they're gonna have to have a treaty with the African Americans there anyway, in order for it to work out. There has to be a treaty. There has to be. There's no other option. Right.
Okay, so let's follow this through now. So, you would agree then with the concept of the foundation of Black Americans as being the core entity of what an African American is. So that group should organize themselves, and then they should form treaties with the new blacks who are descendants from who are born in America, but they're not foundational Black American.
Oh, most definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There has to be a treaty with them. Yeah.
Okay. Right. And what's the difference between Born Rich? What's the difference between FBA and ADOS?
Nothing. Just a little tribal skirmish. That's it. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. It's just tribes bickering. It's tribes bickering. You know how the Yoruba. You know how the Yoruba. You know what I mean?
Okay. So how do you clear up? How do you clear up
skirmishes?
Yeah, I got it. I got the point.
Really
how do you clear up FBA and ADOS? ADOS.
It really ain't. I mean, it's one and the same. I don't even know.
No, it's not. The fact that they're having a clash means they're not the same.
IC3, it's one and the same. Listen, when the paperwork goes in, right, you have to think it's all about the lawsuit. See, we can bicker behind the scenes, but the paperwork is American descendants of slavery. That's what the paperwork says, right? The lawsuit for the debt that we need that we're owed on that lawsuit, it says American descendants of slavery. It may even say Black American. I don't know. It says some, but it's not a foundational. The foundational Black American, like I said, it's just a tribal beef where some people say, "Hey, man, we don't really rock with that shit."
Hold it.
Listen to me. We'll put our name on the petition because we know we have a common enemy. It's just like a Christian and a Muslim, a Black Christian and a Black Muslim. And you're going to say, what's the difference? Ideology is the difference. But you know what both of them are doing? Both of them are checking Black in that box when it comes to benefits or job or if you're applying for a job, you just put Black. Just like on this lawsuit, we put American descendants of slavery. And after we file that paperwork, then we can go back to YouTube and say, well, we have our own little sect when we're the foundational Black Americans, and we can do our little tribal bickering.
Yeah, okay. But there's no word Black. There's no in American descendants of slavery. You raised the point there. You're saying that the word Black is not in there, so other people can slip in there, can't they?
No, we did say Black. It is Black in there. That's why I just said Black is in there, right? Because we did run across that. we did run across some Irish people saying, hey,
of course,
hey, we're American. So then we said Black American descendants of slavery. And now
okay, slow this down. The first language you used, ADOS.
Yeah, it don't.
American
I see three. The
descendants
paperwork
of
says Black.
slavery.
No,
There's
listen.
no word
listen.
black
All right,
in there.
hold on. I made a mistake, brother. The paperwork says Black American descendant of slavery.
Ah,
There
so
we
it's
go.
BADOS.
Yeah, I mean,
correct?
you can put it on there whatever you want to, but yeah, the paperwork says Black.
Right. Good. See, clarity. All right. So the paperwork says Black. Very good. So if it's so that's why I suppose the FBA are kicking up a fuss because.
Well, I think the FBA would be better, right? A foundational Black American, because
it mentions the word Black directly in the movement,
and it has American in there too.
Exactly.
So not even trying to be funny or not trying to be funny, but it does kind of eliminate the Caribbean brothers because they're gonna say, "Oh shit, I'm not I'm a Black American, but I'm not foundational. My people come from Jamaica.
Right.
My foundation is in Jamaica." Or the Nigerian brothers say, "Damn, okay, even if I do want to say I'm a Black American because I'm a citizen now, but I'm not foundational."
Right.
I'm
right.
not.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not.
So therefore, so you see
But
now,
the paperwork is going to have to say slavery. So that's why we went. That's why we piggyback off the American descendants of slavery. Made sure we had to go back and tweak it because the Irish tried to squeeze in. So we said,
of course
shit,
it was.
hold
Oh
on.
my
All right,
God.
so now we have to say Black. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Black American descendants of slavery.
Right. So hold it there. So
Yeah,
the lesson
had
we
to-
learn here, going back to Brother Kel's point, is that in order to have an organization that can form treaties with other organizations to have allies, yes, you have to clarify exactly who you are precisely. The precision has to be flawless, like engineering. The language has to be so precise because if there's any flaw in the language, there's going to be flaw in the organization and it'll crash.
Let me ask you, could I do this? Could we do this, IC3, right? Now, I told you about the lawsuit that we have with the American government, right? Which we know is a white supremacist government. Now, if I'm building allies with the Caribbean brothers globally, the African brothers globally, could we use the foundational Black American title with that, but then use the Black American descendants of slavery when it comes to paperwork and this whole other business deal we got going on? Would that be feasible? Kale, IC3?
Yes.
Because we have two names in a sense, right?
Yeah, but if the two names, one has to be global and one has to be local.
Yeah.
One has to be global, one has to be local.
I like
and
that.
you use the global name to form allies, and you use a local name to leverage power locally with the local government.
Ah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And that's the way I would want to do it. That's it. You know why? Because when I talk to you brothers on this panel, y'all kind of describe me as the Black American brother. So I would say, okay, globally, they already call us Black Americans. Let's just say, hey, we're foundational Black Americans. That gives us the little,
extra. Yeah,
a little extra. Just in case somebody say, hey, man, I was born, my parents come from, I don't know, some Caribbean island, and I was born in America. I don't know anything besides America. I'm a Black man born in America, so I'm a Black American. But then you have to say, okay, but
and you can have foundational Black Caribbean, foundational Black African.
Where's your great grandparents from? No, because it has to be foundational. Because foundational, you can easily answer the question: where's your great grandparents from?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So foundational Black Caribbean works the same way, doesn't it? Because you can say our parents were brought there as enslaved Africans, Black Negroes. Yeah.
Absolutely. 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 Now, I will ask y'all this now. We're talking about allies, right? Especially when it comes to the Black community. Allies, allies, allies. But our dear brother Neely Fuller Jr. says we should avoid each other.
That's right. That's right.
Let me play the clip and then we'll discuss. I'll play the clip and then we'll discuss it, fellas. Let's see. It's because I hear all of this unite.
Yeah.
But then we gotta see what the elder says about leaving each other alone.
Right.
Let me mute my mic and then I'll play it.
You said Black people need to stay away from each other. Since you brought up Black people in your last statement, why did you say that Black people need to stay away from each other unless there's going to be some productivity?
Yes, Black people should stay away from each other because as victims of racism, the racists have filled our minds full of poison. So whenever we come in contact with each other, the poison immediately begins to spread. Black people walk around full of poison. You can almost see it in our eyes. When we pass each other on the sidewalks, we're loaded with it. It's been put there. We weren't born with it. We didn't have that look in our eyes when we were little people, just little toddlers. We were wide open to the world, just like all people are when you're a toddler. But when you are in an evil system, a system that is designed deliberately to produce evil thoughts, to produce animosity, to produce violence, then that toddler, as he or she grows, begins to pick up the poison that's already here. And then the poison is spread as that person comes in contact, particularly with persons of like persuasion. This is why Black people sitting on a bus, you can almost feel the atmosphere of hostility there. That's not a natural thing. That's artificial. And it's all put there by the white supremacists long before the bus was built, long before the people got on the bus. Every Black person must realize this. So what do you do about it? Codification is all about what you do. You make sure that anything that you say to someone before you open your mouth is of constructive value.
Beautiful. Beautiful. It stands. Solid. Solid. So how would I apply that? I'd like to hear from the others as well. You see, codification. I go along with that. Codification. So this is how I'm applying it. You know, you could see from the last the videos I've been making. I'm promoting the concept of the race codes and the code IC3. Yeah, and and the setting up of a Black entity for Black people and mixed Black people. Yeah. So if you're half Black, 3/4 Black, 1/4 Black, 1/8 Black. Yeah. So Blackness as a code. Yeah. As a number to focus, to build an entity to counter white supremacy. Okay. So every day, like even today, I had lots of meetings today with people, lots of discussions. And I put out my designs. And so when people approach me, they can see exactly the purpose of the conversation. Yeah, I'm not interested in any small talk. I don't doing any small talk, no gossip, nothing. People keep coming at me with that. They try to come with it, but it just drops dead because I don't do it. If there's a conversation, that is the topic of conversation. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, so some people might say, "Oh, I'm a bit antisocial, whatever," because I know that they start leaning off into. Well, let me give you an example. I showed you some videos where I've been going around showing people the codes, yeah, and now white people are now starting to get interested in the codes, yeah, and then today, what happened? Yesterday, somebody said, "Oh, a white person said, could you come to our shop on the high street? It's a major high street, and bring we want one of you a copy of your codes." Yeah, it's the first time now. It's white people actually contacting me, asking me to bring codes to their shop, to their business. I thought, whoa, everything's moved to a different level now. So they said, could you come Friday or Saturday? So I said, okay, I'll see what I'll do. So I went down there. This is High Street now. And I met this because they know me from Speaker's Corner. It's a white person. They know me from Speaker's Corner. And they said, oh, right. Oh, thanks for coming. I said, yeah, I've got the codes here. So where do you want to put the codes? Watch this. I come with the codes, expecting to put the codes up. It's a white person now. And I said, yeah, okay. But do you know this? And so the conversation now, they started telling me some background. So basically, they started telling me all gossip about what other black people are doing, what other white people are doing, who's having sex with this, who's falling out with this. And the amount of information, my head was going dizzy because, you know, I was almost tempted to draw into it. Because I thought, what? You know about this? I know this person got killed and this person hanged themselves. And this white girl, what she did, she come into this man's shop and she says, oh, haven't you got any halal sausages? And this man was married and this white girl was got it because he's Turkish white, yeah? This white English girl was coming in there and saying that she wants some of his sausage and it was code for that. Then it went into grooming gangs and how the English people are against the Turkish people, and this Turkish man, it's found out that he was with this white young girl. And then they were accusing him of grooming her, and then the white man father heard that, and it was going on and on and on and on and on. And I was just saying, okay, all right. And he's like, for about an hour. But
you was
in my
talking.
head, I'm here to deliver the code system because he requested it. Yeah, but I'm just being polite and listening to all this information. Yeah. I just trying to be polite, but I was refused. And then this is after all this. Yeah, have you got? Well, what's your number? What's your telephone? I said, my telephone. I don't give up my telephone number. My telephone number is only for when my phone rings. It's for my family. Yeah. Whenever the phone rings, it's the family or the doctor or the dentist or something. Yeah, I don't. Nobody has my phone number. If you want to contact me, you contact me via email or via Facebook or something like that. But I don't give out my telephone number. Yeah. That's my personal code for survival. I'm not saying that's what you should, but I'm just saying that's that because the phone starts ringing at inconvenient times, all kinds of stuff. No. My phone never rings. My phone doesn't ring. So after the long thing, I said, yeah, okay, I'm going now. I said, yeah, do you want this? Yeah. And then he put it up. So the meeting, what I accomplished, what I intended to do, and he put it up in Facebook, and he put it. So my post is up there. Yeah. So it happened exactly as planned, but the danger, I only just about made it out of there. So I said all that to say, code. You got to go in with a code, come out with a code. If you don't have a set plan,
Yes.
You're going to be.
Yes.
Which goes back to what you said earlier in the very beginning, about why aren't black people, and Brother K was saying the same thing. We have talents, we have abilities, but why aren't we using them? And then I said, remember I said to you, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and you asked me to explain. Well,
explain that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that relates to the exact same situation. You go there with a purpose, with a mission, with a code. Yeah. And then they try to knock you off the code.
And if you're easily influenced, or if you're easily persuaded, then you'll get off the mission quickly. You'll get off the mission. You're right. You're right. And it boils down to what Neely Fuller Jr. is saying, man. Like, yes, we need to avoid each other because you know why? When we talk to each other, we get sidetracked.
Yes.
Quickly.
That's the game. That's the game. You have to deflect the power, deflect the focus. Then you can get black people they won't organize effectively. And you know what happened? This is a lesson. I think we're going to learn a lesson here. Is that he's part of the community. Yeah. He's part of the Turkish community. And what happened is a member of the Turkish community, it's good how they work together, how they try to stick together. But a member of the Turkish community was working here, and then some white people, he went out for a drink with an English woman.
Yeah.
And then the English, so it's just going out for a drink, social. And then the English woman's daughter came to his shop and said that she wants some sausage, as if it's code for sex. Yeah. Then he's saying, look, can you come out the shop, please? Because no, I'm married. My wife's in another country. I'm not interested. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then somebody else twisted it to say that he was grooming the girl. And then the gossip started to spread within the Turkish community.
Hey, hey, for you to be a man on a mission, you sure was listening to this gossip, boy.
Exactly. But exactly. Can you see? Can you see? But I'm talking this now.
I'm listening.
In a codified. This is. I'm giving you this aspect of the gossip to express a code. Yes, a principle of a code. Yeah. So that's why I'm going into this. Yeah. So how it spread within the community that resulted in that man eventually taking his life. Right. So the point here is when he went out for a drink with that woman, that's the first move. You see?
Yeah.
So what was he staying in code, community code? What was the purpose? You see, just like Neely Fuller just said, when black people get together, there must be a reason or a purpose. Otherwise, keep away.
Yeah, keep away.
That's what you just played, isn't it?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when black people interact with each other.
Yes. But it's the same principle. It's a principle.
Yeah, no, exactly. But Kale, and you know what you're saying, what Kale was saying earlier. Kale was saying, listen, when black people or he used the word African. He said when Africans are interacting with non-Africans, that's when the confusion starts. And I think that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying if the Turkish guy never got with the English woman, then once he did that, he was off code.
That's it.
There's a crack. Sideways.
Yes, and then the whole hell can come through that little crack. So the same principle applies when speaking to black people. I'm applying the same thing. I don't give up my telephone number. If there's conversation, there's no small talk. I don't do any small talk.
You don't do any small talk.
No small talk.
I don't know. That's crazy. I like a little.
You see?
I like the
But that's
little
how I'm
small
keeping
talk.
myself stress free.
Yeah, I do. I like a little small talk.
I know. Of course. We all do.
I can't lie,
we all do.
man.
But I don't do any.
Yeah,
that's how I'm surviving.
All right, let's listen to,
it's hard, isn't it?
No, hell yeah, it's real hard. I like a little small talk,
banter.
Man.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit. Just a little bit.
No,
I have my days. Yeah. I'll say that. I have my days. I have my days when I'm not in the mood for it at all. Like, let's handle the business. And then I have my certain days where I'm like, we can talk about.
But sometimes I laugh at other people's banter, but I won't do it myself because I'm in, like here, we're on stream. Sometimes you're on a stream and there could be other people who join who want to banter and crack jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm on stream and the joke might be funny and I laugh, but I'm not going to crack any jokes myself.
All right. Okay.
So it's online, offline. It's exact same thing. Code.
Absolutely.
I'm here because it's a Born Rich channel, and when I'm here, I know the conversation's always going to be about problems and solutions, trying to find solutions.
I try to be IC3, but like I said, I can speak.
But you add a bit of every now and then.
Yeah, I know a little bit. Bullshit from time to time. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, so that's like cooking. You know, in the cooking, you add a little bit of salt or a little bit of pepper or a little bit of sauce.
Yeah.
Just to make people come to the restaurant. You know. Yeah.
I think I've changed a lot mentally, but it's some stuff that that I was raised on or learned in the world that is like I just like it. I like it. I like it.
Of course,
I like
sauce.
I like a little bullshit. I like some jokes. I like sports. I like to gamble.
That's
I like
right.
to drink a little Jack Daniels. Like I got some bullshit. I know it's like damn it, boy. You know it's wrong, but I like it.
Yeah, but you see, Neely Fuller's is like military level. If you're on the battlefield. Well, actually, you brought up something very good. Actually, you see, on the battlefield, it's very much like what Neely Fuller's saying. Yeah, but Neely Fuller's model doesn't work when it comes to espionage. Yeah, think about it. Spies. Yeah, they're the highest level. They can save millions of lives just by getting some information out. Yeah. But the spy business is the most dangerous business. You got to live like somebody else.
Yeah.
You got to socialize. I mean, you've seen all the spy movies. They're always, all the spies are always in the bar. They're in the restaurant. They're in the club. They're in the disco. They're dancing. They're socializing.
You have to be amongst the Romans, right? When in Rome, do as the Romans.
Yeah. So unless you're of spy level mindset, right? You got to follow exactly what Neely Fuller's saying. Unless you can operate like a spy, because they're on code when they're behaving off code. They're behaving like they're off code, but they're on code.
Yeah, they're on code. Yeah.
They can get drunk.
Yeah.
So that's how the British took out the white people took out the Indians. Firewater. Have a drink. Have a drink and sign a treaty. Next thing, the guns are around.
Brother Kale said something about treaties earlier, didn't he?
Exactly. That's what I'm referring to. What Brother Kale was saying, the treaty. But those treaties, the signing of treaties, is all about ambassadors and representatives and dinner parties. It's all about that.
And you
When
know what's funny?
ambassadors meet,
You know
when
what's funny?
ambassadors meet.
Let me tell you what's funny though, IC3. Fuck, man. In a weird little ignorant way, we kind of have that from time to time in our community. I'll say the Black American community, right? I know nobody really wants to go to gangs and turf wars, but I've seen turf wars calm down. Like you said, not verbal treaties in a sense, or ambassadors of this block. This ambassador of this block, okay, we've been beefing with each other because we're invading each other's quote unquote territory, right?
Yeah.
So then you'll see the ambassador for this territory go sit down with the ambassador of this territory and say, hey, come on, man. Like now nobody's making any money. Like
exactly.
Now we're just harming each other. Nobody's making any money. Let's negotiate.
Right.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. That's dope. So we have it in us.
Yes.
To negotiate, or even what Neely Fuller Jr. is saying. We have it in us to sit down and speak about shit that's productive.
Right.
But we choose not to.
Yes.
We choose not to.
So that's that. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah. I keep banging on about IC3. Why am I going on and on about this? Because I want to clarify Black identity so that representatives of the Black community can then go and sit down with other communities and have constructive negotiation. So I say I'm IC3. So when I'm speaking to someone else and they say, "Oh, it's not about," I say, "Oh, no. You're an IC1. So let's talk." Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what I am. I know what you are. So don't say we'll no. We're not all human. I know what you are.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm
Don't start the conversation with that with me. It's not going to work. Right? I don't sit down. I don't eat. I don't talk. I don't drink with anybody that's coming with that. Oh, we're all human. No, I don't sit down and talk.
I don't see color.
yeah, exactly. If anybody comes to me, oh, I don't see it, and they want to have a conversation with me, I cut it short. I try and be polite. Yeah, but I've got nothing to talk about. I'm not interested. Because that's why I always say, what is your position? Tell me your position. I tell you my position. What is your position?
Yeah.
Before we get into conversation, if you don't have a position, you'll have no conversation with me. I'll laugh with you and then they'll disappear.
Yeah, I got
because I'm not getting into the confusion. I know that your head's all over the place. Yeah, I won't tell you that. I won't tell you that. But
let me ask you this, IC3. All right, real quick sidebar. What do you think my position is? Because we've had
you're good in that. Yeah, you're spy level actually, because at first I was thinking, this guy's a bit dizzy. He's a bit dizzy. Yeah. And I know you open up this other channel, where you chopping up, all these things. But what made me respect you? You said, you're doing it to get people onto the serious stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. So therefore, so that was the roots. So therefore, yes, that's why I come and speak on your channel and speak with you. Because I know that whatever you're doing like you're doing like the James Bond does. You the wine, the good food, the party, the music, but all the time he's deadly focused on the mission, and it's deadly missions. Yeah, but that's what a diplomat has to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That's what diplomats do.
It's kind of, Malcolm said it, or somebody said it. You got to go get the people where they are.
Yes, that's
right.
You
have to. Like, we can't, we can't sit up here and say, man, we want to change the ghetto, and then we're all afraid to go to the ghetto. Like,
you've got to go. That's right.
They want to talk about rap music, and movies and sports and women and need to be funny and make jokes. Yes, okay, I can do that. I can do that. It's the medicine. I heard this early on when I started reading books and listening to people like Nelly Fuller. Man, some people want fucking cherry flavored medicine.
Yeah, that's right.
It just is what it is. I wish everybody could just take the nastiest medicine and just take it, because you're gonna have to take your medicine. So just fucking take it. But everybody doesn't do it like that. Some people's like, oh, this shit is horrible. I have to have some flavor. Okay, yeah.
That's right. That's what our mum did.
Yeah. Here's a little cherry. Yeah, there you go. Here's a little cherry flavor. Now take
that's right.
You're gonna take this medicine either way. So
eat your greens. Eat your greens.
Yeah, eat your greens. For real, you said it earlier. Put a little salt on it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just put a little salt on it. All right, there you go. That's good shit. I see three. Let's listen to Nelly Fuller though, man. Let me hear this. Because Nelly Fuller, for the people who just come in the room, Nelly Fuller is telling black people why they should avoid each other. Sounds crazy, but listen to it. Listen to him.
Do you make sure that anything that you say to someone before you open your mouth is of constructive value? Anything that you do with someone, you sit down and plan it first and make sure that what you're planning is of constructive value. Otherwise, black people should go the other way when they see each other.
Right.
They shouldn't even come in contact with each other. They should cross the street almost before they say anything to each other, because once they say anything, the poison starts, unless they already have something in mind to say that is of constructive value.
Yes.
Now, we just tried this. This is what you call the process of counter-racist codification. You're working against racism right there. But see, black people just cannot continue to do like they're doing, and that is wait until they make contact and then try to figure out what to say and what to do, and it comes out all messed up right from the jump, as we well know from experience. We should have learned that by now.
Yeah.
So we should agree that we avoid each other. Avoid each other like we are carrying SARS.
That's what I was going to say. Put in the terms of.
Oh my God, so heavy stuff, man. It hurts, man. It hurts. It hurts. Nearly Fuller makes you gives pain, man. If you listen to, it's hard stuff, man.
But it's real though. He said, "Listen, man, if you don't even have a plan, or anything constructive, you shouldn't be meeting with anybody."
Yes.
Shouldn't be.
And I tell you what, it's relieved me of so much stress. I walk around smiling. I'm under no stress.
Yeah.
People can't understand. They were saying, "Oh, but you look so. What have you been eating?" But the stress is gone because I'm following the Neely Fuller's model. It makes sense. No stress.
Yeah.
No gossip. Nothing. No small talk. If the small talk comes in, it's only because I'm there. We're discussing something. The meeting is with a purpose, and then the small talk is the spice. It's like the icing on the cake.
Yes.
Or the sauce on the food. But I'm there for a meal, just like I'm here now. We're having this conversation on your channel. That's why I come here. And then every now and then we'll crack a little joke may slip in there, here and there. But the fundamental purpose for me being right here, right now, is exactly what Neely Fuller said. What are the solutions? What are the problems? How do you identify, that Brother Kel was talking about, forming allies? But who are you? Who's the one? Who are the people to form allies with? And who are you?
Yes.
Oh, we are ADOS. Oh no, we are FBA. Oh no, what are you exactly, precisely? What is your organization? Who is allowed in and who has to stay out? Right. Now we know who you are, who we are, we can now then start forming allies. It's just like the same thing as an individual. When you know who you are, you know what your job title is, you know what your name is, you know what your position is, you know where you live, then you can make friends with other people and do deals with other people as individuals. You can't partner with somebody who doesn't know who they are, what their name is, what they're about, what their position is. I avoid people like that because there's this chaos. They don't know what they're about. So as soon as I'm very polite. I try to stay polite and do my best, but I just exit from them quick as possible.
So let me ask you this. From your experience, do you think religious people know who they are, what they're about, and all that criteria you just laid out? And I'm gonna say this, IC3, because that's what religious people tell me when I talk to them. They say, okay, I follow this religion, so therefore I know who I am, I know what I represent, I know what I'm about. How do, from your experience, do religious people know all of those things that you was just asking about?
Yeah, so this is the way I deal with religious people.
Yeah,
I say, okay, because I was doing it with the Hebrew Israelites on Friday night. No, when was I? No, last week. Yeah, last week Saturday, I was with the Hebrew Israelites. So when I meet up with a religious person, I ask them to state their position, what their religion is. Say, okay, okay. Then I want to know, okay, so what is your position on reparations?
Okay.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So I know your religion. So what's your position on reparations?
Sidebar, real quick. IC3, if you could explain a little bit to me. So what responses do you hear when you ask that question, and from what religion do you hear these responses? Talk to me.
I speak to all different people, all different religions, and every day. Hebrew Israelites, Christians, Pan-Africans, everybody. So, what is your position on reparations? Because when you ask people what is their position on reparations, then that will lead into race, it will lead into organization, it will lead into identity, it will lead into finance, and so on. Yeah, and so then I'll listen to if they have the ability to ask questions and answer questions. And if they ask a question, I'll test out their sanity by if they have the ability to listen. See, some people that ask a question and they're not even sure, they don't even really understand the question they're asking. So sometimes I test them to find out if they understand the question that they're asking. See, so all of that is just to try and find out their position, their ideological position, and is it possible to have a constructive conversation? Ask a question, give an answer. I'll ask a question. What is your answer? You ask a question. This is my answer. So it's like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then step by step, we'll make progress. If they're not able to do that, then I just disappear. And also, sometimes when you're having a conversation, it's habit where people, you ask a question, they give an answer, and then they give an explanation or 3 or 4 explanations after the answer. So what I try to do is answer the question and then don't give an explanation unless they ask for one. Yeah. If I didn't ask you for an explanation, then it means I understood your answer, and we can move on to the next question. So that's how I size people up and decide, whether it's constructive.
No. What was the criteria? You said you asked people what's their thoughts on reparations.
Yeah, that's my fundamental angle. Yeah, and then from that, it will lead into lots of other things, depending on their answer to that question. Yeah, that question actually exposes people's ideology, state of mind, everything.
Yeah, I like that. I like that as an opening question.
Yeah, straight away. It sets the tone, everything.
What's your thoughts on reparations?
Yeah. Some people, I do it with black people and all other races as well. Some people say straight away, oh, no way. You don't deserve it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, man, so many answers I see through. Don't deserve it. It'll never happen.
Yes, that's it.
Well,
Who
qualifies?
happened?
Well,
Yeah.
I think my family should get it too.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Oh, I can't pay for reparations. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, but but not get it from me. My tax money.
Yeah.
Tax money.
Yeah.
You understand?
All of that. I see through. I done heard it all, boy.
Exactly.
All of that.
So you've heard it all. So there's set this interview. You'll see a pattern in the number of types of answers you'll get, and then you'll know how to progress the conversation depending on which answer you got.
Yes.
You see, and then you have a good conversation. But some people are not able to have the conversation, so therefore you just find an excuse to get out of their presence.
Yeah. All right, let me play a little bit more needy for each
other like we are carrying SARS.
That's what I was going to say. Put in the terms of that we're carrying viruses.
Yes. There is such a virus as social viruses that we send, messages that we send with eye contact, with everything. This is why you'll find a black person who will gun down someone with a 9mm in a line in a grocery store about nothing but a look.
Mm-hmm.
We're so full of poison. We're loaded with it. So if we back off from each other, avoid each other, and say, now, I'm not going to say anything to this person that I see coming a block away unless it's something constructive. Otherwise, I'm going to avoid eye contact and every other kind of contact.
Well,
see, now, there is a governor on black people where that poison doesn't take place. And that is when that same black people, two black people coming down the street, they will start building up poison for each other a block away. But when they come in contact with white people, the poison is nullified because they know that white people can put a hurting on them. They know what power really is. Unless, of course, they happen to corner some white person off somewhere in an alley or something. But black people don't have that automatic poison rising to the surface because the poison hasn't been put there for them to have that kind of animosity toward white people. Now, that's not to say that it should be there, but the poison shouldn't be there at all. Black people should be like Mr. Rogers when it comes to interacting with each other.
Is this subconscious that we have this poison in us and that are not aware of it? And I know that the answer.
I see through. Let me say something that just crossed my mind, right? Now, even if we do believe that what he's saying is true, right? We have poison in us. Now, when I hear this, it kind of gives me the vibe of when I hear some of my religious brothers say, we are cursed.
That's right. Yes.
And let me ask you now, is that true, IC3? Or
yes.
We're cursed, we're poisonous. Yes. Why all of these negative connotations are put upon us, IC3? Why is that, brother?
Yeah, so it's correct. What Needful is saying is perfectly correct. And I like the way you put in the word curse. Yes, we are cursed. See, the curse goes with a spell.
Okay.
A spell, a curse. Yeah. So which also goes with a prejudgment, to prejudge, or prejudice.
Prejudice, yeah.
Yeah, prejudge, yeah, spell, curse. So it's pushing forward into the future. Insurance, assurance, faith, trust, spell, curse. See, so if you're cursed, it's basically the same, saying that you are likely to do this in the future. So you should not be trusted. That is what you are. You are an animal. You are a criminal. You are born a criminal. They made it straight. The curse of Ham is blatant. The popular scripture, the popular interpretation of scripture is that because Ham saw his father's nakedness, that God turned his skin black, and all descendants of Ham are black, and all African people are black because they're the descendants of their father Ham. And they're black because they're cursed, because their father saw the descendants, saw the nakedness of his father. So you're cursed from birth.
Why us, I see 3? Why us? Why us? Why are we cursed from birth? I see 3. Why us?
Because some people decided to do that, to make that curse, and then other people decided to follow along with the curse. So therefore, it's not about focusing on, why did you curse me? Okay. Stop it. No. You just say, right, okay, what's the counter curse? How do you break a spell? I'm not going to say, okay, I'm cursed. All right. You curse me. Right. So that curse, I'm going to counter it. I'm not going to ask you to lift the curse. I'm not going to try and make you feel guilty about the curse.
About the curse, yeah.
Okay. You curse me. Yeah, you curse me, so I'm going to counter the curse. I have to break the spell. That's it.
Okay, you're solution based. I see 3.
Exactly.
How do we break that spell?
That's it. That spell, that curse, is the foundation of the world. The curse, the spell, constructed the white world. The world was born from the curse on the people classified as black. That's that. You know, Birth of a Nation. You know that film? Yeah. Birth of a Nation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Classic movie. The Birth of the Nation. The Birth of the Ku Klux Klan. Classic movie. Birth of a Nation. The birth comes from the spell, a curse. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you cast a spell, cast, you can cast something in stone. You can cast metal, cast a spell. So when you cast something, you're setting it up, and you can build on that. You can build a whole business, build a whole school, build a institution, build a world, build a bank, build from that curse. from the spell, if it works. So all those things, what are you going to do about it? You have to counter the curse. You have to counter the spell. Because you have to. Why waste energy? I'm not wasting. I've got no time to waste. Not interested. Got to come out. You have to cast another spell, an alternative spell to construct the reparations. The spell. Cast the spell of reparations.
There we go. There we go.
That's what I'm doing. IC3, that's what it is. Casting the spell of reparations. And then you start seeing people going, no reparations, you don't deserve it. But that's the counter. Because if we're cursed, the curse of Ham, you black people are cursed. Say, all right, I'm cursed.
Yeah.
I'm going for reparations. What? Reparations means that that curse has done damage and is doing damage to me. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the curse is rotting me. It's rotting black people. So it's poisoning me.
Yeah.
So I've got to counter the poison. It's not poison for you because you're doing well. You got money in the bank. You got your institutions. It's doing great. That's okay. I understand. It's good for you, but it's rotting me.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to counter the spell, the poison, the curse to look after myself. It's survival.
That's a fact. I need the reparations.
I need reparations, man. I need to repair. I need to repair
I love
myself,
what you
man.
said. I love what you said, IC3. It's like, listen, I love when someone tells me, Born Rich, you're just playing the victim. Yes, I am. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Yes, I am. I am fully into my victimhood. I want clip this for me, y'all. Somebody clip this because I want to say this loud and proud. I am fully into my victimhood. And yes, I am a victim. I am. You should compensate me as a victim. Treat me like any other victim.
Yes. I'm a
great
victim of your curse.
Yeah, I'm cursed. I'm poisonous and I'm a victim.
Yes.
You should want to look out for me. You should want to
and you
repay
won't.
me. Yeah, you should want to pay me. I mean, not pay me, you should want to give me what's owed to me. I'm a victim. Yes, I'm a victim. I love it. I love it, IC3. All right, let's play some more, man. Let's see what Neely Full is saying. 1, 2, bag it up a little bit. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Hold on, y'all. I ain't share the damn screen no more. Hold on. My bad, guys. I didn't even share the screen. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. Y'all in the building. Thank y'all for pulling up, man. I see you, Stanley. I see you. I see you, brother Stanley. What's
that's
up,
good.
man?
It's arrived.
Yes, I have the link. I got the link pinned. So if anybody want to join the panel, I'm up vibing, man. You know how I do. With my uncle IC3, man. We just up vibing. Constructive conversations, though. All right, here we go.
This subconscious that we have this poison in us and that are not aware of it. And I know that the answer to the question, but I have to pose the question to you.
We are not only aware of it, we have come to glorify it. Black people wake up in the morning thinking about how we can spread poison among each other.
Consciously
and we call
or
it,
subconsciously?
It's conscious because now it has become the black lifestyle. We call it the ghetto lifestyle. We call it the black community lifestyle. It is a major disaster of the planet. Major. This is why we slaughter each other. all over the planet in huge numbers, just like it's nothing at all. It's nothing like the sound of the 9mm, one of Adolf Hitler's favorite cartridges. Hitler's been long dead, and he is reported to have not cared very much for black people. But one of the bullets that came out of World War II was a 9mm cartridge, and it is being used everywhere among black people and glorified as the principal instrument for spreading poison and making death among black people wherever they happen to be. The sound of the 9mm in the night. Pow, 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 pow. Glorified and enjoyed by many black people wherever they happen to be. It is a total universal disgrace. But we have that. So how do you avoid it? Avoid contact. A bunch of black people getting together, 10 of them, with no constructive agenda, always means something ugly. Always. No constructive agenda. Pre-planned in detail. The Million Man March worked because it was pre-planned.
So what about
it was of constructive value, and
So
everyone understood that.
I see three.
Pre-planned.
I see three. Was the Million Man March, in your opinion, a success?
No, because it didn't. A success would mean it nullified white supremacy. So it was constructive or a good effort, but not a success. Success would mean the lifting of the curse, the breaking of the spell. That is success.
Constructive, but not a success.
Yeah. Success. No.
I got you. I got you.
And also,
I never heard. Real quick, I see three. The reason I asked you that, I've never heard Neely Fuller say that. Does he come from a Nation of Islam background or no?
Oh, I don't know. He would have grown up among those people, going to all those meetings. Him and Francis, whilst he was building his ideology, he would have been going to those meetings, and yeah. Did he say success? Oh, well,
No,
I suppose it's relative
no,
success.
No. He did not say success. I asked you, did you think it was successful?
No.
Because I didn't even let it, I'm gonna rewind it and let him finish his thought.
I thought he said success. Yeah.
No, he did not. He did not.
All right.
I don't think he did. I don't know. I think he said the reason it worked.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I use the word success. I don't know if
Oh, right. It was you. Okay.
Yeah, I think I said that because I was thinking, was that a success? I'm gonna play it, but from what I heard so far, it sounds like he was bigging it up.
Yeah, because he said it was planned.
It was planned. Yeah, it was pre-planned.
So it was a success in that black people won't get coming together to shoot each other, or coming to party.
Yeah,
because then it would have turned into.
We're coming here for one mission.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I like it. All right, let me play a little bit more.
Plan.
So what about
it was of constructive value, and everyone understood that. See, it's not something that's in the people by nature. It's something that's carefully planted there. So you can remove that, if no more than just temporarily, by having a plan. Say now, when everyone does this, when we all come together, the agenda is as follows. Everyone will deport themselves with decorum. There will be no throwing down of trash. And if you happen to throw some down or see some that's been thrown down, pick it up and put it in a receptacle. Now, see, this is a pre-plan. Now, black people work very well. This is why the churches, for the most part, work. When black people come to church, they have a code.
That's what I was going to ask you about the black
So
church.
black people, well, when black people at least come to church, they at least have an agreement in advance.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to kind of act like for a few hours we have some sense.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that, IC3? So when I hear that, right? Black
Yeah.
people come into church. Listen, black people come into church. We have an agenda, right? We know for at least a few hours, we have to act like we have some sense, right? IC3. So now when I'm meeting with black people, right? Pro-black people, some Afrocentric, it don't matter, but they're black people. And they say, hey, we're going to come together for a common cause. Leave your religion at the door. I even think Malcolm X said that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's possible for a few hours? If we want to have a constructive meeting, do you think black people could leave their religion at the door?
Yes. Yeah. You know, it's hard, but it's a challenge. But that depends on the host of the meeting, the chair. You know, that's what you're there to guide the ship. You know, to set the tone.
Let me ask you this. So besides the Million Man March, can you give me another example of black people leaving their religion at the door to do something constructive?
I can't think of one.
It's sad, IC3.
Yeah, so we have to. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
But all right, let's get back to it though. I like it. I love what he's saying though. Y'all know Neely Fuller always gonna drop them gems on y'all.
Unlike the way we acted before we came in here, even though when we leave here, we're going to revert to type. But for 2 or 3 hours, we're going to go according to the little code that we have set up about the way you conduct yourself during these services. And so that's just a little respite.
What about religion?
Well, religion is nothing. Here again, you define what is a religion. It's a strong belief backed up by action.
Okay.
Now, the strongest religion on the planet is the religion of white supremacy. Now, a person might say, well, white supremacy is not a religion. Yes, it is. It's a strong belief backed up by action that has a God. Well, what is the God of a white supremacist? The God of a white supremacist is a white supremacist. They are their own gods. This is why they are very determined and very focused and very arrogant and very efficient. When they get ready to do anything, they have total confidence. And they do not take kindly to any images of a God that does not look exactly like them. They consider any other images as being inferior or non-existent.
Okay.
So it's everything that a white supremacist does reinforces white supremacy. They don't come around. They don't even come around black people unless they have that in mind.
Or unless they
everything.
Have to.
That's right. Don't even come around black people. That's right. You're not even gonna see them.
Oh my gosh, IC3, that was sick.
It's true.
That was a fucking sick statement. They don't even come around black people.
It's true. Unless there's an agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
So
that's what happened to me today.
That's serious. That's
I was told the night before, you know, they said, oh, come, you know, come round. We want we want one of your posters.
Oh,
those posters you're putting around, we you know, we want one. So I have to go because it's constructive. But as Neely Fuller said, you got to be careful. You're not drawn into something else. Don't get drawn into something else. Do the mission and escape. That's what you see with James Bond. All these spy movies, you know, Mission Impossible. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's all, you know, those are the people that they can go to parties, they can go to dinner, they can go to dances. they you know, they're enjoying themselves. They're eating good wine, drinking good wine, eating good food. Yeah, but they never lose focus. Never.
I want to show this. Hold on. I'm violent, but hold on. I can get this right. What is going on? All right, hold on. I just want to show this quote, man. He said, man, they don't even come around black people. They don't even come around black people.
Yeah, the way he said it as well, it kind of
because that's crazy to me. It is. I don't know, man.
It's like I don't waste my time.
It's true. That's true. I see.
Yeah.
It's like every time, man. Listen, man. Every time a white person comes around me, not all white people, but it's y'all know what I'm saying. But white people come around me, and it's automatically they want to put themselves in a higher position over me. It is a superiority type of deal, man.
No, you see the slip in your talking there. I see it as a slip. This is part of the conditioning. This is how I see it. You said when white people come around, and you went, oh, not all white people, and then you go back in. You know, they always slip that bit in there. You know, when white people come around, that's it. Don't say, well, don't slip in. Well, not all right. No. Make the statement. Make it straight. Make it stand. Right? Don't slip in. Don't white water it down. You know.
That's a fact. I see.
I know it's all of us. We always do it, man.
Yeah.
When white people, well, not all white people, but when white people, not all white people, but when white people.
I see three. What did I say? I see three. What did I say?
You know, it's always we say when white people, not all white people, but when white people, not all white people, but when white people, it's skits. It's right. Schizophrenic. All of us are like that, man. It's you can't say it, man. Say it.
Three. That's tiptoeing.
Yeah.
I see three. I will admit, man. I am a prisoner.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're victims, man.
I see three. In the prison, I can't just yell that out. If you imagine, right? If I'm in a hypothetical prison, I'm in a prison cell. Hold on. I see three. Let me
you can't yell it in the prison, man.
I see three. Let me paint the picture. Listen, I see three. I am in the prison cell right now.
Right.
The prison cell of white supremacy is it's 2:04 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
I cannot stand up and yell. Oh, white people. I can't do that. So I have to make
let's push that. Wait, hold it. Let's push that. It's like, it's true. You're in the prison cell, right? And the guards are walking up and down, and you're talking to a fellow prisoner, and you say, those guards. It's like, what? Those guards are bad. Not all guards. Yeah, those guards, man. No, not you. You're an okay guard. Yeah, not you. But most of the guards in this prison.
That's a fact. I see three. I have to, bro. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I can't yell at all the guards, man. I have to keep it in context, man. That's funny. That's hilarious. But look, I did want to read this text though, right? So when Lyndon B. Johnson said this, If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets. So
wow. And you saying that to about white people?
I guess that, but
Let me examine that. Wait a minute. If you can convince the lowest white man, he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice when you're picking his pocket. So Lyndon B. Johnson is talking about stealing from the white man.
I think that's dog whistles. That's a dog whistle.
Or is he saying that? No, look. If you convince the lowest white man, yeah, he's talking about the white man, that he's better than the best colored man, he, the white man, won't notice when you're picking his pocket, the white man's pocket.
What do you think about when you read that?
Wait a minute. He'll give him somebody to look down on, and he will empty his pockets for you. He's not talking about black people there.
I know he's not.
So this is talking. This is anti-white, isn't it? This is about how to steal from the white man. So is it a white man stealing from another white man? Or is it...
When does that happen though, IC3? So my thing is, when I read this, I'm not saying focus, but...
Who's Lyndon B. Johnson?
Is this talking in code? He used to be a president, right? Stanley, is that you, Stanley?
Yes. Yeah, it's me.
Okay, brother. All right, brother. I just want to make sure I didn't get, bombed or anything like that. So yeah, he's an ex-American president, but I don't know, IC3. Like, maybe I'm not supposed to keep focus on it, but that sentence, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, that's what survived the test of time. Now, I don't know if he was saying, listen, this is white on white business, and if that withstood the test of time, cool. But what I'm experiencing right now in 2023 is it's a lot of low white men that think they're better than the best colored man. And I'm gonna say this, IC3. When I say that in form of finances. I noticed that poor white men, right? They can say and do stuff and make movements against rich black men.
Yeah.
Without any major consequence.
That's right.
Like, put it this way, man. A poor white man can call the cops on a rich black man.
Yeah.
And the cops are gonna pull up at that rich black man's house.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the lowest. I've heard a poor white man tell a successful black man that at least I'm not a nigger. You see what I'm saying? I see three.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
If we're going on morals and finances, I've seen well, you know what? Yes, you may have all of that. You may be quote unquote successful, but at least I'm not a nigger.
At least I'm not cursed.
Oh gosh.
Same thing.
That's a fact. What's going on, brother Stanley? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you good, man. It sounds like you're in a fishbowl, but I can hear you.
Okay,
Stanley.
now I'm trying out these earbuds.
No, that's good. That's good. No, that's good. You good, Stanley?
Okay. No, you know what? The reason I joined is that comment about what you're talking about now, the poor whites. At least they're better than the N words. That's been that particular mindset has pretty much been around actually ever since Jamestown. Ever since 1619. White elites have always been afraid that poor, back then it was indentured servants, were going to rebel. And I know somewhere in your history book you've heard of Bacon's Rebellion.
Yep.
That was quintessential, where indentured servants and poor whites got together with then slaves. Some of the blacks in the rebellion were indentured servants too. Basically, it was a big revolt, and ever since that time, pitting poor whites and poor black and slaves and poor blacks who should be natural allies. It's been ongoing for like 400 years, that divide and conquer.
So I want to ask you this, right? Okay, you said poor whites. We spoke about allies. I like you said that word, Stanley. Allies. You said poor blacks and poor whites should be allies.
They should be.
Why?
Well, now this is more like a class analysis, but I mean, in a perfect Marxian world, class would be more a unifier than race would be. So, if people are getting abused by, say, an employer, by a boss, they should naturally band together, say in a union or something like that, against their quote oppressor.
Okay.
Can I address that?
I see three. I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I see three.
No, go ahead. I see three.
I see three. I know you want to talk. I got a question for you, brother. Please, Uncle, let me ask you this question. Okay. If poor blacks were to be allies with poor whites, give me one pro. What positive could possibly happen if poor blacks were allies with poor whites? I see three.
No, I thought the question was for Stanley.
No, that was for you. I see three.
No. I won't go there. Let Stanley address that one, because he's the one who's suggesting poor whites and poor blacks should be allies. So he's saying that.
I'm saying it should be. Now we're at a point in American history, or just history in general. I'm not sure. I think that's utopian. I'm not saying I agree with it. I mean, it should be that way, but it's not. And for historic reasons, I mean, you go back to the early 20th century, blacks weren't even allowed in, white unions. Some of the on-the-job training or apprenticeships and stuff like that, blacks were excluded for 100 years. So I think in 2023 it can happen, but white people have this great replacement theory. They're afraid that basically they will be displaced by black people or Mexicans or whatever. You hear Tucker Carlson go on and on.
Yeah, hold on, Stanley. Let's don't move. I just don't want to move too far away from the point. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay, so watch this. To address that question of what is there to be gained by black people and white people coming together as allies. Okay, so that's why I kept going on earlier on about the construct of a world, and it also goes back to what we discussed about the idea of a curse and a spell. So if the construct of the world that we are in is built on the spell or the curse of black people, yeah, so black people being cursed, that curse is the foundation of the world, of the construct that we are in. So how is it possible for the cursed to ally with the blessed and benefit in the same world? The cursed cannot ally with the blessed. The cursed can never, there's no way they can benefit from that world, because the world is constructed on the curse of black people. So it's not possible, it is impossible to ally with white people in this world. It's not possible, because the world is constructed on the spell cast on black people.
Well, I see three. I had no idea you were so biblical.
Because the world is constructed on an interpretation of the Bible.
I can see your point, but I'm not. I don't have a very biblical view of the world.
Yes, and think about a curse. A curse will work on you whether you know it or not. You can be cursed, yeah, or a spell can be cast on you, or for those who are not believe in religion, it's the same thing as people can conspire. Yes, so a decision can be made that you could be part of an organization, you can be part of a company, and you're aspiring to work your way up the ranks. Yes, but you don't know that those people within that organization,
right,
they can agree amongst themselves what to do with you, and you don't know about it. That is it. That is the equivalent of a curse or a spell, because it's invisible to you.
Well, I see your parallel. However, in the non-biblical scenario, that's why it's so important to have diversity. And that's not a perfect antidote, but that's why it's important to have black people in positions of power. So in theory, if they're part of the decision-making process, some of that, quote, curse is mitigated.
Some of that curse is mitigated. All right, let's explore that. Some of that curse is mitigated. Expound a bit on that. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, in theory, if you have black people in the C-suite or, in the executive suite, somebody's going to be there to go, nah, you can't do that. Or if you have a black CEO, no, we're not going to run, the company, or we're not going to make decisions that way. Now, there are plenty of exceptions to that, because in a lot of cases, it's black people doing the discriminating. Memphis, this Memphis cop situation is, a brutal and recent example, where, most of the cops that killed that kid were black as well. So it's not a perfect antidote, but in theory, having diversity at levels at different levels of management, mitigates everything going against black folks.
Okay, right. It's beautiful that you gave that example of what those 5 policemen did. Now, mitigate. You can't mitigate a curse. You can't mitigate a spell. A spell and a curse, these things are absolute. Yes. That is why you can construct an institution on it. That is why
there's
you can construct the world.
There's no such thing as good. There's no such thing as good juju.
I'm saying the curse, the curse is working or it's not. It's absolute. The spell functions or it doesn't. Yeah.
Well, in theory, you can break spells, right?
Right, but if you break the spell is no longer functioning. It
right.
doesn't. Yeah, you can't mitigate it. You break it, or you don't.
But what I'm saying is, spells can. If you're going to go with that view of the world, spells can be broken.
That is correct. But the mindset of the mitigation, right? That does not enable you to be able to break the spell.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I'm going places that I don't usually go because I'm not a big believer in spells. But if you believe in the spell and you believe that a spell can be broken, you actually have to believe in whatever it is breaks the spell, correct?
Correct. That's
okay,
right.
So, I mean, if enough
counter belief.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if enough people adopt the counter belief, you can break a spell.
Correct.
And my point is that I guess my real question is, are spells permanent? Is the curse of Ham permanent, or can it be broken?
It can be broken. Yes, it can be broken.
Okay. So, I mean, essentially, that's what, reparations and the like are, an attempt to break the spell.
Yeah, it's an attempt, and if the formula is correct, it will do the job. Anything else is nothing. It either breaks it or it doesn't. There's no shades of it.
I like Lady Spade's comment.
That's right. That's right. Because those black cops,
but Lady Spade,
they're still cursed.
Well, the weird thing is the Memphis police chief is a black female.
Yeah, cursed black female. She's cursed, and cursed black people will damage their own because they're cursed. They will serve.
It's the coon curse.
Yeah, they will serve the person or the people whose spell they are under.
And when you say whose people, who are you talking about? What is the system that they're under?
White supremacy.
Whiteness.
Whiteness is a spell. Whiteness depends on the idea that black people are cursed.
Yes.
That's what it depends on.
Yes, I agree. Whiteness is your reparations. That's why you have reparations. You have your money. You have your
they have a world. They have the world.
Yeah, you have your political power. You have everything you can. What Neely Fuller say? The 9 areas of human contact or something like that. You have it.
Yeah.
You have the
Economic,
government.
sex,
You have the
war.
government. Yeah, you have the. Go ahead, say it. I see 3. You know it.
Yeah.
I
I
know
forgot. Yeah.
it's
War,
religion,
sex.
government,
Yeah.
economics. Like, come on, man. Politics. It's the 9 areas of. Come on, man. All of
It's
that.
the world. That's the
world.
world, isn't it? The court system, everything.
You have everything, man.
A world contains all those things. It's a society. It's a civilization. To be civil, to have a society. What do you need to have a society? You need courts, you need banks, you need money, you need houses. It's everything.
You heard all of that, what you said? You said that. You said courts, but then you said we need banks, we need money, we need currency.
Yeah.
We need, guess what? Whiteness is their currency. We don't have that currency. We don't have that currency. That's the currency that we wasn't blessed with. You were blessed with that currency. I hate to say it.
That's right.
But whiteness is your currency.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the currency. Perfect. You got it. That's the currency. That's the value.
Well, it's actually more like a lingua franca.
It's actually like a what, Sonny?
Well, I mean, it's a lingua franca. It goes beyond, like, I'm not sure you could compare whiteness to transactional. It's more existential.
No, whiteness is transactional, Stanley.
I don't agree with that.
More ways. I mean, more ways. Who's
well, I'm saying it's existential.
Who's providing more inheritance?
I'm saying it's existential, and it's actually more valuable than currency.
Yeah, exactly. That shit is like currency, even if you don't have any money.
Right. That's why I'm saying it's existential.
Even if you don't even,
it's not. Okay, I see where I see. Okay,
when
you
see how many, like, listen, man, come on, man. You watch the media too, man. Imagine, look how many. Yes, we see a lot of rags to riches stories in the black community, but imagine how many you see in the white community.
Well, I mean, the thing is this is what I mean. It's not, even if you use currency. I don't mean like nickels and dimes and Benjamins. Yeah. When I say existential, maybe that's the way you're using currency. Okay, because I take, for instance, meritocracy. Okay, you can buy your way into meritocracy. Meritocracy.
What is meritocracy?
It's the theory that well, you know what bootstrap theory is? Basically, if you work hard and follow the rules, you're going to be successful. That's essentially, if you do well in school and all this stuff, that's essentially what the American meritocracy is.
Yeah,
the thing is there are plenty of people who are, say your grandpa was a Rockefeller or something. Okay, you don't have to work hard to get ahead. You were born ahead. So when I say that whiteness is more than currency, it's more a state of being. It's who you are. That one drop rule, you're either white or you're not. And if you have one drop, you're not white. That's deeper than, transactional. That's a state of, that's existential.
Right. Yeah. It's deep.
You see what I'm saying? Transactional means you can give it. You can't go to a black person and say you are now white and everyone knows it. You are
We're
black.
not saying no. We're definitely not saying. I don't know why.
Well, you said transactional. That means you can give it away.
That word. I see 3. Did you use that word? Did you say transactional?
No, I didn't.
I don't think we use that word. We never use that word.
Okay, well, if you say currency, that automatically assumes transaction.
Okay.
Now I know I'm quibbling, but words matter.
Yes,
I
you're right.
don't
You're right.
know, man. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah. I think
See, you caught
Born
me.
Rich. Let
You
me see if I
caught
can
me
say
on
it.
a. You caught
Stanley.
me
Let me
on
see.
a day when I'm not drinking.
So Born Rich. I think
Go ahead,
this is where Stanley's right. He's taken to another level. You see, he's saying that in currency, um, there's me, and then there's a currency. Yes, so I can use the currency, but Stanley's saying it's existential that I am the money. You know, there's a movie where a woman says, "I am the money." That is me. my very existence. So the currency is not like whiteness. You can get it. It's that it's actually you. It's a personification.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the current.
It's your existence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
So basically, if you destroy the concept of whiteness and you destroy,
You're
then
basically destroying an identity.
exactly, and then if you destroy that identity, some people that are classified as white now, if you just say to them, look, listen, we're just getting rid of whiteness and white identity. It's okay, isn't it? We're not going to kill you. It's just that you are no longer allowed to call yourself a white person. It's okay.
yes.
We're not going to kill you over. You can live normally, but you're just not allowed to call yourself a white person anymore. Some white people, they'll kill you for that. They will never. They'll kill you for that. And I was at a place, man. I said that, you know. I was saying, you know, okay, let's put away. And he blew up. The guy blew up. I was shocked. Just to put away the concept. Look, just take off the glove, man. Just take and be a person. The guy went crazy, man. You what? It's the equivalent of killing them. It's not, they don't see it as a glove. They can't take it off.
It's
They
their
won't.
being.
They
It's
won't.
their being, and
Yes, it's their being.
Bro,
You can't take it off.
You know what else that sounds like too? IC3?
Yeah.
It's their religion.
Yes, that's
it's
right.
Their religion.
It's the religion.
You can't get me to take this off. I've put this glove on, which is the religion of white supremacy, and you can't make me take this off. You're gonna kill me if I take this glove off.
Exactly.
It's me. It's my religion.
That's me.
It's my being. It's me. It's my currency. It's my
It's
currency, Stanley.
It's my world. You know.
You're gonna strip me naked. You're gonna strip me naked, Stanley.
I eat with this glove on. If you take it off, I can't eat. I said, yes, you can eat. Look, just take the glove off. And use your hands. Said, no. I've got to have the glove off, man. If you take the glove off, you are taking food from my mouth. You're taking food from the table. That's how they see it.
I agree.
That's how serious it is.
I have to agree with that. That is the currency. That's the currency, Stanley.
It's existence. It's existential. Yeah. So that's why black people, it has to be your curse in this world. You have to construct a new world by countering the curse, by breaking the spell. The breaking of the spell automatically constructs a new world. It's the same thing happens at the same time. You breaking the spell, that motion constructs a new world. At the point of that spell being broken, as it falls, it's lifting. And I had this same discussion with the Africans on the African channel, and that a lot of them talk about the economy and this and growth and growth and growth and growth. I said, hold it, you Africans, what is growth? If there's growth in the white supremacist, racist, financial ecosystem, there must be shrinkage somewhere else. If there's growth, there must be shrinkage. You can't have growth without shrinkage. Where's the shrinking taking place? Growth, growth, growth. The forecast for this growth, growth, growing what? From where? What are you taking to grow? If it's a plant and it's growing,
Well, what was their answer?
Blank. They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it because shrinkage is not that word hasn't come into their language. They keep using the word growth.
If they're like into capitalism, that's like obvious. I mean, that's economics 101.
Exactly. But if you can describe the growth, where's the shrinkage? Describe where it is. And that is where I was trying to say to them, look, this growth is growth in the financial ecosystem of white supremacy. And how that growth is taking it means shrinkage for Africa and the African diaspora. It means shrinkage for people classified as black. For there to be growth, there must be shrinkage. Where's the shrinkage coming from? Like Neely Fuller says, right? They wake up every day and it's about the abuse of black people. So somebody has to be being abused in order for them to enjoy the benefits and the luxuries of the growth and the profits of white supremacy. So the shrinkage must be black. If the growth is white, the shrinkage is black. Is there anybody who would disagree with that?
Well, I think it's more complicated than that. Not the metaphor itself, but I would be, for the most part, I would say white and non-white.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of
because
course.
I mean,
yeah.
you know,
That's right.
indigenous people, say in the U.S., you know, I would say that, you know, Native Americans, Indians, they are right, and they are probably, you know, it's debatable, but they've been pretty bad off themselves.
Yes.
The only thing is, you know, in some way they've gotten reparations.
Oh my God. Please.
You know, and in some cases a certain amount of autonomy. But anyway, I would just say white and non-white. That's really my point.
Yeah. Okay, I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, white to non-white. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because
now that doesn't mean all black people or all white or all Hispanics. I mean, there are a lot of people who buy into, you know, capitalism, white supremacy, you know, that sort of thing. So, you know, this isn't an all.
They are in it. They can't buy into it. They're already in it.
Well, no, there's some people that are a little bit more assimilationist than others.
What do you mean by that?
I'm thinking of people like Candace Owens. You know, people who have just kind of bought into that system and will tell black people, you know, y'all are still on a plantation if you don't believe this.
Yeah, well, she's just a fellow victim in another cell. That's all.
You know what? Yeah, okay. I don't know that I'm that big a believer in Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, but you don't. You got to. If you accept the prison analogy, you can just see that Candace Owens is in one department of the prison, one section.
Well,
The American
she's
Indians are in another section.
she's the trustee.
No. She may be appointed to oversee the games in the courtyard for a particular period of time, but she's in no way part of the management. No way. No black
No, I
person
agree. I agree
enters
with
the
that.
management. No way.
But
They don't even sit in.
on the plantation, every now and again they'd have a black overseer. So the white people didn't have to whip the slaves. The black person would do it. But you're right. They weren't part of the plantation management.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. That's right. So they're victims and they're behaving different ways. And I like the way you said that it's between, because that matches with Neely Fuller. He says it's really about white and non-white. So you're in or out. And basically non-white means black, basically. That's the
Yeah, I was going to
broader
say
thing,
to
yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
say to Lady Spade, she's not married to Candace Owens isn't just married to a white man. She's married to like the Lord Farmer's son, like dudes. She married into the peerage, if that's the correct term for
it. Yeah.
I'm responding to Lady Spade. One day Candace Owens might be Lady Candace Owens.
Yeah, still a victim. Still a victim. What it is
I don't know.
is
I think you're being too kind.
yeah, it's sleeping with the prison guard. That's all. That's all it is. Sleeping with the prison guards. Lords, a lord is just a different title or a different rank of a prison guard.
An assistant warden.
Yeah, it's just a different rank. Or what it is, it's like a lord is like the management coming down and having sex with the prisoners. Yeah. Which is most unlikely. It's more likely that a prison guard who's walking up and down, seeing all the prisoners in the cells, they're more likely to have sex with the prisoners, but to have prison management who are not walking around in the prison, they're never seen in the prison yard, they're never seen in the prison hospital.
That means
for them
the
to come
guard.
all
That means the guard selected her for the warden.
Say it again. Oh yes, that's right. You got it. Yes, that's right. Because that's what literally happened. Yes, with the slaves and the stuff. But that's right. The guard selected the prisoner for the for the lord. That's right. That's right. For the warden. Yeah, the head of the prison. You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Everything that a white supremacist does reinforces white supremacy. They don't come around. They don't even come around black people unless they have that in mind.
Or unless they
Everything.
Unless they have to.
Yes. And the only time they do, the only time they show up anywhere, it has something to do with the muscle of white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Otherwise, they're not going to show. Even when they come in the guise of doing other things, as people who are called Indians would testify. They'll say that they come, here again with the words, the forked tongue. And they're very efficient. But I don't want to spend all of the day just talking about what they do. A lot of people are familiar with that. And a lot of people may not be. But I also want to emphasize, what do you do? Like we have touched on some things.
Yes.
In every instance, meaning in every situation that you're in, there should be a prescribed way. That's the one thing that black people do not have, is a codified way of handling every situation. Not some, not guesswork, not shuffling and head scratching and wondering what to do or what to say, but precision work. That's the one thing that's missing. That's the one thing that has been missing ever since everybody started trying to deal with racism. The racists have a code for doing everything, and it is so deceptive, a lot of it, you can't even recognize it as a code.
It's so deceptive, you can't even recognize it as a code.
So
go on.
Let me ask you this, IC3, just for maybe the layman's, right? What has the white supremacists done to black people, and black people didn't even realize it, that they were on code while they was doing this action?
Yes, you'll understand it by understanding espionage. You see, as we discussed earlier on, you see, there's the soldiers who wear their uniform. Yeah. So they know their position, you know your position. That's it. But war, the espionage is an aspect of war, is very difficult. It's invisible because the code is in the mind of the spy. And it's very difficult to find the actions. So when the white people, just like Neve said, when the white people arrive and come amongst the black people, you're thinking that they're coming to party, or they're coming to socialize, or to do business or research or whatever, or to work together on a project. But you can't see the code. You can't see that the purpose is for white supremacy, just like Neely Fuller said.
Yes, I've heard this, IC3. I've heard it's a form of osmosis. It's a form of osmosis. It's okay, I am a white person in a room full of black people, hypothetically, and then another white person walks in the room. Now, maybe we don't have to speak. We can do a little eye contact, and then I've heard it being compared to osmosis.
Yes. Body language.
Yes, we're in a sense like we're on code. I guess that's what we're saying. We're codified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
yeah.
they don't need to say anything, do they?
Yeah. No,
because
no.
The concept of whiteness has already been taught to those people. And even if they have not been taught to them, they can see that you look different. You're not one of us.
Yeah.
So whiteness becomes operational. And it could be that the first white people coming in amongst the Africans, they can see that the Africans are different. The Africans say, "Oh, look, you look different, and you come from far." And he says, "Yes, I do." And oh, well, share a meal with us, and look at what we do. What do you do? Where do you come from? Yeah. And then the next person said, "Well, okay, but why are you here?" "Oh, we're here to sell some of these." "Oh, what are those? Do you have them? Do you have them in Africa here?" "No, but what is this? What use is this?" "Oh, you can do this." "Oh,
Air Jordans.
Yes, right. Yeah. Okay. So social. So it's trade. We like that's what you've got there, and we want some of that land, but this is what we have to offer. And then the Africans will say, well, this is fun. We'll let you have this gold for this because we're just being friendly.
Well, as a matter of fact, just after slaves, it was gold.
Mm.
Yeah. One of the main reasons Portugal, ever got interested, or Europe in general, it was gold they were after on the west coast of Africa.
Yeah. The Gold
Back
Coast.
in what, 1460, whatever it was.
Yeah. The Gold Coast. And then spices became more valuable than gold because people like the sugar, they like the spices.
Right.
So people, yeah. And then for the spices, and to get more spices, then you need people to work, to farm.
Right, but oddly enough, the actual slave market became way more valuable than I think cotton was probably the only thing eventually that wound up being a more valuable profit generator than actual human flesh.
Right.
But at some point in time, the actual trading of slaves got more valuable than the than the spice trade.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
That's right.
I'm
Must have been
digressing.
good. Yeah.
Rich, are you still there?
So
Yo, my bad. I was on mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off here. I woke up and saw y'all online, so I thought I'd stop by and say hello. But I'm gonna go back to bed.
Okay.
Man, I appreciate it, Stanley, man. Good shit.
Yeah, it was good talking to y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
My God, Stanley.
And then the next issue is the market. A lot of I talk it a lot on the African channels, and the concept of a market. What is the market? See, words like growth and market, the market. So, is the market an unbiased entity? People come to the market to trade. Is the market even, flat, or is the market biased, tilted? If the market is tilted, that means it can influence and impact trade relations. It can impact the value of goods and the movement of goods. So the concept of a market means that anybody can come and sell what you have to sell and trade. So the market, the principle of a market is that it should be unbiased.
It should be unbiased.
Yeah. So when two people come to trade, you're not thinking about the market. You're thinking about the two people and the goods. Yeah. You're not thinking about
the two people and the good.
Yeah, the goods being exchanged. You're not thinking about the market. Yeah. So the roads coming to the market. You come on the roads. Yeah. You set up a stall. And then you begin to trade. Or the train or however, or the plane to come to the market. But what if the market owners have something against one group of traders? They can damage the goods coming in. They can cause goods to be lost. And look, that's going to affect trade relations, isn't it? It's going to affect the trade, the exchange. So you can tilt the market to favor a certain group of traders versus another group of traders. Yeah, because the market is supposed to be just a market. And it's the traders trading. And they're agreeing prices between each other. But what if I tilt the market? You see? So all these concepts of growth and these words, market, you see, so as a lot of the Africans, they're saying, oh, the market is just is free for everybody, you know, not free. It's just the market's just the market. I'm telling them, I was telling the Africans, listen, the market itself is white supremacist. They can't get it, couldn't get it, couldn't understand.
Yeah. I mean, but that goes back to the age-old argument of, is economics the path to liberation? You're saying that. You're saying that.
Go.
Right now is economics.
Right. It's not the path.
Yeah.
Economics is not the path to liberation. Actually, wow, that's quite a frightening statement. What?
Yeah,
imagine saying that.
Yeah, everybody.
Economics is not the path to liberation. What?
It's controversial, but yeah, because economics is
think about money.
It. It's the currency.
Exactly.
It's the fiat.
Money is not the path to liberation. What? I'm gonna crack people up, man. They were meant to help. They were meant to handle that, man.
I mean, that's old though. I've heard many people say that.
What's that? You've heard people say that? I've never heard somebody say that. I haven't heard anybody say that. Who says that? Who says that?
I've heard people. I've heard that said before.
Put somebody in the chat. Name some people who say money. Money is not the path to liberation.
It's not the main part. You have to think, who controls the money?
The black pound. The black pound. If black people get together and put their money together, we can do this. We can do that.
It's smart things we can do with the money. No, smart things we can do with the money, but it's gonna.
That's it. That's it. The myth of black buying power. You see? All right. Okay. So it's a myth. It's a myth.
Fuck. I wouldn't say it's a myth, right? I wouldn't say it's a myth. I'm saying it's not the only way. That's one of the ways. Listen, man, this thing is more quote unquote liberation, right? Or replacing the system of white supremacy with the system of justice is going to take a lot of different legs. Just like the system of white supremacy has many legs and many tentacles, black liberation is quote unquote black liberation is going to take many legs and many tentacles.
I disagree.
It just is. I think so.
I disagree. White supremacy functions on one idea.
What's that?
The one idea that the people classified as black are cursed. One spell alone.
Breaking and that
spell is like a tree, yeah? It's a tree. It only has one trunk, and then there's many branches. But what is the trunk?
Thing. I said the same thing.
No, not quite. It's one thing. What is the trunk of the tree? It's one. Then there's branches. So don't concentrate on the branches. You got to find out what the trunk is. And the trunk is one. All black people are cursed. That's the spell. Because you all come from one father. The children of Ham. Ham is the one. Ham is the one that uncovered his father's nakedness. Him alone, one. And then all Africans, all black people are this descendants of that one person who was cursed. That one individual, the one. And all his descendants, all black people, are cursed because of that. You see? So it's the one. So therefore, to break the spell, it has to be the one. It has to be the one idea. It was one idea that said, you, Ham, are cursed. See? So it sent it to the one, and it spread out. Sent it to the one, spread out. So therefore, it has to be, to break the spell, it has to be one again. The one idea. And then that one idea will, it's like those missiles, those supersonic missiles that they fly across to the where they're aimed. There's nuclear missiles, and then when they get there, there's lots of little missiles inside, and they come out. You've seen in the movies, the military, they send the one missile, then it breaks up and sends out holes. So it's the same kind of thing. You got to have the one counter spell, the counter curse. Once you got that right, then it'll splinter, and it'll counter every single aspect of white supremacy. All the aspects of white supremacy will be countered by that one thing. When it goes to it, then it splinters, bam, and it explodes, and it counters all the aspects: economics, finance, education, sex, war, counter war, all of it, all at once, bam, bam.
Yeah.
So what is that one? And I'm saying it's IC3, the code. Blackness.
Blackness to counteract whiteness.
That's right. The IC3 specific, and then it splinters off into mixed black. Percentages of black. Are you half black? 3/4 black? 1/16 black? 1/8 black? 1/4 black? That's when it splinters off. 1/32 second black. Splinters. But it's the IC3. It's clear. Why is it so clear? Because it makes sure it clarifies what it is not. Because IC3 is not IC1. It is not IC2. It is not IC4. It is not IC5. It is not IC6. It is IC3. So by defining itself, it says what it is and what it is not. So there's no confusion. And then, how much of that blackness are you? Are you 50%, 75%, 25%, 12.5%? 6 3/4? is it? So then it goes into fractals. I think that's the right language. Fractals. It fragments. Just like, and that counters what you were just saying earlier. You said, oh, one drop. You said it. One drop rule. Is it what you said? Is it the one drop rule?
Yeah, the one drop rule. Yeah.
There you go. See? So whiteness. That's the counter, you see? White. Are you white? If you're one drop, what is a drop exactly? How big is a drop?
It's a drop. Any DNA or chromosomes or whatever.
There you go. That's right. So therefore, the counter is IC3 blackness. It comes up, bang on, smack, IC3 black. What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, you want me to explain what IC3 black is? Well, you can understand it by what it is not. It's not IC1. It's not IC2. It's not IC4. You see? So we can make it very clear what it is not. But how about the mixed race people? Can't I have a share with a... Relax. Now that we have the core, hard, carbon, black diamond, we want to see what share, how much of, what degree of that chip is in your blood. Yeah, we can be precise. There's 100% black, precise 100%. If you're 3/4 black, that's 75% precise. If you're half black, that's 50% black.
And you had the reparations card, right? The card.
That's right.
You had that. You had the card.
Let me show you. Yeah, let me show you the graphic. Let me show you the graphic.
Yeah, show the people, man. This is a fucking hilarious. I see 3 got the card. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man.
See?
If y'all come in, hit the like button, man.
Counter to white supremacy. Here it is. Look at this. And this is precise. Yeah. Precise. Look. Precise.
Yeah, hold it up. Full black, 100% share. What's the next one? 3/4, 75% share. What's that man's name? It's John Asante. All right. So 3/4 is 70. Half black is 50. You get 50% share of reparations. What's that sister's name? Alicia and Kelly. Alicia and Kelly.
You see? This is as precise.
Hey, I don't think y'all know how funny this is. Mr. John Asante. What in the fuck? IC3. IC3. Hold on, what was that? Hold on. Let me see. What's up under the name? IC3B9 BEUR. What is that?
Yeah, I'll show you in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the specific codes.
All right, let's go. Yeah, what is these? What is these over here? Mr. Duncan Chan. Is that an Asian guy? He's 1/4 black. 1/4 black. He get 25% share of the reparations. This is fucking hilarious. Duncan Chan. Yeah, that's a white Asian. How is he black with a name like that? Duncan Chan. All right. 1/8 black. Oh shit. They only get 12.5. Who is that? Marcia Patel. Marcia Patel. What the fuck? I see 3. This is hilarious, bro. All right, 1/8. So 1/16 gets 6.25% of the share of the reparations. That's old James Smith. Just regular degular, James Smith. Ah, that's crazy. He's fucking IC6. I can't even see it's a glare on it, but that looks like IC.
Is this a glare off now?
He's IC6. Oh, that's crazy. This is fucking hilarious. IC6 here, M1. I don't know what all them letters mean. What them letters mean?
Yeah, they're the codes. It's all codified, like a bank, man. It's like a bank. Precise, precision. Nearly full of done told you. Codified, precise, man. Planning.
And them people is one. She's half black. She mixed. And she get less. Yeah, that nigga right there look like me. Yeah, he look like me, man. John Asante. Yeah, that's crazy. I like that though. I see 3, man.
You have to plan, man.
You're gonna get a lot of feedback though, man. Mixed people they want their check. Mixed people want their check, man. Patel. Marcia Patel. She's gonna want her check too. I see 3. And you telling that woman she only get 12.5%?
Yeah, but she ain't getting nothing now, is she?
You're right. You're right. You fucking right about that. You are fucking right about that. You take what you can get. Damn. Yeah, these people. Damn, I see 3. You got it all figured out, bro. You got it all figured out, man. And then my guy right there, James Smith. That's a white man, I see 3. How does that white man get a piece, I see 3? Come on, man.
He's 6.25% black. His great grandmother or great grandfather or something in his family.
How can we prove this? How can we prove this shit, I see 3?
Yeah, we have.
We gotta be able to
we've got that. We've got that sorted out.
Like a whole white man. That's a whole white man at the bottom, and he in the reparations line trying to get his reparations card, like I'm trying to get my reparations debit card. No, get that white man cannot be in the same line with me. I see 3. I'm not doing that.
He won't be. Because
He
not
be
black
in the
enough.
same building with me. I see 3. When I'm going to get my reparations debit card, I don't want to see fucking John Smith, a $5 Indian. He's gonna be a $5 nigga. I don't want $5 niggas to infiltrate what you got going on. I see 3. Come on, brother. We can't do that man at the bottom. He's not no fucking 1/16. He ain't shit, man. He's not us, I see 3. We're not doing that, bro. That man is not us, man. That's a whole white man in the reparations, like trying to get a reparations. That gotta Jacob, what is he doing? I gotta Jacob.
Yeah, I see him trying to get the money away. Yeah, hey man, back all that mess up, trying to get the money away, man. We are struggling. That's a whole white man. Stop that.
That's not white man. There's a very fair skin. Look. I've got the picture of the white man here. Look. That's what
hey, some of these cats on the fence, man. We gotta do extra tests on some of these people.
Yeah, that's what a white man looks like. See, we got it all codified. You see, that's what an IC1 looks like. See, so you want to qualify. You see, look, that's what an IC2 looks like.
Oh no, man! I need to see their paperwork again, man.
Listen,
We got.
you had an IC2 on that other one, man. There, right there. There. You know they don't get
No, he ain't getting none. He ain't passing the eye test. I don't give a damn what
yeah,
his paper.
they ain't get no reverend IC3. Yeah.
Nah, he gets nada, nothing.
Nah, they ain't. That's shrimp fried rice. You want shrimp fried rice? That's what.
You see? So look, this is where the mixed race people get their share.
Hold on.
See, look, their percentage of black, Caribbean.
Yeah.
See? So there's full black Americans and there's mixed black Americans. Yeah.
Oh,
what are you
some
gonna do with
of them,
those
I
black
don't know,
what are you gonna do with those Americans that are mixed race? Those black Americans, mixed race black. You haven't got that in the model. You haven't got that in the ADS and the FBA model. You see?
For
so
a
you
reason
have to
too.
Yeah, we do IC3. I ain't gonna lie. We go.
Well, how do you divide it up then? How does the FBA and ADOS divide the money up between full black Americans?
We give them an equal share.
Oh my God! So if you're going to give them an equal share, that means there's going to be some white people. There's going to be some foundational black Americans that are only 2% foundational black American. They look white, but they're going to say, listen, you know, my great was foundational black American. So I deserve some. I deserve some of the money.
IC3, no, IC3. They're gonna have to prove it through the census, war records, army records.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to prove it through that though. But you gotta prove it. Hold on.
So the white person.
IC3, relax, brother. Let me tell you another thing, IC3, another credential. IC3, we have records, we have paperwork. You have to identify, you have to have been identifying as black for a certain amount for a certain period of time too. So
well,
now,
how about the mixed race?
Hold on. Listen to me, IC3. If you're a mixed race, you're good. If your paperwork checks out and you've been identifying, right? School, listen, IC3, school records, medical records, the census, public records. If you've been identifying as black, you good. Now, if you come from a mixed race family and you've been identifying as white, then you may have some trouble. You may have some trouble.
Right.
That's the key part, Rich. You have to have identified as being black. You can't come around when the money being dished out and try to, start checking black boxes. If you've been checking white for the last 12 years, you're gonna stay white and be dark as shit.
Right,
you don't qualify. And I know everybody's laughing and everybody say, man, black is just a construct. Yes, but, but American subscribes to that. Every job I've had in America, I had to check that black box. Every school I went to my whole life, I had to check that black box. Every time I go to the doctor, I have to check that black box. It's numerous of records of what you checked when they put those 5 or 6 boxes in front of your face. So if you haven't identified as black, IC3, that's why I told you that word black was really important in that lawsuit. You have to put that. So you can be an IC, I don't know what that was, an IC6, but if you've been checking the white box for the last 10 years,
you're going to stay white.
You don't qualify.
Right. Okay, I can see.
Yeah, you don't qualify. Because they've been doing qualification since the early 1900 census, and even in the 1800s when they was doing census, you had black, you had Negro. You wasn't identifying as that then, so you had the option to identify. You know what's going on, Zelini?
Nothing but white power, brother.
Yeah, you got that white cape on, boy. What you doing, man? I know he got a crease. He ironed that white cape to come to
Yeah,
the
for
to
all
come
you
on
in
the
the
show
chat, for
today.
all you niggas in the chat, this is sarcasm still. You get me? Yeah, this is don't be thinking, oh, the ladies on some bullshit. No. I'm here for the fun. You get me in the back. That's all.
Nah,
Big up everyone. You get me? Big up GOJ as well, man. You went in yesterday on Chilluminati.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that big fat man, I can't stand that fat motherfucker.
He killed. Got a Jacob killed. He
Nigga got flamed the fuck up. You get me? Yeah, that was a sight still. Big up IC3, man. How you doing, brother?
How you doing? Greetings, man. Greetings.
Not too bad, man. But yeah, boy, what you say, man? What we dealing with?
Man, me and I see, you know, when me and IC3 get together, man, this all white supremacy. White supremacy gotta die. You understand me, man?
Yeah, nah, straight.
Me and IC3 trying to figure out how can we kill white supremacy, man.
Yeah, and we worked out already today that it's a spell. A spell has to be broken. You can't be that the spell is either functioning or it's not functioning.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Me personally,
it's a curse.
I don't think you can get rid of that until you get rid of a certain group of people, and I don't mean the whole fucking race of that people. Yeah, I mean people that are feeding these ideologies and these core beliefs to the masses, bro. Once you get rid of them, I don't think the majority of people that don't share the same skin tone as me dislike me because I'm black, bro. Yeah, I think they may have certain benefits and they may use it when it helps them, but I don't really think that they're out and out. Yeah, let's kill that nigga. I fucking hate that nigga. No, I don't really think it's that. But there's a core group within that group that portray this information and this rhetoric that feeds to the rest of the masses, bro. And we have what we have.
Let me say this. Well, let me say this then. So now that we know what you just said, that they feed it to the masses, do you believe that majority of non-black people think they're better than black people?
Yes. Simply, and again, it goes back to what I just said. Simply because they've been fed this sort of rhetoric, consciously and subconsciously. So they're gonna have this. You get me? They're gonna have this look down sort of mentality towards certain people. Like whether they mean to have it or not, they're still gonna have it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So yeah, I think it's just promoted behavior, man. Like I said, I don't think people are born saying F this person and F that person. It's taught behaviors. So who's teaching people this behavior?
It's a system.
Yeah, you get me. And once we can figure out that, then I think the problem will sort itself out. I don't think we I don't think it's wrong to say that certain people from other races feel like they're above certain other people. Yeah, and again, without saying it, you can just see it in their behavior sometimes. Yeah, how they carry themselves when they're in the same vicinity as you, or just little things. You get me? Like, Schiffer was talking about the woman that jumped the queue when he was shopping the other day, or whatever the fuck he was talking about. Shit like that, little things like that. And then if you used to turn around and say, "What you doing?" It's like you're in the wrong. You get what I'm trying to say? It's just little. It's subtleties. You get me? There's blatant ones as well, but there's a lot of subtleties. Yeah, and they're gonna let you know within their behavior that I feel like I'm better than you. That's it, really.
Yeah. So is unity the solution for that?
Yes and no. I feel like we need to be able to sort our own shit out before we can be talking about unify. Who the hell is that? Who's that?
There go IC3. He got his card. This is reparation debit cards. But everybody get their share. Full black. I get that IC3. I get 100% of the share.
Yeah. So this is the card for full. This is the card for full black.
So that's Sonya Black, Mrs. Sonya Black. Yeah, she gets 100% because she's full black. See, my thing is, how are we gonna test these people?
Let me
answer that question.
Wait. But again, this is the thing. You say Miss Sonya Black is all black, but how do you know she ain't got two super light-skinned parents?
Light skin don't matter.
Light skin, quarter caste, mixed race. Like there is multiple cases of people that are super.
Yeah, we'll say mixed race.
There's multiple cases of people that do not share nowhere near the same skin tone as their parents or their children. Yeah, even siblings. So I'm saying, how do we know? Are we going just by appearance?
I'm going to put the answer. Let me type the answer in.
Because there's a lot of people that look like they're part of us, more than they ain't, bro. Yeah,
that's right.
There's a lot.
I like Stu. Stu Brunt said that. What is her great grandparents? What is it? I mean, what do great grandparents look like, man? We got to try to start finding our great grandparents, y'all.
Yeah, but for a lot of people, even that task there is difficult.
It is. I know it is.
You know what I mean?
But man, I ain't gonna lie, Zelini, I thought it was difficult too. But when I really wanted to find it, I found it.
Yeah, you found it.
Yeah, I found it.
And I hear you, man. I hear you. But again, the record. Sorry, IC3, go on.
Yeah, so here it is. Here's the 5 things. Place of birth. You see it? I'll put it in the chat now so people can see it. These are the 5 things that we're going to use to specify exactly the identity of a person. Can you see it in the chat?
Yeah.
Read out the 5. Yeah. Oh, you got it there.
There you go.
Yeah, and then look at the other 5 as well.
Yeah, I think it's the message underneath, Born. It's the next message.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, next one after
y'all
that.
Want this one? Y'all want this one first?
Grasping your identity, culture, and the concept of self. 1, place of birth, lineage. 2, appearance. 3, visual ethnicity, in brackets. 4, state of mind / habits. 5, DNA.
Yeah, so those 5 things, you definitely lock down exactly who a person is by those 5 things, because those 5 things are the things that matter when you're speaking to somebody.
Yeah,
and they always say to you, "Oh, where was you born?" You know, they say, "Oh, you know," and then the deepest conversation, you start saying, "Oh, where are your parents from?" Yeah. And then, and the appearance, you never actually say. You just look at the person who's with you, you know. And or you're talking to your friend about someone else, and you'll say, "You know that girl with the girl, yeah, or that man with the That's it. That's what you do, don't you?" Yeah. And then number 4, state of mind, habits. That's to do with culture. You'll say, "Oh, that black guy, he looks black, but he's a coconut. The way he talks." Yeah, he doesn't talk right. Yeah, so he looks right. His parents are correct. He's born in the right place, but the way he talks, the way he thinks, is not.
All right, so, sorry, I see. Let me just clear that one up there. You see, when you say the way he talks, are you talking about the rhetoric he speaks, or the dialect in which he speaks in?
Well, both. See, that's what people judge. People, it's not me. That's what people do, don't they?
I hear you, brother, but this is the thing. And it's like, what is speaking, white or black?
Exactly. That's the question.
So you may have somebody that may have not been raised in a certain area, but shares all the same core values as me and you. But when you speak to them, they sound like they went to a private school and they've been surrounded by nothing but, you know what I'm trying to say? So
yet that person could be hardcore, for black people, but he just sounds wrong. You see, so look at each of these.
So hold on right there. That's half black. That's Alicia and Kelly.
Yeah,
Alicia can get it on the slip though. All right. So if I had a baby with Alicia, would the baby percentage go up? I see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, then that baby
would
be
go
this.
back to 75.
That's right. The baby will be 75%. Yeah. You know that's true.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I guess I can't say you lying, right? 50% emerging with 100% does give you 75 all day.
Of course it does.
All day.
I'm telling you, this is precise, man. You know.
Oh my God. I see through. You know what you're showing me right here? We can breed our way back into fucking liberation, y'all. We can breed our way. I'm telling you, bro. We 100%. If you're 100%,
the 100%.
Oh,
the
100%. Hold on. Let me ask God and Jacob and my Israelite brothers, can I do this? Because if I listen, I'm 100% God and Jacob. Patel is 0.16%. Can I breed with Patel to get the numbers up?
Oh, you mean her, Marcia? Oh yeah. If you breed with Marcia Patel, but this Patel, she's only what percentage is she? She's only 12.5%. So
So if I'm 100%. If I breed with
so
her, what's our baby?
it'll be 100% minus 12.5% plus half of 12 point plus this plus 6.25%.
That's a whole lot of numbers right there, man.
That's too much work, man. That's too much
But when
goddamn
it comes to accountancy, listen. When it comes to accounts, when it comes to money, that's the language you talk. When it comes to money, you know that's how the bank works. You know that. That's how banks talk when it comes to money. Percentage what? 6.25% on your mortgage. Yeah.
I gotta take you off the screen. I gotta take you off the screen now. We're not gonna mate. We can't mate with the John Smiths, man. We in danger. We in danger, black people. If we start mating with John Smith, we are in danger, man. Hell no. No.
That's right. That's right.
No. Hell no. We gotta keep it at Patel. At Marshall Patel is the lowest we can go, brother. Please. Damn it. Ah, that's funny.
But listen to this. Listen to this angle. Listen, you haven't thought about this. Watch this. Now you know that people are aspiring to be white. So they're always trying to get to breed white, aren't they? So that they can get whiter and whiter and whiter to get a better life. Once you start talking about reparations, you start building this system, people will start seeing value in blackness. And they're going to be after all the blackest guys. And after the blackest, because blackness is now going to become a value. At the moment, whiteness is the highest value. You want to be white. Everybody wants to be white. Because
I don't know about that.
That's a lie.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. But you know what I'm trying to say. Subconsciously, it's still to still aspire to get involved with white companies. When I say be white, I mean in its complete sense.
Yeah. I get where you go.
Yeah, in its complete sense that everybody's aspiring to be white. Well, when reparations becomes the main issue, then people will be aspiring to be black and blackness. Because here's a statement. Let's see what you're going to say about this statement. The only legitimate business for black people is the business of reparations. All else is the benevolence, direct or indirect benevolence of white people. Let me say it again.
I see through.
The only legitimate black business is the business of reparation. All other business is a direct or indirect benevolence of white people. What do you say to that? Think.
Hold up. We gonna get this work.
Now I'm gonna say this, I see three. Now, family is a business.
Say it again.
Family is a business.
Yes.
That's the ultimate business. That's the first and foremost, the most important business we should be doing in the black community. I am a fighter for reparations, I see three. But I disagree with you on that's the most important or the only business we should be doing. Family is a business. It's gonna be hard. If I don't have a family, it's gonna be hard to go. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna challenge that.
Go ahead.
For a black man or black woman to have a black family,
yes,
you'd have to be in charge of your household. You have to be in charge of your home. You have to be in charge of the schooling of your children. You have to be in charge of your family to call it your family.
So
if the white supremacist system can come into your house and take your children as and when they feel like, what do you mean you have a family? You think you have a family? To have a family means you have to own. It'd be your family, which means you have to be in a position where you can own something. You have to have the power to own.
Have black people in history ever had a family then?
Before the system of white supremacy.
When was that? What time period was that?
I do not know.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. So
But
you said
ever
we
since
never had a family. In the UK, America, Jamaica, black people have never had a family.
Look, you know, with the stock, stock. Right? When you have horses, you buy horses and you breed horses. They breed slaves, didn't they?
Yeah.
Then they allow them to say, well, you can have that, you can stay in that shed down there, you can sleep there. What? To get permission to get married. Yeah, you have to jump over the broomstick. So we're talking about family, black family. So to have a family, that is part of reparations. The power to get reparations also grants you the power to have a family. So it all comes under reparations.
Yeah, boy, I don't know about that. I see three.
Oh, come on. Let's say
we had a concept.
Didn't you agree? Would you agree with me that you don't? What family have you got? You got a family? You think you have a family?
Absolutely. I have my children.
And you own the children. They're yours, yes?
For the most part.
For the most part. No. They're yours or they're not.
I do understand that, but I do think it. I don't know. I see through. That's kind of crazy. I do want to. I don't know.
You do know, but you're going all soft again like you did before. All white people. Well, some white people. it's the same mode. You're doing the same thing. All white people. Well, not all white people. White people. My family. Well, kind of. Is it your family or not?
I see what you said, IG3. You said we don't have full autonomy as a black family because our kids can be legislated or policied away if they choose to come get it.
Exactly. And the only way to fix that is what? Through reparations. Reparations gives you full autonomy. Otherwise, you haven't got reparations.
How does reparations get you full autonomy? How does that happen? Absolutely.
Right. Because in order to receive reparations, right, there has to be a you to own it. Yes? So, first of all, you have to own yourself. Once I own myself, then I can own things. Yes? But if there's no me, then there's no I cannot possess anything. That's why the World Economic Forum, these big people, they say you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's their mission statement. The World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and you will be happy. That's their mission statement. Mission. So they want to take away the ownership. Yeah. When you buy a car, then the software that runs the car, in the old days, you buy a car, that's your car. Now you buy a car, the software still belongs to, you're buying license. You're buying license to own. It's almost like you're renting. So so you don't own yourself, because if you own yourself, you would be sovereign. And a sovereign entity makes treaties and agreements with other sovereign entities. If I own myself and I'm me, I can make an agreement with you, and I can disagree. I can neglect to make an agreement with you. I can sign a treaty with you. So you and I, you are a sovereign entity, I'm a sovereign entity, and then we sign an agreement. But if you own me, what agreement? I do exactly what you say, because I am your property. If I am your property, then I am not an I. There is no me. Property. You have to be to exist to own property. So therefore, if you have a family, you have a home, and other entities can call up, say that you're doing child abuse in your house, and call the authorities down, and they remove the children from your home. Your home, even the language sounds, your home. If it's my home, and the children, my family is inside my home, then you have no right to come in to my home. You can't come in through the front door and take my children, because it's my home, isn't it? On my land. But if you can do that, then it's not mine, is it? Sovereign. So when you have your land and you have your home and your children, you can sign agreements with other people who have their own land and their own home and their own, and then you can say, look, okay, we'll move the fence, we'll move this fence this way, and then we move that fence a bit further that way, and then we can sign an agreement. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Let's get the documents out. Sign the agreement. That's an agreement between you and I, because you are a you and I am an I, so we can make an agreement. But if you own me, you move the fences where you like, when you like. So come on, what's your counter to that? Your family? Come on, explain to me how your family is yours. Explain.
It's too early for that shit. I was just going to work out.
Too early. Yeah. Even the concept of water coming to your house and electricity. Do you have your own electrical power generator? Power. So power, electricity and water is an aspect of sovereignty, isn't it? You can't turn off the power to my house, because I decide when to turn off the power, because I'm sovereign and it's my house and it's my power generator. You can't turn off the water to my house.
Was your water was the opposite, bro?
Pardon?
I said, how was your version of reparations? How is that? What does that look like in terms of full or time? How do we
Right. Okay. So this years ago, when I started this project and setting up this bank, and I was studying banking, Yeah, I studied in banking. I said, yeah, because I know people talking about reparations. And then I started to study banking. I said, but wait a minute. Reparations, if I get reparations, where am I going to put the money? Am I going to put it in Lloyd's? Am I going to put the money back in the same banks that insured the ships that shipped the enslaved people? It doesn't make sense. So if I'm going to get reparations, where am I going to put the reparations? Am I going to put the reparations in my house? Am I going to put the reparations in my flat? But wait a minute. But is the flat my flat? Is the apartment my apartment? Is the house my house? So I'm going to get reparations from there and take it and put it where? So it's mine, but do I own myself? Do I own where I live? No. So I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. I can't get reparations. There's no point in me getting reparations until I can get myself. Until I own myself. And then also getting reparations, a bank, I need a bank. So therefore I thought, okay, so we need a black bank. So I started to do a work about how setting up a black bank. So I was doing the research, setting up a black bank. And then when I started studying about setting up a black bank, I found out that you can't set up a bank unless you get an underwriter, unless you're underwritten. What's that? Unless you are insured. So, but you have to be insured by the other banks. So I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. This is getting a bit deep now. So I can't set up a bank in order to receive reparations unless I'm insured by the same white supremacist racist banks. So the white supremacist racist banks have to say, yeah, you can have a black bank to receive your reparations from us. I thought, well, wait a minute. That doesn't work. I can't go to the white supremacists for insurance on my bank, on a black bank. So I thought, right, okay, so this gets a bit deeper. So how are we going to set up a bank, a black bank, that is separate or not under the jurisdiction or not under the command of the white supremacist banks? They're bigger, there's more of them, and there is no black bank yet. Then you go into the concept of sovereignty and you start studying about sovereignty. And then you start meeting people like the free men of the land and stuff like that. So what is sovereignty? And what is its relationship with banking? I said, oh, right. Okay, so you have national banks. So you have banks, then you have national banks. A national bank. Why national? Because a nation is a sovereign entity. A nation has its courts. A nation has its rules. A nation has its identity. A nation has its land. Okay, so you make treaties and agreements with a nation, a sovereign nation. Okay, so in order for me to get reparations, I have to have a bank. In order for me to have a bank, I have to have a nation. God, this is getting really complicated now. Yeah.
Can I interject for a minute?
Yeah, go on.
What leverage do we have to establish sovereignty? Like, what is our calling card?
Hold it.
What is?
We're going to go there in a minute. But first of all, let's map out the terrain. Let's map out where we are in reality. Yes. And then we'll know what the solution is. Yeah. And we'll see the solution. So let's just map out reality. Let's start with reparations. That's why I say start with reparations. In order to get reparations, right, you have to have a bank. In order to have a bank to receive the reparations, the bank has to be sovereign. In order to get sovereignty, you have to have an identity. Yes, a sovereign identity that separates you from, yeah, and that identity has to link to a nation. And then to have a nation, then the next question comes, can you have a nation without land? See, you've got to ask all these questions first. What is the relationship between nation, a nation, and land? Can you be a nation without land? Then I start to think, oh, whoa. How are we going to deal with that? Wait a minute. So what comes first? Is it the land? You get the land and then you get the nation? Or do you get a nation, build a nation, then get land? What comes first? The nation or the land? See, all of that spins from the same discussion about reparations. You keep tracing it down. Reparations, bank, sovereignty, identity, nation, land. Is it land first or nation first? Land or nation? Land or nation? So your head's spinning on that one. Okay. So that's the full set. Then the next question comes, which God of Jacob asked, wait a minute. This sounds like a serious project. How on earth are you going to get the power and the leverage to set up a nation or get land or to build a sovereign entity when you are in the system of white supremacy? And you do not expect anytime soon that the white people are going to start saying, you know what? We'll let you have a bank to receive reparations. Don't worry. We'll let you have a sovereign nation to receive reparations. And we're going to let you have land. It's not going to be out of the kind-heartedness of the present system to grant black people that. So obviously,
now we get to where I want to get to.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So I like to get there slowly, and we get there step by step. So, because that's how you test the quality of the plan, because there can be no flaws in the plan when you're dealing with white supremacists. Right. So, how are we going to get the power? So, what comes first? The land and the nation to get the power? Or do you get the power first to get the power to get the money? And then is money the power? And if you make lots of money, then you can buy land. And then if you can buy land, then you can build your nation from that land with the money that you're making from the white supremacists, from the white supremacist bank. No. Right. So then, I mean, all of this, is actually there. We can see it. The model is there. The birth. Remember the Ku Klux Klan? And you remember the movie, The Birth of a Nation. The birth of the nation. Clear me up. This is how I see it. Basically, the birth of the nation was the white people, something to do with reconstruction. Yes. So white supremacy was breaking up as a result of the Civil War, an aspect of white supremacy as a result of the Civil War. Correct me if I'm wrong, yeah? And which resulted in a certain collapse within the system of white supremacy, in so much that they felt that they need to rebirth the nation. So they made the movie Birth of a Nation to go with the Reconstruction period. Is that correct?
To a certain degree.
Okay. So something obviously was destroyed as a result of the Civil War, so that they felt that they had to reconstruct something. And in the reconstruction, they labeled it, it's the birth. It's a birth of a new nation.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Just for 1 second. That birth of a nation, that whole concept, it had undertones to it because it birthed two nations. It birthed the Negro's mindset because that Negro developed a fighting spirit. He developed education. He developed the ability to obtain information where he can whereby birth his own nation and get back. So it had so many undertones to that title, but go ahead.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So therefore, in that destruction, that deconstruction, when the white people decided we have to birth a nation, reconstruct, right? In that chaos, in that destruction, in the birthing of a nation, the white nation, the Ku Klux Klan, the reconstruction of the white power, that chaos allowed black people to start constructing a nation for themselves. Yes, and so it become a race. Oh, a race. It's a race. Yeah. Who, if the white people made any flaws in their construction, in the rebirth of their nation, the black people would have moved ahead and achieved sovereignty and achieved their own nation outside of the system of white supremacy. So whilst building their nation, they had to make sure that they were hampering the black people from building their nation, because there's no way they could. If you've got a birth of a white nation, the birth of a black nation, whoa, what America?
We got problems. We got problems.
We got problems, man. Yeah. So in the construction of the reconstruction of the white nation, they have to stop the black people from building because they know how to build. So it's a double move. So the birth of the nation is the birth of a sovereign entity. Sovereign entity. And the birth of a sovereign entity, a nation, with that goes a national bank. Because if the black people are allowed to construct a black nation within America, there's going to be a black central bank. Black.
That's true. Hey,
National
look.
Central Bank.
I just looked in the chat. Look at one of Stan's comments. That 1314. That was kind of what I was trying to articulate, but I think he kind of was tracking with me. You get what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Well, Stan, Stanley, did you put a comment there I should read?
Lieutenant Stanley, he had a great kind of comment. He wrote what I was trying to articulate. Let me see what the hell it said. It went something like birth of a multiracial theoretical democracy via 13 and 14 amendments, plus birth of a white supremacist counterinsurgency. That's what I was trying to do. It was multifaceted, but keep track.
So say it again. So summarize what you got from that statement.
It birthed a lot of shit. It birthed counterinsurgency to our nation. We group accountability via 13 and 14 amendments.
Of course. Because they were smart. They could see for them to construct a new nation, to reconstruction of the white power and the white nation and the white banks and the white law judicial system. Because if the black people, American blacks, were allowed to build a nation, they'd have their own courts, their own banks, their own society, their own schools, everything that goes with the nation. So they had to scupper that and then try and rope the black people back in as part of the construct of the white nation so that they could serve the white people like they served them before. But the black people learned too much during the Civil War and started to get cocky and started to have ideas about building their own nation and their own business and their own towns and their own cities and their own everything. Then what's the point of a white nation with no black people in it to serve it? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm tracking.
Yeah, so remember the question. The original question is what? Okay, so how are we going to generate that kind of power? Yeah? But the knowledge of how to generate the power becomes manifest. You don't have to make an effort. As long as you understand the situation you are in, the understanding of knowing where you are, or the situation you're in, automatically will generate the alternative. So just like the Civil War, the American Civil War caused chaos in the system of white supremacy, that chaos allowed the black people to see what's going on. They allowed the black Americans to start to understand, wait a minute, oh, so that's how they organize an army. That's how they do this. That's how they do. Yeah. So the black Americans started to realize, well, wait a minute. Oh, that's how they build this. So therefore, the black people started to get ideas because out of that chaos, they could now start thinking, let's birth a nation for ourselves. So that is why the system of white supremacy doesn't like the chaos, because in the chaos, it allows the non-whites to start to see the mechanisms, the structure, and how to build it. Because in the birth of a nation, in the birth of a white nation, you can sit back and say, oh, right. So they made a film. What did they put in the film? Oh, right. Where did they get those actors? What is that? What is the movie trying to say? Because this Birth of the Nation movie is not for us. It's not for black people. This movie is for white people. This movie is to teach white people how to reconstruct themselves. So if that movie's out there and the white people are watching and the white people are reconstructing, then the black people can stay at the side and watch and say, oh, so that's how you construct a nation. Oh, right. That's how you do it. And then obviously, yeah, okay. So, reparations and the construction of a nation. The construction of a nation begins with the clarification of identity. the precise identification. You can't have those who are in and those who are out. Has to be precisely. It's the foundation of the nation. If you're not clear about who's in the nation and who is not, then the foundation is wobbly. And when you start building, it's going to crash. So concepts like one drop rule, but how big is a drop? So they kind of say
depends on who you ask.
Exactly, yeah. But but just the sound of that, the one drop rule, one drop, just a little bit. You're out. You're not in. Just even a drop. The sound of drop. One drop. It sounds like a very small amount, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah. They've never specified, but just the sound of it is telling you that they're making sure that the identity has to be clear for setting the foundation for the nation. Can't afford any flaw in that. So, once you clarify identity, which is the foundation, then you can organize effectively. That's step 2. You can't organize people if you don't know who's part of the organization and who's not. So just by clarifying identity, it automatically kind of leads to efficient organization. It just follows. Are you part of my family? Yeah, you're part of my family. Well, as family, right, obviously, we're going to do things for our interests. Obviously. So let's get to work. Oh, do you think that's good or not? What do we think? Is that a good idea? Okay, we all agree. Boom. How about this? Oh, you want to go and do... Think twice about that. You see, it just... People are doing things anyway, every day. Aren't they? They're doing things. But when you're part of a certain identity, then you'll be doing things for yourself and for the group. If you're just doing things for yourself, then the group's going to say, well, what's going on there? You won't have any backup. You're going to end up out on your own and you have no backup. Which then relates back to reparations again. What is the point? Because what I did with people, I'd say, okay, reparations. Do you believe in reparations? Yes, we believe in reparations. I said, okay. So what if I give you a code? This is what I say to lots of people. I say, I'll give you a code. You've given a code, and I say to you, here's the code. Here's this piece of paper. You go down to the City of London and show them this code. And then they're going to give you a crate of gold as reparations. Would you accept this code to go down and collect your crate of gold? Everybody says, well, of course, give me the code. I'm going to go right down there tomorrow. I say, well, what? Okay. So here's the code. Take a train, take a bus. You go down there to the bankers, City of London, and show them this. And they're going to look at it and say, oh, yes, sir. You are deserving in 3 crates of gold. And you'll say, yes, I am. Okay. Then what'll happen? They'll wheel out the crates of gold here. See, there's going to be the threshold. Yeah, the door. There's a threshold. Yeah, they're going to wield the gold. They're going to wheel the gold to the threshold of the door. Yeah, and they're going to say, "Okay, you can take your gold now." What are you going to do? You going to take your gold? Okay. So they open the door. Soon as that gold goes across that threshold, it's your responsibility. Totally your responsibility. Now, you get the 3 crates of gold across the threshold onto the sidewalk, onto the pavement. Now what are you going to do? Then they start thinking, oh, I'm going to hire a van. I'm going to call for a van. I said, you're going to call for a van. You're going to call for a truck to take the gold and put it where? Some people were saying, oh, take it back to my flat, my house. So remember what I just said about sovereign? My house, is that house yours? And you're going to put that crate of, listen, you won't even get that gold that far, because the people that are just, once that gold goes past that threshold, they're going to call their friends.
Hey, IC3, you better not be cutting that gold in front of me. I better not see you walking down the street carting some gold.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna have to help you part ways with some of that gold.
Exactly. It's like, come on, man. But you see, when I was talking to black people about reparations, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about, they're literally going to take the gold back to where? Take the gold back to your house? They're just so glad, so hungry to get the reparations, they're not thinking where they're going to put it. Anyway, it's quite a long story. I think you get the picture. So I said to them, listen, you need a nation behind you just to get what is yours. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. You need big gun diplomacy behind you as well.
Exactly, but they're not even, the black people were not even thinking about that. They're thinking about after they collect their reparations. Then you have to have a complete system before you touch that. Your system has to be tight. The organization has to be tight before you don't touch it. Because the touch it will end of you.
See, I see the administrative side with your program, but yours lacks some stuff too, right? Would you agree?
Well, let's test it out. Let's test it. Let's see where the lack is. Go on.
I'm just saying, on paper, you look outstanding. It looks good. The administrative side of it, we can easily poke holes at anything, right? But my thing is this black bank. What commodity, what leverage, what resource do we have to start one up? You get what I'm saying? Because let me say this: our commodity back then, and just if you go look back, over here they talk about all the Wall Streets that went up after slavery. Well, we had a commodity, we had a resource, and that resource was our skilled labor. Them white folks didn't know how to do nothing, because for a lot of years we were doing the building, the planting, the nursing, the babying, and all that shit.
Right,
so after slavery, we had a commodity. It was our skill set. We were the blacksmiths. We were the construction workers. They didn't know how to do shit.
That's right.
So what do we have today to start up a nation?
We still are. It's exactly the same as it was. There's black people working in all different aspects. Think about it. It's the exact same model. The only difference is, so the Americans, you had the model. Reconstruction after the Civil War. What the Americans did was perfect. The only weakness was that the American model was only focused on black Americans. It wasn't a global model. Whilst white supremacy is global. Because, how is it global? Because the white Americans, in their reconstruction, in their birth of a nation, was allied with the international bankers. So it's Jews and whites, so-called Jews and whites, Jews and whites. And so they're fighting and squabbling with each other, but whilst they're fighting and squabbling with each other, they're constructing the nation. They're constructing the white nation. As they're dancing, Jew, wasp, 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 Jew. But the black people,
Right.
Jew, wasp, Jew, wasp.
You know what? Hey, after all these years, I finally got what you was talking about. I'm starting to get. So we need a pan baking system, right? Well, ours didn't reach further enough to protect ourselves.
That's right. So you had the model. The Americans got it. The Americans did it. But they just didn't have the big enough. It wasn't big enough. So therefore they got surrounded. It's, as you know, from military, it's outflanked. But the Americans had the solution. And have the solution.
Yeah, big gun diplomacy.
But they got to think larger. But remember, it's not the gun. It's the skills to construct the nation. That's what counts. If you got guns and you got disorder and chaos, you're going to be shooting each other all over the place.
That's happening now. And let me interject. Here's another thing I say. Well, this not regarding your plan, but if you look back, and I use myself as an example, right? When I was in, I performed well under duress. For some reason, I performed well under duress. Right? If shit was too easy, I didn't really apply it. But when shit was hitting the fan, I performed well. If you look at the black Americans over here, we performed well under duress. We became smarter. We had to. We were forced to figure this shit out quickly.
Yes.
Now today we are in an illusional state of comfort, whereby we don't force ourselves to take advantage of those skill sets, or we have it, but we've been made to feel comfortable. We've been made to think there is no distress around us, whereby we have become comfortable.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And think about it. Imagine what it's like just after the Civil War. I'm just imagining, I'm American, but I just imagine from the movies I've seen, just after the Civil War, can you imagine all the chaos? White people killing white people, the black people not knowing which side to, it's just chaos and dead bodies everywhere, and you think that's stress, man. Is this massa? Or wait a minute, am I a soldier?
No, after the Civil War, we were popping people. We didn't give a damn after that. We would pop. It wasn't no issue master, it's dead master.
There you go. So can you imagine that they have to think? Can you imagine the mindset of those black Americans, man, at that time? Their brain is going overtime, man. They're thinking, go back to black master, go back to white master or not? Build something for myself or not? Fight, kill or not? Shoot the white man? Shoot which white man? Shoot the one, it's the South or the North. Who's our
Shoot them
friend?
all, shit.
Yeah, you see, it's chaos, man. Chaos, and you got to try and get some order. The woman's pregnant. She's got a baby. What are we gonna do? Where's the water? The water supply, medicine. What are we gonna do? They're thinking we're gonna fight. We're gonna live. We're gonna fight. So out of that chaos, they start to construct a nation. And the white people were going through the same thing. Birth of a nation. Birth of a nation. We got to get it back, man. Get what back? We're gonna get back. Civil war. The Negroes are coming up. If we don't sort ourselves out, those blacks are gonna. You know what I mean? So the white people are under pressure, man. They're gonna work. We're gonna work, man. Get nice. Get friendly with the black people. Chaos. So everybody's working. Finance. What's money? So in all this chaos, the white people they could argue with the bankers, which they didn't like. But the black people, they only could bank on themselves, which was fine.
Nice. I like that. I like that
Yeah?
saying.
And that's what they did. And they started to construct. Yeah.
60 years out of that shit, we was booming. The nigga in America right after slavery was the hottest thing out there. We was throwing up everything because we had the skill set. The white people was the bombs around here. We was cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking.
You see? So the model, the American model, it works. It worked. But the black Americans have to sell that black American model and make it global to construct the global black nation with a national bank. And how can that emerge? You see the black Americans, they're in the system. America is like this. America's like this. So black people are working in the system. Yeah. They're working.
You got the right demonstration, that white glove and that black hand.
That's right. So that's the model. That's the reality. So in the chaos of the Civil War, you ended up with two nations being constructed, and then the white supremacists realized we have to put these people back down and bring it back into this order. So how are you going to construct the black nation, birth the black nation without any guns? Well, you do have guns, but without any warships, without but then again, you see all those planes, all those warships, all those guns. There's black people in the military, so it's still like this, isn't it? There's black people in the police, black people in the military, black people all over this places. So they're intertwined within the system. But they're victims. So the nation, the construction of the black nation, it's basically it'll still look the same. It still remain the same. But what's going to happen is that you see
a tug of war, a constant battle, a constant struggle.
That's right. It's not going to the black nation is not going to separate itself and then no. It's going to be like this constantly, and you've got to twist it, and it'll twist around, and then when it twists around to this level, right? At this level, when things get like this, then this becomes this is a sovereign entity, and this relationship will become treaties and agreements. See, once the black people become once white supremacy is nullified by this, then this will be white supremacy. White people will still be an entity, yeah, but also the black people will be an entity talking and communicating with white people.
But see, in your demonstration right there, you had us equated, meaning black and white, your hands stuck together. I don't think we
It's not
have.
black and white unite though.
No, that's. But I noticed you. I noticed you never put that black hand on top of the white hand, and
yeah, because what'll happen if you switch it like this.
I like that. Let me take a screenshot. That's what I
want. Let me put it in this way, because what'll happen. Okay. This is the best way. This is the best way. So what it is? This is what's going to happen. It's going to be like this. Yeah. So it's going to have to swing this way to extract the reparations. And then it comes back into talking with a separate entity. Does it make sense? Yeah. So you're right. So it's like this, and then to get reparations, it's going to have to be this, because they're not going to give reparations. It's going to have to be this. Yeah. But in the extraction of reparations, then it just even things out, because then this becomes a different entity. It's no longer white supremacy. This is just white people being allowed to keep whiteness as an identity. But it's not white supremacy. You want to call yourself white? Fine. You call yourself white, you do what you want to do over there. And plus this blackness or the IC3 code, its only purpose is to extract reparations. After reparations have been extracted, then you don't have to call yourself IC3. So IC3 is a work uniform. It's work clothes. It's a temporary identity.
Just to extract resources.
That's right. And to get reparations, and remember that reparations is directly related to sovereignty and having your own house and owning things and being a sovereign entity. You don't have a family. Your family is not yours until you exist outside of the system of white supremacy. So the code is to get freedom and extract. So in the extracting of reparations, you are constructing yourself. It's one move. So you're extracting reparations. And in that process is also the construction of a global entity outside of the system of white supremacy. So just like the birth of the nation, the reconstruction of white supremacy, the birth of a nation, they had to reconstruct at the same time as putting the black people down. So it's a double move. They can't reconstruct white supremacy after the Civil War without finding some way to deal with the black people, stop them from constructing. So you have to construct and destruct at the same time. That's what happened. You've already been through it. The Black American experience is it. You already know. You've done it. The only flaw.
Outstanding lecture, man.
Yeah, the only flaw was that you were thinking too small.
Yeah, but we had to think fast, and we were small. We were at that point not even the 12% we are today, or 13% of heavy on it. So we had to think fast and small, right? And half of the population was kind of illiterate. So we was working with we had some obstacles that were standing next to us. You get what I'm saying? So, one thing we did have was that fighting spirit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so let's do it again. Because it looks like the white world is about to go into another civil war. I mean, it started already. Actually, they've started it.
Hey, let them kill each other. Let them kill each other.
They've started it already. The Ukraine, because there was a shock. There's a war in Europe. What? Europeans? It's like, what? White people don't do that.
IC3, you better switch your outfits. They might fuck around and think you one of the generals and have you over there.
But
they were like, General, come with us. You be like, hold on, fuck this.
No, but it's the exact same situation. The American Civil War, yes, it's the exact same thing. Russia versus US and NATO and Ukraine. That's the same thing. It's the same thing as the American Civil War. It's happening again. It's happening again. So now is the time. Look, leave them alone. It's a white thing. Leave them alone. It's a European thing. It's a white thing.
Yes.
Russians are saying we're not white. Look, just look. Get out of it. Get out of it. And start focusing and do what the Black Americans did after the Civil War. Start planning now, because you just start planning now.
After the dust settles. Hey, IC3, after the dust settles, we all on the ass after that.
That's right. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. The Civil War has started. It's white on white. It started. So now we have to start doing exactly what the Black Americans did, but on a global scale.
Outstanding lecture. I learned a lot today, man.
It's together.
Regarding your plan.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. But this is a meeting. We're discussing. I'm sharing ideas and listening to what, and you're testing me. I'm testing you. So it's together we come to something. This is a conference here.
Yeah. I don't think I ain't qualified enough to really challenge you, because you my dog.
But how so that's what I'm trying to do, is trying to sell you. Once we get the Black Americans on this, man, we are sailing. If we get the Black Americans on this project, it's game over for white supremacy.
You keep showing some of them old shady faces, man. I don't know if I want them on the squad, man. You got to darken these photos up.
Yeah, this is the model. This is the model. This will get Black Americans. This will take the Black American model global, because the Black Americans have done it, but they just did it too small, which allowed for them to be allowed for encirclement again. So we just got to take the Black American model international, and the world, the Black world, will listen to the Black Americans. If the Black Americans selling this, sold. The Caribbean will take it. Africa. No problem.
Now, you had me with the Caribbeans. I don't know if the Africans are gonna fight.
Say it again.
I said you had me with the Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the Africans are gonna fight.
Yeah, but not only the Caribbeans, the South Americans, Black South America. Come on, man.
They gonna fight too. It's just we got to get the Africans on board. The motherfuckers love white supremacy.
But the Africans are coming on board. Once the Africans see the Americans, the Caribbeans, and the South Americans and the Black Europeans, the Africans are gonna come on board. Easy.
They're gonna be like, leave that white man alone. Leave him alone.
This presentation, I'm already on the African forums. It's already there. It's already there. They're fighting me from the African perspective, and they're challenging me on this. And still, I'm winning. Some of the Africans are coming over, and now they've stopped. Hardly anybody goes up against me. They're just trying to apply it within themselves because they understand the plan.
Okay, you articulating better, or we just learning better? I don't know. We used to struggle with your plan a couple of years ago. We're like, what the hell is he talking about? But now kind of taking shape.
Yeah, but what it is, the Black Americans should be the last to understand and accept the plan. Why? Because once the Black Americans are in, then that's it. It's rolling it out. There's no it's just rollout time. Because the whole world is sold America through the black music and Black American music. That everybody, you know what I mean. So whoosh, it's just roll it out. That's just the way the math goes, you know. The first,
I gotta take a 5-minute break right quick. Give me 5 minutes.
Is Born Rich still there? Has fallen asleep now. You see, and we can see we can find ourselves we're defining ourselves. Remember, the construction of a nation, the birth of a nation, is clarification of identity. That's how you birth a nation. Remember, the white people did it. One drop rule. One drop rule. So they were clarifying identity in order to reconstruct. Oh yes, looking at some of the chat now. Lady Spades is dropping some good points. Yes, that's right. They're dropping some good points. She says it's not a world war unless blacks are involved. Otherwise, it's a white on white crime. That's right. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so we can do it. We can do it because it's been done. The Black Americans did it, but they just did it too small.
Dear brother, I'm gonna have to step away, man. But it was good hearing from you.
Yeah, so yeah, talk to your people, man. Talk to the FBA crew, the ADOS crew, and tell them to get on with the plan, man. Just do exactly what you all did before, but just do it bigger. That's all.
Man, these niggas over here crazy, man. I ain't talking to none of these niggas.
Just do it bigger. You've done it before. Just do it again, but we got to do it worldwide.
Spade, hey, Lady Spade said keep teaching. She's listening. You got your audience to yourself. You on TV. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, I gotta step away. I might come back if y'all still up.
Yeah. Okay. What time is it now? 10. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
I gotta get up out of here. I'm supposed to be working out. I'll get back at you. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Me too. I've gotta have some breakfast and stuff now. What time is it? I got up about 5. What's 5 hours has this been? Oh, jeez. The time has flown, man. Now I'm gonna have to duck out myself because I've got some meetings today in Tottenham to discuss the same things. Yes, I've got to make sure I got some rest. My voice is going. You can hear my voice is going. My voice is going. Yeah. So get the plan. Go onto the website, get these graphics, and you can do the presentation. The graphics are there. If anybody wants the graphics of this, if you want the graphics, just put in the chat that you want, and I'll give you the email, and I'll send this so you can print this out yourself. It helps if you're talking to people. You can just print it out. I can send you this graphic as well. You can print this out. So that's what it's all about. Why I'm banging on for so long about these codes is that we can use these codes as a temporary workflows to construct the nation, the Black nation. See, when you're building, you put builder's clothes on, don't you? Builder's boots. You put your work clothes on. So, yeah, if you want me to send you these graphics, give me your email, and you'll find them just by going to Separation Nation. Do a search on that. I've got to rest my voice, man. My voice is gone. Okay, all. Let's do it.